Part of the wolf pack, apparently.
Yeah, they want to change. I think Quantum Erased did said that already. They want to change gravity with another thing. To explain why things go down. uh, but anyway,
Yeah, they always come with the presupposition that all things go down. There's a downward bias,
yeah.
and that's where they're gone wrong.
If by the way, I was interested to know the definition of the word thing. Can you say thing to like, for example, gas? It's a thing. It's okay to say that because if
Yeah, it's physical.
so I was thinking the other day. So if when they say why things go down, so why things go up? Because you are surrounded by air. So you take an object, you elevate it with your arm, and you drop it. But when you drop it, it's around. There's air, so it there's a when this object goes down, the other thing, air is going up. So anyway, uh, so when they ask why things go down or why things go up at the same time, you like gas pressure or air. So yeah, of course, density makes more sense. Uh, Gas pressure. Um, Even even on I saw a little video when they at the YouTube talking about gravity and this ball earth. They even talk about there's a part that I saw it talks about the gas pressure. It has some influence anyway, but yeah, there's at least the main thing is density and buoyancy. Of course, there will be people that talk other things like ether and so on, but I don't go. I prefer to not go to that way. It's the same old story. You replace this magic force glue for gravity, and you try to replace with another thing, but instead of replacing with just simple density and buoyancy, I don't know. They want to another thing to to explain why things go down, like an attraction. Anyway, yeah. Oh, YouTube put this there. Okay. There are things that uh, we know for a fact. Density, buoyancy. But when people trying to go to other strange things, yeah, I don't go that way. So like for example, there are some people they claim the moon. You can see a map on them reflected on the moon. Yeah, first, and they go in so much deep in that. They but first you have to prove that the moon is a reflector. So even there's a document anyway. If the moon is a solid object, I don't know, but even others, there's a document. It says it's a poor reflector. So let me see. Uh, where you are? NOS, maybe side moon. Okay, have many folders. Moon. Sometimes I post it. Let me see, moon. So this one. I think it's this one. Let me see. I'm gonna post live. Oh,
What
sorry.
up?
I did post in the wrong chat room. Hello. Welcome, STL.
Yeah.
Let me see. I'm just going to post this document.
Hello.
Yeah. Okay. Hello. Welcome. How are you?
What
STL.
up? What's up?
What's up?
Uh,
How is the weather there?
oh, it's nice, sunny, clear skies.
Here it's cold and sometimes rain.
What's that?
Portugal, next to Spain.
Oh, you're in Portugal.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Do you hear about Portugal a little bit?
Yeah. I'm familiar with Portugal.
You know some history from Portugal? No, a
No, I
little
don't
bit.
know. I don't know anyone from Portugal personally, but I know where it's located. I know that they're known explorers. You know, back in the when the New World. You know, they're exploring the world with the other quite a bit. You know, their culture migrated to Brazil, where they of course the Brazil speaks Portuguese. That's
Yes.
how, right. So there's also some Caribbean islands that same thing that amongst other there's some Caribbean islands that speak Dutch because of the Dutch explorers, and Caribbean islands that speak French for the same reason.
Awesome.
You know, what do you know the Caribbean islands that speak Portuguese by chance? I don't.
No, but I know that the Australia was discovered by the Portuguese, and it was kept on secret because at that time the Portuguese had a huge they keep secret because the enemy, the number one enemy at that time, it was the Spanish guys. So it was
Yeah.
the Spanish guys. They yeah. So they kept secret many things. There was a guy investigator. He did discovery that I have the link. Let me see. So what I saw in the this is one a long time ago in the news here in the number one public channel, in the
Mhm.
TV. Let me see if I found it. I have in
It's,
maps.
yeah, I'm driving right now. I can't
Okay,
look at it
okay.
unfortunately, but yeah.
Let me see. Hmm. I think I did save it, but I know at my work I use a laptop, so I don't know if I have there.
Uh-huh.
Du-du-du. But yeah, I did found it in the a few weeks ago. So this guy, discovered that there's a coastline, a bay.
Uh-huh.
So in Australia, with 100 names and all Portuguese names in the this old map.
Oh,
So
okay.
so he did wrote a book Beyond Capricorn. If you have the time, to search that book Beyond Capricorn. So he talks about the Portuguese discovery Australia 250 years before Captain James Cook. So that was interesting. And he said the Portuguese did keep that in secret because they did, of course, the Spanish guys, but they did found at Australia many precious metals, like gold and silver
Uh-huh.
and so on.
Yeah, I find that stuff pretty fascinating myself. It's interesting, the it's history behind, it's like exploring and the sailing and how I guess, difficult it could have been. Just imagining, sailing across the ocean for weeks.
Yeah.
And, you don't know if you're gonna hit something or where you're gonna be almost. But I guess they figured it out. They didn't have GPS back then.
Yeah. um, it is interesting because like 1 month ago I saw these Portuguese historians guys at the television, and that was the second channel, the public
Okay.
number two channel
Yeah.
from Portugal. But it was interesting because they were talking about that time. They kept secret, but Portuguese at that time, and I didn't knew this. The Portuguese at that time, they had a lot of knowledge, a lot of maps.
Mm-hmm.
So the surrounding countries like sorry, France, UK,
Yeah.
Italy, and even Spain. They at that time these countries wanted a lot to buy Portuguese maps, and some of them they didn't buy it. This guy said in between quotes with gold prices. I don't know if they did pay in gold, but they did pay a lot, to get some, like for example, the coastline of Africa, because the Portuguese guys they traveled that coastline a lot of times. So yeah, and but they are buying. They were buying these maps from Portugal to make their own.
Right.
So to complete, what they were doing.
It's awesome. I mean, it's fascinating in a way. Like, there's a lot of science and those maps. I love looking at those old maps. They're really interesting. Even any kind of old map, it's just like the level of detail they're able to achieve just by looking at something and then notating like the coastline very accurately. And I don't know. They're able to figure it out. It's pretty
Yeah,
fascinating if you think about it. Hundreds and hundreds of years ago, before modern technology, they're able to.
Yeah, it's known they use the Polaris.
Yeah. Right.
They use compass.
Yeah. The sextant.
Sextant, but at school I hear more about astrolabes. They were using more astrolabes, but they were there are a lot of things I don't in details that I don't know specifically, but they were. I saw. Let me see. Of course, even the English guys they had a perfect how you say clocks that they had to work perfectly.
Right.
So yeah, and I did.
But before accurate timepieces, they used the moon phases. You can work out your longitude based on that.
Yeah. I have some tables about the moon. Let me see. Where you are. Okay, so they have like. Let me post this one. For example, this one, it has April, and then May and June. June. So and then it says Lua, moon, at the top left. It says Lua. It means moon. Lua is Portuguese or Spanish.
Right.
Luna is more Spanish, but Lua it's moon, and that it says days, dias, and then below days it has domes. I don't know if this because I'm not used to this. Usually, we don't Portuguese. We don't talk about this word domes. I don't know because that time the way they speak, the way they write, it was more like a mix between the Portuguese of today and the Spanish, So
Yeah.
they did use write like the Spanish guys,
Yeah.
So anyway, domes I don't know if they are, someone could investigate this, but I don't know if they are talking about the personal domes they are visualize, watching from their location.
Mhm.
Anyway, but yeah, I don't know about that, but it's interesting. And then it has at the right it has declination, so it has the degrees, So this is a record table. So they have this declination. God Rocking, he did talk about a lot using these declination angles. So they had these tables, and with this they could navigate. Anyway, so I think this is from 1514.
Mhm.
So even at that time, they had a lot of knowledge. No, maybe because they did a lot of observations, and they did a lot of notes, and so to have this knowledge, So this is very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe they had. I don't know
That's,
how they did this, but it is interesting at that time.
yeah.
They
They
had
had to take very good detailed,
observations.
observations, detailed notes in order to make these accurate maps and things, right? In order to get to these faraway destinations.
They
Yeah.
had to measure elevation angles to stars, and when you do that, you use the sea as your adjacent. You're actually measuring out a right triangle,
Yeah.
which means the sea has to be horizontal.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Let me see. I have this one. You see, you can see,
I-
England
Keep
there.
talking. I need to run into this store to
Oh.
return this item, but go ahead.
Okay, so I did post a map. It has the England, and then it has the coastline of France, and then Portugal and Spain of that time. Very interesting. They at that time they were using the Cartesian map. They had degrees until the equator, 0 there. So yeah, they were using. There's a vertical line, let's say that, at the left with those declinations, angles, degrees. Sorry. So at that time they were using the Cartesian, and George, I was talking to LVA Paul. George, is a Portuguese guy living and working at the UK. He knows a lot of that, the Cartesian system. And they at the top, you see, there's they put this compass symbol, pointing to north. We call it Rosa dos Ventos. It's like winds rules. Let me see if I found some information in English about that. But at that time, the Portuguese and the Spanish, they were using trying different compasses, because there was some Chinese compasses and the Spanish were using, and they had some difficulties, and there's more information. So the Portuguese they did find another way to get the compass to work much better. But I just read a little bit about that. Let me see if I found Rosa dos Ventos in English. Compass rules. Okay, so let me see. I have found this. No, not that link. Sorry, deleted. Okay, so let me see. Copy again. So compass rules, it's in English, the circular drawing showing directions on a plan or map from Cambridge. Let me see, but I think it has more links to talking about this. Maybe, okay, rules. Wings. Causes events. Anyway, translation. I just see translation. Okay. In English, you say compass rules. Come on. Yeah, maybe if I found. Okay, let me see. So if I search compass rows, maybe I found the links. Green rows. Okay, so let's see. Yeah. So this is my. At school, I did learn that term, rosa dos ventos, but in English you say compass rules. I'm gonna post some information from Wikipedia. So they were putting, that in these maps. Let me see if I found another article. Come on. Students. Yeah, this is a Britannica Kids. Compass rules. Let me post. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, Suddenly you speak different things, and yeah, I learned how to say in English. So it says compass rose is a symbol on a map that shows the cardinal directions. The cardinal directions are the main compass points: north, south, east, and west. Some more elaborate compasses roses show additional directions. These include ordinal or intercardinal directions, which are the points halfway between each cardinal direction. Anyway, northwest, something like that. Okay, so the ordinal directions are northwest, northeast, southeast, west, and southeast. Okay. The compass rose is used to show how the map lines up with the real directions. In many cases, maps are printed so that north is at the top. Yeah, just a quick information. There's I think they did a replica because there was a old ship, navigation ship. They call it Sagres. It's a how you say in English a navy school ship. So they travel the world. Let me find in English this one. Okay, so Sagres. There's a location at Portugal. It's called Sagres, and we have a beer called Sagres. Sagres Navy. Let me see if I found. Yeah, so this is a Sagres 3, so maybe it's a replica. It's on wood, made on wood. So let me see. Here's the information. So people go aboard in this ship. They use Sextant and astrolabes and so on. it is a military navy, so I think they couldn't. China did forbidden they to, let's say, to go to land to China. But anyway, because it's military ship, but it's just for study. Yeah, someday, maybe I can get on board and just to talk when this ship is at Lisbon, maybe, just to talk about a sextant and so on. The adventures they are doing at the ocean. So this was, it says it was made on Hamburg in 1937. So it's yeah. So I did post the Portuguese version. Anyway, let me see. I found it in English. So English. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna post the English version. Sorry. So that's the in English. So yeah, it's a tall ship and a school ship of the Portuguese Navy. Since 1961, has the third ship with this name in Portuguese Navy. So yeah, Sagres 3. Now it has square sails and so on. Oh, it talks a little about the Germany. Sorry. Anyway. It's a Portuguese Navy school ship. I had I say a co-worker, a guy that was working with me, some work I did 3 years ago. So he did he was in the Portuguese Navy a long time ago, and I just asked him, when you were at the ocean, far away, you always see a flat horizon, right? And he said, yes, all the time. But I never, talk about flat Earth. But yeah, very interesting, cool guy. So he left the guy, the Glober, was there. Anyway.
Oh well, perhaps
He
he lost signal, or he was thinking about the elevation angle and the horizontal ocean, maybe.
Yeah. You know
When you
what is
draw out 3 circles of equal altitude or equal elevation, then you've got tens of thousands of square miles of completely horizontal ocean as well, haven't you?
Yeah, exactly. There's
Don't have any of that on a globe.
in this book I did post just 2 print screens. This is it is a old Portuguese navigation map. There's one page they have. So when they did join these separated flat maps, with that compass rules pointing north. So they get this one. It is incomplete. and some sizes of the continents. This is just for navigation. What is interesting is like if you put this and the Gleason's map on top, it matches the location of the continents. Of course, the north top left, you don't see Australia there. You see those islands there, like forming a line there. But they kept in secret because even when they publish this, they kept it secret. Beyond Capricorn. So I did found the link, about the guy that I was talking about. He did found that. So let me see. Yeah, that's the one that I saw on television a long time ago. Peter Tricketts. Yeah, that's the guy that wrote the book Beyond Capricorn, and he's talking about why the Portuguese did hide the discovery of Australia 250 years before Captain James Cook. So this is the reason why that map. Sorry, that just.
What did the Portuguese call Australia? Because the Dutch referred to it as New Amsterdam, I think.
I don't know. Let me pause the television. Okay, so I don't remember. Let me see if I found that, because for example, there's Brazil. They call it Santa Cruz because when they found land, they call it like Santa Herd. How you say, Holy Land? Yeah. So the name they give to some locations, to that locations, it's because they suddenly they saw land when they spent too much time in the ocean. So, but there's some names they are keep it like the original names, but some other they just it's not the all. It's they change it. Let me see. Portuguese. Let me see. Portuguese. Australia. Australia. Name of okay. Pick a name. Okay. This Portuguese fund. Okay. Yes. So the theory claims that okay. Well before the. I don't know what name they give it. I found this link, but I don't know if what the first name they give to Australia. I'm trying to find some information. I didn't learn that at school. Uh, mm, they've of,
And
of course.
Nathan's
the-
premiere has just finished, so I put
Okay.
the link for here in the chat. Still
Awesome.
/ Flat Earth, isn't it?
Awesome. Thanks. You can post it. Let me see. There's a ex-colony from Portugal. It's Timor-Leste, so it's like how do they say in English? Timor something. It's next
You say
to
Timor?
Timor. It's next to
Yeah,
Indonesia.
because there's an East Timor still, isn't there? That's interesting.
East, yeah. In Portuguese we say Timor-Leste. Yeah, it's east. Okay, yeah, exactly. What is interesting, if a few years, like 10 years more ago, Indonesia was invading Timor-Leste, east, and so at that time, the guy that was prime minister here in Portugal was Antonio Guterres. It's the guy that is, at the UN a few years ago, secretary, something, at the UN. At that time, he had he did the call to Bill Clinton. It was the president at America at that time. He said to him, if you guys don't, how you say, if you are, if you guys are not American, is against, don't accept that Indonesia is invading Timor, and if you are not against that, so we did, we go outside of NATO. NATO then. So and then Bill Clinton said publicly, did a press conference, and so to support Portugal. So yeah, that was very interesting. There are guys that they participate in the international Black Ops, operations. Anyway, so it's secret anyway. But it's very interesting that some even Israel, they came here to Portugal to make military exercises, to learn and etc. So there's something going on at the background. Anyway, but it's very interesting because they came here to learn some techniques, military techniques. Anyway, I don't know deeply, but yeah, very interesting that time. A simple Portuguese guy talking to Bill Clinton, and he threatened that if you guys don't are against that invasion, we just get out of NATO. So, and very interesting. We are a little country, but at that time, 500 years ago, we and the Spanish, we were the ones that had a lot of ships and navigate, doing merchandising, transport, market, how you say, transport many spices from India to here, and anyway, to sell even to the UK people.
Yeah, somehow London got the International Maritime Organization, which is apparently the oldest treaty organization in the world. We're
Yeah,
a tiny little place. Probably something to do with the money, I imagine.
and it's interesting because we Portugal have a long time treaty with the UK, and I didn't knew about this. I just saw on the television in the news. The Prime Minister of UK came to here to Portugal to celebrate that long term treaty with the UK. So it's like 400 or maybe 500. So it seems that it's the same time they decide to change the from flat Earth to suddenly a globe Earth. So who knows? Even Portugal has a
In marketing, in actuality, everyone still uses a flat plane. They
yeah.
just pretend that they use a globe.
But in that time something did. The people talk a lot of Magellan, and he didn't finish his journey, his voyage.
No, though his maps they drew look very flat to me.
Yeah, he just to find a way to circumnavigate, to go around, not like a sphere, but to go to an. And people say from that time he did discovery that the Earth is round. I mean, round like a table. You can
Well,
circumnavigate.
perhaps our new guest Lino Tomo has got some globe proofs for us because he's marked up as a globe earther.
So
The floor is yours, Lino Tomo.
yeah. Well, Linotom. Okay, so something did happen at that time, and even they signed a treaty with the UK. So who knows? Because to
Was
me,
that one the non-aggression treaty? Where they just decided not to attack each other's colonies, etc. Carving up
maybe
the world amongst themselves, sort of thing.
I don't know, but it's very strange because we the Portuguese, I did learn the first time I did learn hear about flat Earth was actually on public school, talking about the navigators, Portuguese navigators, talking about the Earth was flat. The guy that discovered Brazil, Pedro Alves Cabral, that guy, he was a flat Earth guy. I did post some info talking about flat Earth. So he did navigate the ocean according to flat Earth. And there are some globers they say celestial navigation doesn't work on the flat Earth. I mean,
That's because they don't understand how it works. They've just parroted that from someone else.
Yeah. Let me see. I did post here about Pedro.
Yeah, I like looking on the Libraries of Congress too because they're not supposed to be able to delete stuff from there. So they've got lots of good old stuff. Like I was looking the other month about High Brazil, which is an interesting thing.
I did post. Yeah, I'm listening to you. I was doing the search. Let me see. Copy another link.
I think now they say that High Brazil was only mythical, but it used to appear on a lot of maps as an island. Maybe sort of halfway between Ireland and the Azores. It's marked on many maps as High Brazil.
Yeah.
But now they say that it was just mythological and not a real island.
Let me see. I did post about flat Earth in English, talking about this guy. Let me see if I found it. Yeah, I did found it. So that link I did post it, the last one. I think it's that one or the above. But anyway, there's this text. So see, okay, so he talks about flat Earth. So this guy, Portugal began to enact upon expanding their territory and discovering new land. Late 1400s, they set up on different expeditions under the control of Henry, the navigator. Although they did not travel very far, since they were afraid the Earth was flat. So, you know, that's a citation. So I did learn about flat Earth the first time it was on Portuguese public school. There's a guy here. It's a silver guy. He was here before I did join the server. Donato is from Brazil, and yeah, he did learn the same thing about Pedro Alves Cabral discovering Brazil, and he did learn that thing. The Earth was flat to them. So these guys, navigators, this guy, for example, Pedro Alves Cabral, the Portuguese explorer, navigator, he was a flat Earth guy. Matthew Lentz was here at that no, I don't remember. He was here a few weeks ago, and I talk about this guy. Yeah, we have a Portuguese guy, and he was a flat Earth guy. So he was navigating the oceans according to flat Earth. So you guys talk that you cannot do celestial navigation on a flat Earth. I mean, these guys were doing that at that time. So McToon challenge
it's the only way you can do it, isn't it? The only way you can do it is on a flat Earth.
Yeah. So McToon challenge.
Yeah.
So McToon, challenge saying and claiming that celestial navigation doesn't work on a flat Earth. He is how you say ignorant. He doesn't know the history. Anyway.
Yeah, it's a bit unfair to call it a challenge, because that would suggest that someone could win it, and that was an honest offer, which I don't think it was.
Yeah. He has some terms that it's very... Anyway. What is interesting, that map, navigation map, not accurate, but it's just for navigation purpose. The coastline of Africa is what we see on actual maps. Very interesting. But the coastline of South America, at least at the left, yeah, it's a little strange. But what is interesting, if you put on top the Gleason map and across, you see the same locations of the continent. So and they have a circle. It's the equator. They were using the Cartesian system, doing maps. So they put 0 at the equator. But what is interesting, they did join these separate flat maps, and with a compass rose, pointing north. And when they did join, this is from the same book, they get this flat Earth, let's say flat Earth map, not accurate, but just for navigation purposes, not complete anyway. But it's interesting, There's some points there. So there was a flat Earth guy, a Portuguese guy. He said he was studying this, and there's some points. Even it seems that they are matching. The center is the Polaris, And of course, you don't see it is incomplete, so you don't see the even North America continent. But the other points, it seems that they match with a constellation above. So yeah, they were using the stars to navigate, and they are still there, above us. But yeah, if I go to Google and search about flat Earth and Portuguese citations, it doesn't give me anything. But I did learn at public school, here in Portugal, and yeah, the censorship is so big that they hide it. Anyway, but if I want to search today, I have to go to some old libraries and read. But even those books, they have the Portuguese language is different. That time they were using some words that today Spain speaks more. So yeah, even that, to find it, yeah, it's very complicated. I would love to find out. That time they were talking about flat Earth, and then they jumped to a globe, just following the narrative or some treaty with the UK. Who knows? At some point, I don't buy that history that from Magellan. So something else did happen, So like some meeting or something did happen just to follow the UK. But even UK, they are hiding their own expedition they did to North Pole. There's a letter from Mercator, the guy that was doing maps, and the UK, they were buying Portuguese flat maps, to do their own. The coastline of, for example, Africa, they were buying these maps to make their own. Even Mercator. But Mercator was putting a different North Pole, different from what they showed to us, that region, just ice. So even that, they are hiding their own. There's a letter. Let me see if I found. I post a letter from John D. Sorry, Mercator to John D. John D was the guy occultist, the mathematician. Where after this, this guy Isaac Newton did inspire his own work on this guy, John D. So what is interesting is this letter from Mercator to John D. explaining their expeditions to the North Pole. There was a priest with a astrolabe. So let me see if I found the information. So it's not more available, but if you go to the Wayback Machine, the archive, I have a link. And it was translated from a different language. Yeah, you have to see it for yourself. So this is the one I'm talking about it. And there are a few maps there with the North Pole. There are some maps. This is at the bottom, it says the Arctic. Let me see. Anyway, on Mercator's map from 15. I have to open on my computer. Let's zoom. 1569. And there's another one. Come on. But it has many details, Like UK were sending ships and people to this place. They even talk about the priest with the astrolabe. I mean, maybe two, but they lost many men and ships. So there's a lot of details of that region there. They even put some mountains around and so on. Anyway. But today they just show ice. There's nothing there. The North Pole is not there. It's like they say like 23 degrees. Apart from that North Pole magnetic. Let's deviate attentions to another place. Just go ice, and people will not get to this. And but Admiral Richard Byrd talk about even at the North Pole, the militaries were there, at that time. And the flat earth guy, the guy from Netherlands, the Portuguese guy that is there, he did talk to some guys, they fishermen, they travel those waters, and they say they found the militaries, on the way, so you cannot go beyond. Anyway, very interesting. So the why you can ask the question why the UK is hiding this. In this it talks about many details, sending many men and expeditions ships to this place, and they just hide it, and they like this to sell this idea of ball earth. And we Portuguese follow what they say, come on. Suddenly we change from flat earth to globe earth. Nonsense. And here we are, at this public school, they talk about the Portuguese navigators talking about flat earth, and suddenly they just show this globe object, and you buy it, and people ask this question: why people at the bottom doesn't fall off? Oh, there's this glue magic thing, gravity, and you never question about it, and yeah, it's the brainwashing, the indoctrination. When I did wake up to flat earth, for me, suddenly I remember that flat earth at school, so it was, to me, it was not ridiculous, um, and when you start to thinking level, water is level, so that makes sense on flat earth, not in a globe earth. So for me it was easy, and for me, just one thing, water, to wake up. And but there are some guys, they prefer to look to the sky. Oh, earth is a ball because the sky, you see. uh, Bullshit. They even try to prove you can have gas pressure without a container. I mean, come on. There was a guy yesterday. He was talking with Quantum Eraser, and he was just making a bullshit, a word salad. On construction, they built buildings according to using plumb bobs, and these days they are using lasers, but mainly even here in Portugal, simple construction they use plumb bobs and spirit levels, and it works, vertical and horizontal, and that's the way. There's no curvature. I mean, sometimes I post this photo. Let me see the New York City, and you'd see it's perfect level. Let me see. You don't see curvature between, with these buildings in a wide view. Let me see. This was an infrared photo, not from me, but sometimes I post this photo. It is interesting, the way they construct. It's the reality. Water is level, and people built buildings on a flat earth, not in the ball earth. This is from this one I have. It's from Venice City. From top, anyway. This is from an airplane. It's flat. I think this is Dubai from above. I mean, where is the curve between, that distance, a long distance between those buildings? I mean, from left to right, water is level, and that's it. Who needs to look to the sky?
Well, you know what they say, don't you? You wouldn't expect to see curvature.
Yeah, but they
No,
say
we don't expect to see it either. Welcome to flat Earth.
they claim boats go over the horizon, and then
Some do, yeah. They are
but
4 years on, almost 4 years on, from QE's logical syllogism.
sometimes I ask to them, but okay, so when you are watching the horizon at your front, what happened to that curvature at left and right? Because the distance from left to right, like let's say 180 degrees, you don't see any curvature there at the horizon. So you say
No. They don't even understand that, do they? They're
No.
actually arguing for hot dog Earth.
they claim refraction,
It's funny.
and then I ask them what happened to that refraction at left and right, because there's no curvature there. You see a horizon there, horizon line there. That doesn't work with the globe Earth. Even the guy, the Suez Canal. Let me see. I have Heliosceptic did this time lapse GIF. Let me see, Suez Canal. Suez Canal, time lapse. So you see perspective, and you are going forward, and the world is flat. It's a time lapse of the full canal.
Yeah. How long is that again? Is that 150 miles plus?
Yeah,
No lot.
exactly.
There's a Chinese one that's even longer now.
Yeah, I heard about it, but not too much. There's an article from. Let me see. This is the full article. I did took this print screen. It's on Australia newspaper. So let me see. Citation? Yeah, I have it. So he was saying some of the English engineer firms who were invited to tender for the construction of the Suez Canal declined because they thought it will be impossible to hold up huge sandbanks on the Earth's curved surface. So de Lesseps, the French engineer who finally did the job, assumed that the Earth was flat and conducted the canal accordingly. I have the link to
that story. I don't know if the first part is true, but the second part, where they go into an Act of Parliament, I looked into that as much as you can, and there is no Act of Parliament stopping people from taking curvature into account.
Yeah,
it's just not something anyone does. You dig a bridge, you dig a tunnel. They just know the point where they're going from and to, their elevations, and then they dig as flat and level or at a gradient that they want to. And they always reference sea level the whole way through.
Actually, someone did the research about that, and find something. But because of this, the way they construct this canal, so they did that act of parliament. So for the future, when they do construction, they have to follow that
Yeah,
one. That thing.
they don't have the power to do that. The UK Parliament. That's not
Yeah.
how they operate. So
Anyway,
if you look through the roles, as much as you can even find some discussions about this sort of stuff. There isn't any evidence for this newspaper article, so I imagine this Australian newspaper article was like a tabloid of the day. They're embellishing a little.
yeah, this one I did the. So first I saw some part of the article, and then I did my research and I did found it on this newspaper. So that link I did found it by myself. So actually, it was published.
The newspaper seems to be the main reference for this particular story, but
Yeah,
if you look in Hansard, which is the official English Parliament records, such a bill or amendment does not exist.
yeah,
The way
but
they're
you know,
suggesting.
something did happen there. But someone did post to me about
There
that,
may
but I
have been
didn't
discussions
save
in
it.
Parliament, and now for more modern stuff from 1900s onwards, you will have the discussions in the House of Commons and Lords,
Yeah,
because you can use that as precedent. You know, if someone promised a certain thing before the bill was voted on, you can use the discussion as evidence if they've misled you. You know, if the bill is used, if the act is used inappropriately compared to the original debate. But when you go this far back, it doesn't appear to be any notes or discussions available online. So someone would have to go into Hansard and ask for them for the paper records and see if there's any
yeah.
debate notes on this particular bill. But it isn't in the text itself. Because the UK Parliament does not have jurisdiction over private engineers. So they wouldn't be able to say, don't do this, because that's not within their purview.
But you know, it seems that you know, we have these ordinary people, you know, doing railways and bridges and so on and tunnels. But it seems that at the top they have to follow some orders. You know, they could be inconscient of what they don't think about globe Earth. You know, but it seems that just at the top they have to follow some directions and that's it. I, I have this. It's from that guy, De Lesseps, and this was from 1840. So they found, I can post it. They found that was no difference of level between the beginning and the end of that Suez Canal. So that was very interesting. But it has a lot of things in that book. But yeah, that's at the top you see 1840. Some English officers had proven by the barometer and the boiling water process that there was no difference of level. So yeah, I did found that. At the end of that it says talking about the Red Sea and so at the other extremity of the canal there is only the difference of the tides, but it's the extremity of the canal because in the canal they found no difference in level. Yeah, very interesting.
Yeah, I mean the reason they reference mean sea level is because of tidal fluctuations, isn't it?
Yeah. Even people when talk about tides, I remember a long time ago I saw a video and it was filming the shooting. The sun was passing by and so there was a tide. So like it was interesting because the sun is passing by and so it was like it has influence. Like hitting the water and expanding. And as the sun is going, the tide lows. So very interesting. But there are tidal nodes. There's no difference, so it's the same. Let me see. Marés. In Portuguese, we say marés instead of tides, so we say marés. It has to mar. It means sea, so interesting. Let me see marés. Tidal nodes. Where is it? This one. So the blue, the more dark blue is where the tidal nodes it's 0, so there's no tides. But if you do this circular, so maybe the sun has influence in there as the sun is passing by. Anyway, very interesting.
Yeah, well, interestingly, where lots of freshwater meets lots of seawater, we have lots of brackish water. In the UK, there's several places where lots of these two types of water intermix, and you get higher tides, you get more tides where you have the intermix of the two waters.
Yeah, yeah, that's good, interesting information. I saw there was a lake and I don't remember, but they were talking. There were times that the water was going from below to fill that lake. So they were talking about tides, and there was actually a water coming from beneath. Very interesting. The wind, the Lake Erie. Let me see if I found it because I did post here. So the wind has influence. There's a Lake Erie, and the wind is spreading in one direction, and some elevation happens because of the wind. So let me see where I have it. Okay, so here, where you are, Lake Erie. Okay, so this is. So from Toledo, it's minus 70 feet, and at Buffalo, it's plus 8 feet because of the wind, going in that direction. I don't know if this happened all the time, but yeah, very interesting. The wind has influence.
Yeah, around the south in the Isle of Wight that sits in the Channel, There's a big river called the Solent, which comes out there, and because of the big mix between salt and fresh water, they actually have 4 tides there. They have the main tide, but then they have 2 other lesser tides.
Eric Dubay, there was a video he talked about that region of the North Pole, so it's maybe it has some influence too, like between quotes breathing, there's water going inside and outside.
Yeah, I don't know the percentage, but at least half of the world's oceans has no appreciable tide, so that's a bit of a problem for the mainstream's claim of what tides are.
And that letter, they did post the link. The letter dated from 1577 from Mercator to John Dee. They talk. Let me see if I remember. Inner waters, so they talk inner seas or something. There's a lot of information details anyway there. Ice shove crashes onto shoreline in Flore area. Oh, thanks. Lake area there. Wow, it's amazing. I'm watching it 30 seconds, and you see the ice. With some height. Wow.
Anyway, Miguel, I've got to be going, but it's very nice speaking with you.
Okay, you too. Thanks. At least we, fill the live stream with something, not just silence.
I'm sure we'll speak again another day.
Okay.
Good
Thanks,
evening.
and good evening, and thanks. See you. Thanks. Okay. Other media are different. I was try to ask to you if you have some links to place. Let's see if I found something. Oops.
Hello, aloha from Florida. My name is Keith Cameron Smith, for those of you who don't know me. But first things first, you never step on another man's stage or platform without acknowledging them and saying thank you. So, Greg, thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for the invitation to be here and share our perspective of the earth, our perspective of creation. I know that Dean and David and Austin and Dean's PhD friend and Tim, I know they will do a great job representing our observable reality. So I'm not going to get deep into the proofs for flat earth, the many, many thousands of them. I'm just going to share my testimony, my experience of how I got into flat earth and my journey over the last about 7 years now. It started for me in 2017. A Navy pilot came into my place of business, and through the sales process and building rapport and asking him questions about himself, he told me that he had been flying in the Navy for 5 years in Antarctica. And I said, you probably have some stories you could tell, huh? And he said, you have no idea, and kind of smirked at me. I said, what do you mean? He said, I'll just tell you that Antarctica is not what they teach you it is in school. It's not an ice continent on the bottom of a ball. So that sparked a very interesting conversation, a conversation that actually changed the course of my life. I went to YouTube, which is where he told me to go look. In 2017, you could find a lot of good things. You could find a lot of good channels, content creators for Flat Earth. Today, the algorithm has changed. You have to know exactly where to go look. I'm going to give you some places to go look. You have to type it in exactly, and then you have to click on videos to see all that content creator has. So the idea that the earth being flat was new to me. Here I am, my whole life. At the time, I guess I was 46 years old or so. I'm 52 now. And I thought, really? The earth can't be flat. There's no way. So I started looking into it. I watched some of the documentaries from back then, like ODD TV and Sean Hibbler and the Truth Does Not Fear Investigation, Part 1 and Part 2. Those are excellent. But I said, well, what about this? And what about this? And what about this? You know, it's totally normal, totally typical to have a whole bunch of questions when you first hear that the earth might be flat and stationary. So I went and I listened to all of the overpaid pseudoscience priests like Neil deGrasse Tyson and Brian Cox and Michelle Fowler and different people that are pumped up and promoted by the algorithms to try to keep people away from flat earth and tell everybody that flat earth is just stupid and archaic and blah, 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 blah. I listened to all of them, all the big ones anyway. And after a while, it became obvious. It became crystal clear that what they were claiming had zero evidence in reality. Claims without evidence. That is the pseudoscience community of today. If you believe the earth is a spinning wet rock in outer space, after almost 7 years of research personally and teaching this for the last 4 or 5 years now, the only thing you have is blind faith in pseudoscience nonsense. You don't have even 1 ounce of empirical, observable, measurable, repeatable evidence for the globe. It doesn't exist. The heliocentric hypothesis is a scientific absurdity. So my research led me to other people like David Weiss, and some of the podcasts you did back then, David. You're a patient man. I don't know that I could put up with some of those globe trolls like you did, but they were educational for me. Another one was Ben of Taboo Conspiracy. You know, it's weird because Ben has a Juris Doctorate and 2 master's degrees. Another person I learned from was Eddie Alencar of the Flat Earth Banjo USA Japan channel. He's also the author of 16 emergency landings proving flat Earth. He has a master's degree in emergency management and all the things he had to learn and study to get that master's degree. You know, this accusation that flat earthers are stupid and broke and live in their mama's basement, it's the opposite. Just like the earth is not spinning and it's not curved, the opposite is it's flat and it's stationary. This accusation that flat earthers are stupid is the opposite. Flat earthers are some of the most intelligent, smart, independent, critical thinking people I have ever met. I'm one of them. I'm not the smartest guy in the world, but I'm certainly not stupid. I'm an author. I have books by major publishing companies selling in many countries and languages around the world. I used to travel and fly almost every week somewhere teaching at a business event or a church. I've been in many churches, even churches like Greg's. But I gave all that up. 2017, my wife and I had more and more children. I've been married 25 years now. My wife and I have 7 children together, and we're busy working and, you know, paying for their food and their clothes and their shelter, which they live in a really nice place. But I gave all that up and I just started working and raising my family. And then flat earth hit me. I mean, we call it being flat smacked sometimes. It hit me. It smacked me upside the head. And that conversation with that Navy pilot really did change the course of my life. And I started learning from these guys. And I recommend those guys I just mentioned to you. If you don't know who they are, check them out. Check out the work, the countless hours of work they put into it. I learned a lot of good things from them. And then, I guess about almost 2 years ago now, I met Vika Drazev. He is the creator and director of the documentary Flatten the Curve, with many commercial and military pilots, as well as other professionals like aeronautical engineers, merchant marines, the guys who navigate submarines, all proving with real-world applications that the earth is flat and stationary. I started going on Vika's podcast, and after, this was maybe a year and a half ago now, after a few months, Vika said, you know, guys, I got another idea for another documentary. Hey, squirrel. Squirrel. And, you know, that happens down the rabbit hole. The rabbit hole has a lot of rabbit trails, and sometimes you see a squirrel or something else. But anyway, life is good. Vika said, hey, I got this idea for this new documentary. Keith, would you like to be in it? And he told me what it was. I said, yeah, I would love to be in it. So I had gained enough knowledge at that point to communicate clearly that the earth is an enclosed electrical, topographical, stationary plane. And his idea was for the new documentary. It's called The Mechanical Realm. If you haven't seen it yet, it should be, by the time of this debate, it should be free everywhere. It is about the Antikythera mechanism, this little device, this little machine that is allegedly, according to science, 2,000 years ago. But science is confused. Isn't it funny that they're always caught off guard? They're always surprised. They're always confused. We don't understand. Maybe because your beliefs are wrong. Maybe because your beliefs are blatantly false. But the science community says this little shoebox device, this machine, shouldn't have existed 2,000 years ago. Clockwork devices and intricate gears and pulleys and pins and slots and coaxial shafts, all that didn't exist 2,000 years ago. That didn't come in until the 1400s or 1500s. How did the Greeks have this? I don't know. But if the historical narrative is true, which you'll find out as you research more about reality, you've been lied to about history just as much as you've been lied to about geography and astronomy. So this little device is a geocentric, flat and stationary device, a geocentric, flat and stationary realm machine created allegedly by the Greeks, who shouldn't have had this technology. But not only did they have the technology to build this little shoebox device that you can crank up and you can perfectly watch the movement of the heavenly luminaries above us, they had the software to put into this hardware. They had the knowledge to put into this machine of how everything in the sky above us works and still works today. So that is, the whole documentary is mostly about the Antikythera mechanism. We go into a few other subjects, but check that out. That's part of the learning for everyone who is into the researching reality for yourself instead of trusting the government indoctrination camps. I asked a group that I admin on Facebook. I mean, I admin several different groups and moderate several of them, hundreds of thousands of people. In one of the big groups, I said, hey, what has the knowledge of flat earth done for you? Would you share that with me? Hundreds and hundreds of answers came in. There were 3 answers that came up repeatedly. They said the knowledge of flat earth has given them more peace of mind, a greater sense of freedom, and a closer connection to our Creator. When I heard that, I just dove all in even more and said, that's worth promoting, that's worth teaching, that's worth learning about, and I have. Now, there's other things I'm studying now with history and archaeology and the ancient architecture that's everywhere across the surface of our flat and stationary Earth. That's an interesting subject too. But think about those 3 answers. That people who have come to the knowledge, not a belief of maybe, kind of, yeah, maybe the Earth is flat. No, a knowing. Flat Earth is not a belief. Flat Earth is a knowing. Knowing the Earth is flat and stationary gives people more peace of mind, a greater sense of freedom, and a closer connection to our Creator. The truth sets you free. Lies put you into bondage. Truth feeds your faith. Lies feed your fears. Truth creates life, and lies destroy it. The globe is a lie. Flat Earth is truth. The truth of the Bible, the truth of science, of real science, true science, today in this day and age, everything that is truly observable, measurable, and repeatable, all confirms that the Earth is flat and stationary. So for those of you who are new to this, welcome to Flat Earth. For those of you who have been into it a while, keep going, keep questioning everything. Have a good one. Have a great time. God bless.
Okay, I'm going to touch on this because as someone who believes in a biblically taught level stationary earth, okay? For those of you who don't know yet, Mr. Greg Locke, who called out to have this debate, had a debate with Pastor Dean Odell, who I had never heard of until this debate. There are plenty of videos. The video is still out. The live is still up on Mr. Dean Odell Ministries on Facebook. However, Mr. Greg Locke and his team deleted it. But instead of apologizing for his prideful, arrogant, haughty behavior, he doubled down, y'all. And you can pause to read. And that's on the Global Vision Facebook page. You go and read those comments, and if you watch the live, you understand that this is nothing at all what happened. This man, and I am farthest thing from perfect. I have made so many mistakes in my life. But the only way to learn and grow, especially as a pastor, as a leader of a church, is to take accountability and take responsibility for your behavior. It doesn't matter that he doesn't believe what we believe. It's the way he treated Pastor Odell. And it's gonna put him in he's gonna put himself in a really bad position. There are a lot of people leaving his church. And it's become very vocal by many of his former members. So anyways, just thought I'd share. Have a blessed day.
You know, I think we're all just sort of programmed to have that kind of mentality that somewhere along the way, somebody's figured it out. That's how we all got here. We assumed somebody had figured it out, but once we heard about the lie, we decided to look into it. A lot of us going into it trying to disprove flat Earth, and we come to find we can't do it. And our families banish us from speaking about it, and we can't tell them about things like this document here. Why don't you take a read? We also aren't allowed to talk about things like this with our families. How 16 emergency landings seem to line up perfectly on a flat Earth map, but not a globe. We're not allowed to talk about that kind of stuff, but maybe you should try. Get into it with them. Since becoming a flat earther, I've noticed people have a real hard time talking about the idea that they might not live on a globe. Some people get so worked up by the idea it turns into arguing and yelling in a matter of who knows more. Just try to be a little different and maybe have an open conversation about this subject with them. I'm sure that they would be more than happy to tell you what they know. You sit there, listen, and ask them questions. You don't have to tell them what your beliefs are, maybe hear them out on theirs. What's the worst that could happen? Stay flat, my buds.
Do not be deceived. Earth has received a message laser beamed from 10 million miles away, according to NASA. Yeah, okay. 2 Corinthians 2 verse 11, lest Satan should get an advantage of us, for we are not ignorant of his devices, right? The devil will put out all these lies to make you think that you are on a ball earth and that you came from evolution. Right, we're going to break this down. So it's NASA who's feeding you most of these lies about space. Now, if we look back to the Garden of Eden, right, when the serpent beguiled Eve, or deceived Eve, right, she ate the forbidden fruit, and then God said, "What is this that thou hast done?" And the woman said, "The serpent beguiled me, and I did eat." Right, so this word beguiled, what does it mean? It means to deceive. Right, in the original Hebrew translation of the Bible, that word was nasa. So nasa in Hebrew actually means to deceive. Remember, it was the serpent who deceived or beguiled Eve, right? Well, take a look at that tongue right there. Now take a look at NASA's logo. That's a snake tongue or a serpent tongue. So remember, we can't be ignorant to Satan's devices. This is one of his devices right here. He's going to try to pull you away from the truth that's in God's word. Right, and God already told us that the earth cannot be moved. He says it many times. The earth has foundation, right? And that it should not be removed forever. So when you let Satan deceive you to think you're on a globe, right? You eat of that forbidden fruit, then you're going to be deceived. This here is the true biblical model of the earth, right? We have the flat stationary earth. We have God's molten glass firmament that is holding the waters above. And you have the sun, the moon, and the stars all inside that firmament. Those are much smaller than you believe them to be. The Bible says we are the apple of his eye, right? God is sitting directly above the firmament on his throne. Don't let them deceive you to think you're just some little speck that's wandering through space, because you're not. The Bible says resist the devil and he will flee from you. And don't be ignorant to his devices, because he has many.
The Garden of Eden might be in the North Pole. In the book of Genesis chapter 2 verse 10 it says a river watering the garden flowed from Eden. From there it was separated into 4 headwaters, and those 4 headwaters are Pishon, Gihon, Tigris, and Euphrates. Fast forward to today, we only know the location of 2 of these rivers, and logically speaking the Garden of Eden should exist around that area, right? But what if, when the flood of Noah happened, everything changed? What if the landmarks were shifted and what we identified are actually in completely different areas? Well, the 15th and 16th century Mercator maps of the North Pole showed a land with 4 specific headwaters emerging from it, bearing geographic similarities to what was recorded in the Bible. However, in subsequent maps, this piece of land was completely removed and never spoken about again. So, could someone actually be hiding the Garden of Eden from us? This is making many people start to believe that...
Guys, space is fake and we actually live under God's dome or firmament with waters above the firmament. Now let me break it down to you. We're in Genesis 1:7, and God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament, and it was so. So we know that the Hebrew word for firmament is rakia, also extended surface, solid expanse, or the vault of heaven or firmament, regarded by Hebrews as solid and supporting the waters above it. The Bible even describes what the firmament is like. We're in Job 37:18. Hast thou with them spread out the sky which is strong and as a molten looking glass? We know that God sits directly above the firmament. Or in Isaiah 40:22, is it that he sitteth upon the circle of the earth, and the inhabitants thereof are as grasshoppers, that stretcheth out the heavens as a curtain, and spreadeth them out as a tent to dwell in? Now we have the waters above the firmament, we have the firmament itself, which is as a looking glass, and we have God above the firmament that looks down on us. But this is really about to blow your mind. Now the firmament acts as a looking glass. What is a looking glass? All it is a magnifying glass. Now this is what happens when you pour water on a glass and look down on it. It magnifies it and makes it look bigger. So with waters above the firmament and the firmament acting as a looking glass or a magnifying glass, he watches us. I don't know about you, but I thought that was very interesting.
This is ignorant biblical error and deception.
We're the only one that's inhabited, but we're certainly not the only one. You know what Hebrews 11 says? It's a faith chapter. In Hebrews 11 and verse 3 says, by faith we know that the worlds, plural, were framed by the word of God. He does not say, by faith we know that the world. He said, by faith we know that the worlds, multiple, were framed by the word of God. And the reason that's important is because Acts 17, as we just said, because there are multiple planets, there is only one that is inhabited, because there is only one that Jesus was sent to die for the sins of the people that inhabit that earth.
What you just heard was Pastor Greg Locke's opening verse during the Flat Earth debate last night, where he debated Dean Odle, who teaches the true biblical account of creation, which is God's flat non-rotating earth with the firmament dome over top. He used this verse, Hebrews 11:3, through faith we understand that the worlds were framed by the word of God. Now this is why it's so important to go back and research the original Hebrew and the original biblical usage of every single word that is in the scripture. So this word worlds, it's the Hebrew word aion. It means a period of time, an age, forever, an unbroken age, perpetuity of time, eternity, which is completely different than the other Hebrew word in the Bible for world, which is tebel. These are two different Hebrew words. Tebel means world, in regards to the earth, or something that is inhabited. So this word here that he used for his opening statement, just think about that real quick. This means time, this means ages. It doesn't mean worlds like planets. But he used it to tell us that this is true, making him a false prophet. And some may get offended at that. But that was his opening argument. And he was wrong. He made a mockery of himself in the Word of God. God's Word plainly teaches that God sits above the firmament, and that the firmament is a solid, glass, molten, crystalline structure. Psalm 17:8 tells us we are the apple of God's eye. We're the center of His creation. We're not just some little speck. God sits directly above the firmament dome. The Bible says the earth is God's footstool. And the Bible says it is He that sitteth upon the circle of the earth, and the inhabitants thereof are as grasshoppers, that stretcheth out the heavens as a curtain, and spreadeth them out as a tent to dwell in. We're dwelling in the firmament, the tent. And if you're still having trouble understanding this, just pray and ask God to open your eyes, and He will show you the truth.
Flight map check. Who's ready? Okay, so I saw my friend Sal do this, but apparently not many people have seen it, so let's try it again. We want to go from New Zealand to Argentina, which is right about here. And it's a direct path. Can definitely make it in one shot. So let's see what Google Flights has to say. Auckland to Argentina. Just making up a date here. Explore. Okay, now we're going to select Buenos Aires. Let's go ahead and select the first flight. Here are our options. Okay, so on United we have Auckland going to San Francisco, San Francisco to Houston, Houston finally into Buenos Aires. But why? That seems like a waste of gas to go from Auckland all the way to San Francisco, over to Texas, and then all the way down to Argentina. Okay, now hear me out. Let's see what the flat earth model depicts. You just have to see this for yourself. Look at this. So this is New Zealand. Aha, San Francisco, Houston, down to Argentina. You would not be able to make it on one tank of gas. Makes sense now.
People try to say that the moon is a reflection of the sun, but how was the moon producing light through the clouds if the sun is on the other side of the earth? Just tell me this. It's because the moon is a lesser light than the sun, like the Bible says. The earth is not a globe. You're not spinning. The moon produces its own light, and it's coming through the clouds right at us. Because even if the sun was doing it, it would be at the horizon, and it would have to go through the clouds to hit the moon. And it's obviously not. The moon is pushing light through the clouds. You can't argue that. There's no argument there. You can't say the moon doesn't produce its own light. Read your Bible and love everyone.
The Antikythera mechanism is an ancient Greek hand-powered orrery, or a mechanical model of the universe used to represent the positions and motions of the heavenly bodies in relation to the Earth. Known by some scholars as the world's first analog computer, the oldest known Antikythera is dated by archaeologists to as early as 150 BC. It was used for astronomical, calendrical, and navigational purposes and was used to predict astronomical positions and eclipses decades in advance, down to the specific date and time of each phenomenon. This complex piece of engineering, consisting of 30 bronze gears connected to dials and pointers, even depicts the retrograde motions of the 5 planets recognized by ancient Greek cosmology. Michael Edmonds, a Cardiff University emeritus professor of astrophysics, wrote in the Journal of Contemporary Physics, "Even though at the time the Greeks were aware of the possibility of a sun-centered view of our solar system, the Antikythera mechanism was still firmly geocentric in all its models."
The Flat Earth map dates back over 1,000 years. This map is credited to being created by a Persian astronomer. His name was Al-Biruni, and he lived from 973 AD to 1048 AD. It's the official map of the United Nations and also of the United States Geological Survey. It used to be present in many places before the creation of NASA and the Antarctic Treaty in 1959. Here you see it with Admiral Byrd. This map has been restored by Dmitry from Russia with suggestions of mine, Eddie Alankar, known by my YouTube channel Flat Earth Banjo. I asked Dmitry to include the Bermuda Triangle and Point Nemo, a place deep in the Pacific Ocean where NASA buries rockets. Then Robert Tozzi, a professional map maker, came along and enhanced the map even more. There are many people now selling this map online, but if you could order it from my online store, I would greatly appreciate it. Visit my store now and order one of the items. I humbly thank you.
Polaris, a star in the sky that doesn't move, the only proof you need that we are not on a spinning ball. Polaris does not move. Supposedly it's aligned right with our North Pole, the pole of the Earth. And if we lived there, that would make sense that it would not move. But we don't live there. We live on the side of the Earth, even though Polaris never moves. And what I did here to show you this is Polaris. I did a star app in my garage here. Show you Polaris, and we're going over to the sun. We all know the sun moves across the entire sky throughout the course of a day, setting in the west. So I'm going to show you it moves all the way across, sets in this western line here. And then, so the sun is here. Polaris is going to be just over here, a little bit more north. And you're telling me the sun can go across the whole sky, but Polaris stays right there all day, every day, years after year? I don't think so.
Now, the main problem area is up here. All of this going on up here is what's causing me the most physical discomfort. It's like a visceral reaction of discontent coming from this area. This area is not good either. I hate this, but I'm mainly worried about this.
Now, I get this question all of the time. Why would the world elites lie about the round earth, and what do they benefit from this? Now, first of all, you need to understand that knowledge is power. If you withhold knowledge like the secrets of the universe and the intelligent design of where we are over the population, then to a degree you possess more power than the population. If you can convince the population that we are on this round spherical earth that defies all laws of physics, hurtling through space at millions of miles per hour, you are also promoting scarcity, you're promoting the Big Bang, this all came from nothing, and everyone will slave in their system. When in reality, this plane that we live on was intelligently created by God. With abundant resources, free energy, no global warming, no evolution, no Big Bang, this is what it is. Now, if you understood where we truly were, and that we are in the center of this universe, and that God created us intelligently, and that we were all equals, you would never slave in their system. Now, let's take a look at what the devil-worshipping world elites tell you what's going on with this round earth. 8 inches every squared mile, or 0.666 feet. Here's the speed, the tilt, the Tropic of Capricorn, the Tropic of Cancer. Must just be a coincidence, guys. People are so brainwashed. They're like, oh, they ignore the science over thousands of years. These people are the same people that told you this was good for you. Real science knows that water always finds its level, guys. Gravity's never been proven by science. Density and buoyancy has. And it's time to wake up. You have been lied to your whole life. Peace and love.
Whoa, 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 whoa. No, we're not doing that. No. I don't know why you're into this, but we're stopping it right now.
We may have solved a biblical mystery. In my opinion, this is the most mysterious conspiracy in history. Many people have started to question mainstream narratives about space due to recent credible claims. There are allegations that NASA has used tricks like green screens, harnesses, and hidden wires to make fake videos of the ISS that were really filmed in a pool. Additional evidence suggests the moon landing may have been staged rather than actually occurring in space. Buzz Aldrin himself has even said, hey, that didn't happen. We filmed it right here in the studio safely with feet on the Earth. Couple all of that with the 6 of the 7 deceased Challenger shuttle members who are out there living their best life. Same faces, same names. The Bible states clearly there's a firmament above us, an impenetrable dome. God created a firmament above the earth to separate the waters from the waters, and he called the firmament in heaven. So if there's an impenetrable dome above us, space travel is virtually impossible. Some believe NASA was created to divert attention from discovering the truth, like Admiral Byrd's revelation of extensive unknown Antarctic lands after undertaking a forbidden expedition near the South Pole. A year later, NASA was formed. A year after that, the Antarctic Treaty was signed by all 12 countries, making exploration impossible.
Good morning. Aloha from Tennessee still. This is my new friend Kathleen. Flew all the way here from
Washington State.
And she just told me something interesting I wanted to capture. Can you tell us again?
Yes, I was at the event and I wrote down every single scripture referenced by Pastor Dean Odell, and it came to 41. And then I referenced every scripture that Pastor Locke spoke about, and it was only 6.
So I guess Dean's claim that he used way more Bible than Greg did is true.
It's true, yes.
So well, it was great to meet you and
nice
see you.
To meet you.
And I'm sure we'll see you on Facebook or maybe at the next event.
Yes.
But God bless all you guys. Remember Flat Earth Banjo USA Japan. I was just telling them about that.
Yes.
Eddie Allen Carr did these high resolution maps of the Gleason's map and the shirts. So check him out, Eddie Allen Carr. He's the author of 16 Emergency Landings, Proving Flat Earth, and his channel is Flat Earth Banjo. So have a good day. God bless.
Bye-bye.
I was hoping somebody out there could explain why apples and oranges seem to be immune from the effects of zero gravity, because you have astronauts who seem to be floating in a zero gravity environment on the space station, but you have an orange, a slice of an orange and an apple that seem to be either mounted to the table or just immune to the effects of zero gravity. Then you also have an astronaut floating by in this scene from the TSS, but you have a full glass of water sitting on a table next to a laptop. So they're not mounting the glass of water to the table. It's just somehow immune to the effects of a zero gravity environment. Then they also seem to need a green screen right here for whatever CGI magic trick they're trying to do. And it also appears that they need suspension cables like they use in movies to create the illusion of zero gravity. So somebody go ahead and explain this to me. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense at all. I think it's just a CGI magic show, but I could be wrong. I'd love to hear what you think. And then you also have this giant contraption, which is supposed to be the ISS in a pole. And we're supposed to believe that that's up there floating in low Earth orbit, 250 miles above the surface. So just make it make sense. I appreciate it.
You are being lied to because no one has ever been in space. Let me explain. Some propose a theory that suggests space exploration has never happened due to a concealed barrier enveloping our planet. Beyond this barrier, they propose there's no open space or vacuum. Instead, there's water. It may seem far-fetched, but in 1962, the US government detonated several nuclear bombs in the atmosphere, officially as a test of how the atmosphere responds to such explosions, as they want us to believe. However, some argue that they were, in fact, trying to breach this invisible barrier. Interestingly, this project was named Operation Fishbowl. This theory gains support from the observation that many have noticed stars appearing to shimmer or twinkle, as if seen through a liquid substance, when observed with the naked eye or through a camera. Enthusiasts of rocketry have also pointed out that the rockets we've launched seem to encounter an unseen ceiling, producing an effect akin to what you'd witness in water.
Have you guys heard of this book? For the people that actually want to look into the true shape of the earth, this book behind me is a good book. The first example I want to give you guys that explains that, well, we probably are on a flat earth, is this one. October 2015 was a story of a woman who gave birth during a flight from Taiwan to Los Angeles. Let me remind you guys, this is an emergency landing, so they landed essentially as fast as possible. But where they landed is very interesting. Like, they landed all the way up in Alaska. If we were on a ball, Hawaii is just right there. If you take a look at it on a Gleason's flat earth map, from Taiwan to Los Angeles, Alaska is on the way. No, yeah, talking about airplanes, nobody's seeing curvature from a commercial airplane flight. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson admits you wouldn't be seeing curvature upwards of 50 miles. Here are two official images, yes, images from NASA, one from 2012 and one from 2013 of the Earth. Notice any difference in the United States? And corpuscular rays suggest that the sun is probably local and not 93 million miles away, because these rays wouldn't be shooting out in different directions. It's almost like the sun is right above the clouds. Like,
this right here is my favorite thing ever in the history of forever. I think about this every day. I think about this all night long. I stay awake, not sleeping, because I'm thinking about this.
If you want to know the truth of demons and aliens, stick around. I have some really important information for you. I got to tell you about the experiences I've had the past 6 months, and they all started with him, Dr. Stephen Greer. He has an app called CE5, and what it claims to do is it claims to be an app that if you listen to it, it has certain tones and vibrations, and if you meditate to it, You can literally call on ETs up in the sky to come into your vision. Okay, I was super skeptical at first. I didn't believe it, but I was starting to really explore the alien phenomenon. So I tried it. Nothing happened the first time. Okay, I was skeptical, but I still tried it. Nothing happened. Fast forward a couple weeks, I came across someone else and started doing this mantra where it would help call things in. And all of a sudden, I started having the ability to call things to me. Literally, I would call through telepathy things in the sky to me, and I have them on video. There's proof, and I want to show you what they are and tell you what they really are. First, I want to say, stay away from this app, okay? What I experienced, you do not want to experience, and it is different than what you think. It is not, you are not calling friendly ETs to you. He claims that they have this amazing technology, and they can, if they can travel from galaxy to galaxy, they have this technology that could blow us up in a nanosecond, and if they had evil intent, they would have done that already. It's all a lie. It's all nonsense to get you to call on something else, and I'm going to get to that. But stay away from this. I'm serious. Do not go download this and try this.
This is a global diplomatic initiative between humans and these very advanced civilizations from.
Hey everyone, today I'm going to be showing you how you weigh more in a vacuum. And I'd like to thank Morning Brew for sponsoring this video. I'll tell you a little bit more about them later on in the video. So I have a plastic bottle with air in it. Right now, if I weigh this on the scale, I'm actually only weighing the plastic bottle because I have air inside the bottle and outside the bottle. But if I remove the air from around it, then I'm weighing a different thing. I'm actually weighing the plastic bottle itself, and I'm weighing the air inside of it. So let me show you what I mean. I'm gonna put this empty bottle on a scale in the vacuum chamber, and you'll see that when I remove the air from around it, it suddenly starts to get heavier. Okay, let's put our empty bottle on here. So right now it weighs 11.434 grams. Let's turn on the vacuum. And it immediately starts gaining weight. It's already gained 0.3 grams. And I should mention that we're using grams here. This is a measure of mass, but when you use it for a scale, you're actually measuring a force, not a mass. And it's called gram force, abbreviated GF. Whoa, it's at 12 grams already now. So it's gained almost 0.6 grams, over a half a gram of weight, just by removing the air around it. Now this effect doesn't just happen for air in a bottle, but it happens for anything, including you. For example, I have this guy here, standing on my scale. So he's starting off at 19.81 grams. As soon as I turn on the vacuum though, he starts to gain weight. He's already gained around 0.02 grams already, 20 milligrams. 19.84. So he weighed around 0.15% more just by being in the vacuum chamber. Before we continue with our experiment, let me tell you about our sponsor today, Morning Brew. Sometimes when I'm scrolling through my phone after I wake up in the morning, I actually get angry at the time I just wasted. If you're tired of wasting time on your phone with irrelevant, poorly written news stories, try subscribing to the Morning Brew. Morning Brew is a free daily newsletter delivered Monday through Sunday. It gets you up to speed on business, finance, and tech in just 5 minutes. Traditional news stories are typically dry, dense, and boring, but Morning Brew is witty, relevant, and informative. For example, I was just reading today a great article about how much I should be saving in cash versus investing. And then another great article that was breaking down and explaining the current state of cryptocurrency. Each of these stories take less than 5 minutes to read and provide a great deal of information in that short amount of time. So there's no reason not to subscribe to the Morning Brew if you're interested in business, finance, or tech. The best thing about Morning Brew is it's completely free and takes less than 15 seconds to subscribe. So click the link in the description to subscribe to the Morning Brew today. Now let's get back to our experiment. So you don't notice, but the air all around you actually has some buoyancy to it. So buoyancy is the force up that you feel in a fluid. And that force up is equal to the weight of the amount of fluid that you displace. Now normally we don't notice the weight of air because we're in the air. For example, if I have this bottle here and put it in water, you'll notice that it floats. That's because there's air in the bottle. But if I put water in the bottle and then put it in water, so it has a little bit of weight, which is the bottle, and now it sinks. So you can see the outside of the water on this hanging scale here, it weighs over 250 grams, so it maxes out the scale. But then when I put it in the water, suddenly it's not heavy anymore. So it weighs essentially nothing on the scale. It does have a little bit of weight to it, and that's the weight of the plastic bottle. If you imagine the air as water, you can see that the plastic bottle had air inside and outside of it, so we can't measure the weight of that air because we're in the air. But as soon as you remove the air from it, then suddenly you can measure the weight of that air. So it makes it as though the bottle weighs more with the air in it. This is the same reason why if I put helium balloons in a vacuum chamber and then reduce the air pressure so there's not as much air around them, eventually the balloons will fall even though they're filled with helium. Because even helium is heavier than a vacuum. That one fell. See? Stop floating. Hey everyone, thanks for watching another episode of the Action Lab. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, don't forget to subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet, and also hit the bell so you can be notified when I release my latest video. And check out Action Lab Shorts. It's where I do videos similar to this channel, but I do them in a much shorter amount of time, less than a minute long. And thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
One of the most amazing things about atoms is that they are mainly empty space. If an atom were as wide as your arm span, then the electrons would all be whizzing about inside the volume enclosed by your fingertips. Meanwhile, the nucleus would be sitting in the center, and its diameter would be smaller than the width of a single human hair. So all of the atoms that make up you and me and all the seemingly solid things in the universe are mostly empty space. Now this is incredible, but what is even more mind-boggling is that empty space is not truly empty. I know because I've seen it. This is a simulation by Professor Derek Lineweber at the University of Adelaide. It was made using a supercomputer to crunch the calculations of quantum chromodynamics. Now that is the theory of fundamental particles called quarks, the building blocks of protons and neutrons, and how they interact with each other through gluons.
What you're looking at here is the energy density of the gluon field fluctuations. Where the little red spots come out, the energy density is very high, and it fades down through the colors. And the lowest energy field fluctuations I'm not rendering in this animation so that we can actually see into it.
And what we see is a bubbling soup of quantum field fluctuations that come and go incredibly quickly. The frame rate of this simulation is 1,000,000 billion frames per second. Now that is truly high speed. The dimensions of this box are absolutely tiny. They are millionths of a billionth of a meter, roughly enough space to stick 2 protons. But there are no protons here. This is a simulation of the vacuum on its own, what we normally think of as empty space.
Empty space is actually full of these quark and gluon field fluctuations. And on average, it is possible to annihilate a quark from empty space because it's not empty.
That just sounds like the most ridiculous idea, that you're meant to have empty space and yet you can go and get rid of stuff from it.
That's right. So it isn't empty.
Now it seems counterintuitive that the vacuum at its lowest energy state should contain all of this stuff. But in fact, to clear out the fluctuations and create a truly empty vacuum would require a lot of energy.
The empty vacuum actually costs an enormous amount of energy to create. And if you were able to create it, you discover that that is actually unstable, that any sort of perturbation would push that empty vacuum into something where the vacuum's actually full of quantum field fluctuations.
Well, this may not be as strange as it first appears. I mean, consider a permanent magnet. It has a magnetic field around it at low energy, at room temperature. And that's because the individual little magnetic moments of all the atoms inside are lined up. But if you were to heat it up, you would give thermal energy to all those particles, and at a certain point, called the Curie temperature, they would be so randomly aligned that there would no longer be an overall magnetic field. So it actually takes energy to get rid of the permanent magnetic field. This is just like the quantum vacuum. And understanding how the quantum vacuum fluctuations work gives us a sense of what the fundamental particles do, like where are you most likely to find a quark?
And it turns out that the quark likes to sit on top of those lumps. Now, those lumps come into and out of existence fairly quickly, and so we like to think of the quarks as hopping from one lump over to the next lump as it appears, and then on to another one. I like to think of it as a hiker trying to cross a stream that's running around, and every now and then a stone pops up, because the water's swirled around it, so you put your foot there and then you look for the next spot, and if you go quickly enough you might not get your feet wet. So I think quarks are very much doing, well, we know quarks are very much doing the same thing.
So while it is true that you and I and all of the other atoms in the universe are mostly empty space, it is also true that empty space isn't truly empty. And in fact, it is these vacuum fluctuations which are essential for our existence.
If you're not subscribed to Derek's channel Veritasium, I don't know what you're doing with your life. It is amazing.
I got a pretty fat lip from doing this, but luckily all my teeth were intact.
Evening, everyone. This is Cathexis, and tonight with me, once again, I have Quantum Eraser. We're going to be doing another presentation this evening, and we're going to be taking the topics on of the vacuum of space and the sun, and well, at least what the mainstream understanding of the sun is, what it is, how it works, etc. So before we get into that, how are you doing tonight, John?
Doing just fine, sir. It was a unique day today.
Actually, same here. Yeah, it was a good day for me too. But no, I'm glad we're going over this subject. This one is it's almost like the elegance is lost on some of the more scientism fanboys out there. So I'm glad we're going to be hitting this one hard. Now, I will want to go over just a couple, actually just one or two quick definitions, just so that we get a good understanding of what John's going to be going into. He's going to be speaking about a pressure measurement called torr. And really, it's just a unit of pressure used in measuring partial vacuums. Now, more information you need to know is it's equal to, one of them is equal to 133.32 pascals. Pascals is just another unit of pressure that is used. But don't get bogged down in that. Really, he's just going to be talking about vacuums and well, our atmosphere. So, I'm just going to go ahead and jump right in it and let you get into your presentation. So let me go ahead and screen share you, brother.
Okay.
Got you presented to everyone. And I'll stop screen sharing.
All right, just let me know when it pops up.
All right. Well, I have it on the Hangout screen. Let's see if it comes up on the live. Just one moment, everyone. And I hope everybody's doing well out there for coming out and watching. Let's see. There we go. Everything looks good on the main. So go ahead and get right into it, and then we'll have a little discussion afterwards. And let's hear it.
All right, sir. Well, let's go to the vacuum of space. And this is a special one for me because this goes back to my roots. And they're young roots, because I think I've been in this, the flat Earth, for about 6 months now. I think it was 6 months, or it's coming up. So these are some young roots. And this was the first item that struck me when I was challenged. And I don't know, a lot of people say, they get challenged and they blow it off. It was a similar situation that happened with me, obviously. I was on one of the forums, I was doing my business, and somebody brought up the flat Earth. And I can remember it a couple times, over the, just a couple times over like years. So it wasn't a big thing. It wasn't on my radar. But somebody brought it up, and they said, go ahead and debunk the flat Earth. And I, after I got done laughing, I said, yeah, no problem. Give me 5 minutes. Well, obviously that 5 minutes have come and gone. And it was almost immediately, I knew that my laughing position was laughing back at me. And it was absolutely untenable. And the reason why, it was the vacuum of space. This one hit me like a ton of bricks. And after a couple minutes, I said, you know what? I am not going to be able to debunk this. And I couldn't. So I knew immediately that outer space in total, that's NASA, the moon landings, missions, satellites, Hubble, every single last space mission, big bangs, black holes, gravity, I call them gravy waves, cosmic microwave background radiation, and redshift was utter codswallop baloney. Now, these green ones, I knew many, many years before I got into this genre. But all the rest, all these guys, this is just preposterous. And every pseudoscientist associated with their respective astrophysics, astronomy, and cosmology department were all lying psychopaths. I knew it, right? Immediately. Because of this. Here's the conundrum. How can you have a vacuum, space, attached to a non-vacuum, Earth, and still retain the properties of a vacuum and a non-vacuum in the same system simultaneously? In other words, how are you still breathing? It just stopped me right in my tracks. I said, this is over. I knew my life was changing rapidly. So the reason why is this is a stamp on the forehead. Second law, laws of entropy violation. That's it. It's done. The laws of entropy, unless it is hindered purposely. In nature, heat flows from hot to cold always. Energy concentrated to dispersed always. High gas pressure to low gas pressure always. That's it. From the entropy site.edu, gas expansion into a vacuum, the mixing of ideal gases or liquids, diffusion, effusion, colligative effects, and osmosis. Each fundamentally involves an increase in entropy due to increased dispersion of energy, due to a greater number of microstates for the particular system involved. From Schneid and Chatterjee in the textbook of medical biochemistry. Thus, the diffusion of solute particles takes place down the concentration gradient. A pressure gradient with respect to partial pressure of gases until what? Until uniform concentration is achieved. This is better known as equilibrium. So let's have a look at the concentration equilibrium problem. So at sea level, it equals about 760 torr. And interstellar deep space is 10 to the -17th torr. Now, listen, like Cathexis was talking about, these are units of measure for pressure. Now, we don't really have to use these because solute concentration and pressure are directly proportional. So it's sort of Mach's Nix. We don't really need those or any other ones, and I'm going to show you that here in a couple minutes. All we need are the numbers. Therefore, uniform concentration at sea level should be approximately 10 to the -17th torr. So let's say this little dot right here is the Earth. It's got 760 torr air pressure right near the surface. Everything in here is 10 to the -17th torr. I mean, this is a joke. Everything in here, and you got 70, 60 right on the surface on this little dot. I don't think so. But you know, I don't think you have an appreciation for the sheer exponential magnitude of this situation. Like I said, sea level is 760 torr, and interstellar space is 10 to the -17th torr. Now listen, I had a high school math teacher tell me that this wasn't that big of a deal because this number right here was so small. Now, I'll tell you what, I was absolutely speechless after he said this. I mean, I don't think I'd have been more shocked if Martians landed in the backyard sporting Ray-Bans, half tees, and Eat at Joe's hats. Then started barbecuing ribs, jamming the ELO. So this is why I put this in here. Let me explain this to you. You're going to say, well, duh, John. Geez, oh man, why do you even have to go over this? All right. What I want to show you here is, you see, everything to the left or to the right of this decimal place is an exponential move, either this way or this way. I know everyone's got this. So basically, this 760 is more precisely 760 over 1. It's like a ratio. So interstellar deep space is 10 to the -17th torr. So what does this mean? Well, this is more precisely 1 over 100 quadrillions. This 0 is in the 100 trillions place. This 1 is in the 100 quadrillions place. Just for scale, there are 1 trillion seconds in 31,709 years. Just to give you a feel for it. So, the part is 760, the whole, the 1. And the part, the 1, over the whole 100 quadrillions. So, 760 torr sea level is basically 760 over 1, or better said, 760 parts in 1 unit, no matter what that is. 1 unit of volume, whatever that is. Compared to 10 to the -17th torr at 1 part in 100 quadrillion. I mean, this number is mind-boggling right here. So maybe this will help. Therefore, if I had 2 boxes, I had a sea level box and a vacuum of space box, each having 100 quadrillion cubic centimeters volume. That sea level box would contain 7.6 sextillion particles compared to the vacuum of space box, which got what? 1 particle in the whole box. This is a massive gradient. I mean, it's mind-boggling. So again, uniform concentration. That's what we're looking for, right? Because remember what we said above. The diffusion of solute particles takes place down the concentration gradient. And that's a partial pressure gradient with the respect to partial pressure of gases until uniform concentration is achieved. So at sea level, it should be approximately 10 to the negative 17 torr. That's it. So why isn't it? Well, we all know the answer, right? Somebody give me the answer. Why aren't we at uniform concentration? Well, it's because of the savior, magical gravity. This guy right here, right? That's all you hear. This is the answer to everything. I put this in here as a tribute to the village people for today. Well, not so fast, though. Gravity adheres. This is begging the question fallacy. Which gravity? And please show the mechanism. Right? That's the first thing you got to do. But I'll tell you what, let me save you some time. Let's scratch that because you're whistling past the graveyard. From techtarget.com, a gas is a sample of matter that conforms to the shape of the container. We're going to get back to this one here in a minute. In which it is held and acquires a uniform density inside the container. Even in the presence of gravity, and regardless of the amount of substance in the container. If not confined to a container, gaseous material, also known as vapor, will disperse into space. So, Elvis just left the building and the fat lady's yodeling. If you're following me. So, there's no misunderstanding. I don't want any misunderstandings here. From Arthur Eddington, in The Nature of Physical World in 1930, if your theory is found to be against the second law of thermodynamics, I can give you no hope. There is nothing for your theory but the collapse in the deepest humiliation. Let that sink in. Let this one sink in. Because it's over. You come up against the second law, you will lose. Oh, P.S. This is a good one. If you want to get called every name in the book, just ask this. How can you have a gas pressure without a container when the definition of a gas pressure is the pressure of a gas is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container? You want to see some mental gymnastics, wall jumping, some name calling.
I'll tell you what, that one is one of my favorite questions to ask scientism folks, because they're appalled at the elegance of that one.
Yeah, this is so
perfect.
But I ask this to people I just meet on the street. They come knocking at my door, whoever they are. I just ask them this question. They give me that deer in the headlights look.
Yeah, how do we have air pressure without a container?
Yeah,
weird. And they love that gravity. Oh no, it's a pressure gradient and all.
Gravity. Yeah. Gravity has nothing. It has no bearing whatsoever.
It's when the realizations come, it you can't unsee what you see. That's the problem.
And the next presentation, we're going to be talking about gravity, and it's I'm going to get medieval on gravity. I just am, because I'm tired of hearing about it. So I'm going to go ahead and get medieval. So the next presentation's on gravity. The next presentation we do either next Monday, or whether you want to do a presentation before that.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
All right, the sun. So this is going to be pretty quick. I mean, back into the second law again. I mean, how many times, over how many subjects does the second law of thermodynamics come up in? Almost every single one of them.
It can, yeah. It actually does. But a lot of people, entropy is beyond some people, I think.
A lot of people violate the laws of entropy, and everything they say, I'm so shocked at it. It's not only, just the regular Joes. You have that Sohu guy that was interviewed, that was talking about the sun. That was one of the first things he said. He said, "Oh, are you gonna talk about the second law of thermodynamics?" And I'm sitting there, I'm listening. It was Robert Pisano. I was sitting there, yeah, get him, Robert, get him. But Robert had an agenda. He wanted to go over a lot of topics and let him off the hook. The guy brought it up himself. I nearly fell off the chair. I said, "Yeah, stay here." Yep. So this is going to be pretty quick. So the standard model states that the sun is more or less a nuclear reactor. Allegedly has an inner core temperature of 15 million Kelvin. So here's a picture. So you got the core right here. You got the radiative zone. You got the convective zone. So the surface of the sun is the photosphere. Just above the photosphere is the chromosphere. And just above the chromosphere is the corona. So remember, it's 15 million Kelvin in here, and it's 5,800 Kelvin on the surface. So here's a temperature profile. So on the y-axis, we have the temperature in Kelvin. So it goes from 1,000 on this scale to 1 million. And the x-axis is the height above the convection zone. So we have the photosphere here. We have the chromosphere here, and then the corona here. So what I want you to do, so just follow this. So it goes from out here 15, let's say this is the core of the sun here. It goes from 15 million Kelvin all the way down. We're getting into the photosphere now. So it's dropped, the temperature's dropping down, and it gets to about 5,800 Kelvin. So as you notice, as it starts going towards the chromosphere, it begins to rise, right? And you're saying, uh-oh, there's kind of a little problem here. And it keeps going, and just at the transition point between the chromosphere and the corona, this guy goes rocket man. I mean, parabolic. From what? 10,000 Kelvin to what? 500,000 Kelvin? I mean, this is a rocket shot. And if it keeps going, if you keep this chart going, it goes to 10 million, way out here. So does everyone see the problem here? If you don't, I'm going to show you. So the inner core temp of the sun is 15 million Kelvin, like we said. The outer surface of the sun, the photosphere, is approximately 5,800 Kelvin. On its way to and through the chromosphere, the temperature slowly rises, then goes parabolic from 10 K to 150 Kelvin. When nearing the corona, then it goes from 1 million Kelvin to 10 million Kelvin. So what's the problem? Well, I suppose the fairy tale pseudoscience priests collectively missed the lectures on the second law of thermodynamics. Heat really does flow up parabolic hills, I suppose. I mean, this is preposterous. This is tantamount to standing near a wood stove, then moving back 500 meters because it's too hot, then you spontaneously combust. This is what it's tantamount to. So I don't know how to explain this any more simply or more clearly. I really don't. I mean, this is a joke. This thing's a joke. So they're going to need a new Justo story for this one. And this is just icing on the cake. These are the solar winds and the speed of the ionized particles. This is hydrogen and oxygen. And as you can see, I don't know if you can see this. It's real blurry on mine too. This is 1 million miles per hour right here. And this is 2 million miles an hour here. So the bars on the left show the speed of the ionized particles, hydrogen and oxygen, beginning on the surface of the sun, not that fast at all. Then the Mercury right here, Venus, it's getting up to 1 million miles an hour here, and then the Earth. My question is, how is it speeding up? This is tantamount to putting Nolan Ryan on the mound, take the backstop out, have Nolan Ryan fire a fastball, gets to about 95, 100 mile an hour as it crosses the plate, goes past the backstop to the concession stand, and it's hitting 110 miles an hour. Then it's in the parking lot at 250. So that's preposterous. I don't know what else to say about that. And they don't have an answer. I've been searching for a long. There is no answer to this. No coherent one, anyway. I don't know. Maybe it's gravity. And I just wanted to finish up with this because I thought it was pretty cool for all the electrical engineers out there. So this is the voltage profile of the sun. As you can see, this is identical. This profile, you can superimpose a solid state PNP transistor right on top of this very profile. It's exactly the same. So I'm just going to leave that out there for you because there's a lot of people talking about this. I think Eric Dollard brought this up one time about the sun being a transistor. And I'm pretty sure that one of his proofs was this. This slam dunk right here. I mean, what else can you say about this? I don't know. So that's it. Thanks for your ear. This was a short presentation. We didn't get bogged down in the weeds too much because we really didn't need to.
Yeah.
I mean, this is cut and dry stuff.
Yeah. No, it is. It is. And it's very evident once it's pointed out. And yeah, Dollard is definitely somebody that more people need to look into. I know Bassano did an interview with him, which I still haven't gotten around to listening to, but I've seen a lot of Dollard's work and what he's saying that the sun, we don't know what it is, but we know it's a transistor. It's bringing energy out of somewhere, bringing it to us. It fits in.
He had a lot of claims, not only the transistor part, but he told the guy that was interviewing him, he told him as a matter of fact, he goes, that sun's getting its energy from somewhere else. Because and what he was referring to, it was just a transistor. Right? And then he said, that light is not, you aren't seeing any light in that vacuum. Of course, he assumed there was a vacuum there to begin with, which we just pummeled to death above. But he said, you ain't seeing no light out there. So, I mean, he has a lot of claims that I felt that he backed up and he supported. Of course, you're going to have to go to other interviews with him to catch his support for those. And it's been a long time since I've seen the Bassano interview with him. But there you have it.
Yeah, there's definitely something to it, and then you apply that information with, if you're looking into like electromagnetic universe theory, the modern explanation of the sun, I've seen kind of a conspiracy theory around it that in the 40s and 50s, when they were figuring out, of course we have the nuclear age and whatnot. I saw a documentary made by Walt Disney. It was an animation of Mr. Sun and how Mr. Sun works. And then basically, the way you just explained it, they did in the mainstream explanation, they did in this cartoon. And they were trying to say that it's, the equivalent of all of these, this many nuclear explosions constantly every second and blah, 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 blah. And the theory that I've heard, the conspiracy theory around it, is that the fuel industry, the oil industry, influenced the explanation of this because they're trying to present that nature has to burn and explode things, kind of. It's a loose connection, but at the same time, I could see them doing it at this level because they don't know what the sun is, and back then, for them to assert that they do just because they understood nuclear fusion is absolutely absurd. This is projecting one idea onto another just because it's there and that's the best idea at the time. But we still have this idea. It's the reigning idea. And there's a lot of people who dissent against it, actually. It's not just Dollard. If you even look on YouTube. There's several other very intelligent people who are pointing out that we don't know what the sun is, and we need to, answer it better. Because you can't have an exponential line like that and claim that it's
this.
How can you answer any better than we don't know what the sun is?
A third grader can pull this out and just start clobbering it with the Louisville Slugger. I mean, this is ridiculous right here.
Mm-hmm.
So
it is, and this is when things have just gone too far. I'm borrowing this phrase a lot from you lately, but they're just creating just so stories. They're observing something, or they're seeing something, or they understand this or that, and they're putting together. Sure, sounds likely at the time. I mean, this was all theorized, 70 years ago, 60 years ago, I suppose. But NASA, this is the damage they've done. If anybody's ever seen that nonsense Soho footage that they put out, no human being on this planet has ever seen the sun that way. If somebody looks at the sun with a proper solar filter, it is a perfect sphere. It's not even oblate, which is another issue in their model, but it's not a sphere, it's a perfect disc, rather, is probably the best way to put it. And it's got these little black dots on it, which I'm
guessing this ain't
the
live.
sunspots. And as it moves in the sky, the black dots rotate on it like a wheel. It's the wheel in the sky. Now, I have to know if it vibrates a bit. Do you know?
The wheel in the sky, wasn't that a Journey song?
Yeah, it was. They were talking about the moon and the sun. And because they do, if you were to observe it. Same with the moon. It rotates 90 degrees as from the moment it rises. And this is a perspective thing. This is just from your particular perspective looking at it. And the same with the sun. But you see, in their model, the sun has to be spinning, correct? In the mainstream heliocentric model, or is it stationary?
To be perfectly honest with you, Texas, I got to this part of the model and I started laughing. So anything beyond this part of the model is fairy tale to me, because this is I just stopped. There's no sense of me chasing fallacies. Remember, I told you, it's one of my refrigerator rules. I have more important things to do with my time.
Let me read this real quick. I just typed in, does the sun rotate on its axis? Because it is a gas, it does not rotate like a solid. The sun actually spins faster at its equator than at its poles. The sun rotates once every 24 days on its equator, but once every 35 near its poles. We know this by watching the motion of the sunspots and other solar features across the sun. Now, the sunspots are pretty consistent when you look at solar filter images. Now, I'll have to do a little bit more research and to see if the face of the sun does change in that regard, but I'm pretty sure that those black sunspots are there pretty permanently. But I could be wrong. I want to put that out there. But you're right. You get so far into it and you're like, wait a second, this is nonsense. Why am I even looking at it even more?
Yeah. Like I told you, there has to be consistency and the contingent necessary facts. I keep on saying this because it's one thing that I always try to focus on. It's almost natural to me to do it with everything. And, just like I told you about, the Humpty Dumpty story. If you're telling me a story, the fable about Humpty Dumpty, and in the midst of spinning your yarn, you let it be known that we have known nothing but pure anarchy. So when you get to the part where all the king's horses and all the king's men, I can dismiss the whole yarn, the whole fairy tale, as soon as you say that, because you just contradicted yourself. You can't have anarchy and you can't have kings at the same time. So I don't need to listen to any more of your story. I just stop you right there and go clean the bathroom.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Once you find some such glaring flaws and issues with it, it's pretty easy to the rest of it becomes a fairy tale. Now, quickly, I would like to add, Charlie did come in and make a statement about what I was just talking about. It says the sun is spinning, and this can be seen by watching the sunspots. The sunspots will disappear at one side and reappear on the other. The sunspots do come and go, and they last for weeks or months. So, like I said, as we see it every single day, you know, because it takes so long for them to spin, 24 days and 35 days respectively, I think that's probably where I got that idea. But yeah, you can definitely see it. And as it goes in the sky above you, those sunspots do move, and you can tell I'm saying the sun moves as a wheel, so to speak. It goes 90 degrees from sunrise
that's
to
what Journey
sunset.
said, man.
Yeah, Journey was right. They're telling us.
Hey, he said the wheel in the sky keeps it turning.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And what was the other one? Oh, it's a Beatles song, but it says the fool on the hill sees the sun going down, and in his eyes sees the world going round. That's such a good song. And then there was another one. Gosh, I can see for miles and miles and miles. Who was that one?
The Who.
The Who. They think they knew something was up too. Anyways,
that's an old one, man. That's off Meaty, Beady, Big and Bouncy. That's one of the first albums I ever got.
hey man, it's a fantastic song. Still.
I'll tell you what, man. I'm dating myself big time here. You already know that, though.
But yeah, it's these are just things we all have to look into. Ask yourself, how in the hell can such a vacuum exist within the same, connected to an atmosphere such as ours? It just doesn't make any sense.
Nope.
And you would have to do more mental acrobatics and more, explaining this away and explaining that away. And the modern explanations are not good enough to deny the second law of thermodynamics. And what was that quote you had in there?
It was from Arthur Eddington.
Yeah.
That was back in the day, boy, 1930 or something.
Said if your idea or theory goes against the second law of thermodynamics, and then it is, it will, collapse in the deepest humiliation. So
yeah, you can't go against this. Any of your claims have to line up with the second law. That's it.
Yeah, but like I said, the elegance is lost on some folks. So
well, they're whistling past the graveyard, brother.
Yeah, I mean, -17 Torr is the vacuum of space connected to an atmosphere.
Yeah, you can't. No, you can't.
How are we still breathing?
Yeah, you can't. You can't. Nope.
So yeah, just think about it, folks. People who are out there, disagreeing or haven't thought about this before, really sit down and ask yourself, how could a vacuum of that power exist adjacent to an atmosphere of ours? So all you got is gravity. And that's not a very good answer, especially after next week, when we will be going over which gravity. You want to say gravity for your answer all the time? Well, we'll go over and find out which gravity you might be talking about. So,
that'll get some name calling too. That one started some heavy name calling. People saying, "What? Why does it matter?" Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah, they do that. And, it is what it is. People, you're either going to think about this differently or you're not, folks. We can't hold your hands after a certain point. We're putting the information out there, and, I think we've done a pretty decent job. I think John's done an excellent job at presenting these ideas. And we haven't, have you had anybody take you up on these ideas yet in the comment section?
No.
I know Rhetoric and Discourse tried to make a video hit piece on it, and
well, have people go over there and then check out the message board. And and
for sure.
And then you make the call yourself.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, check out Rhetoric and Discourse video. I like Rhetoric. He's a nice guy. We've had some conversations before. He's not a dick like most of those other guys are over their discussions. Well, he's not as bad. It's a scale, I figure. But yeah, John took him to the woodshed. We'll just put it that way.
Well, there was a bunch of people that went on there and decided to chime in.
Mm.
So
Yeah, I think Charlie was over there too.
We'll just who?
Good old Charlie. He was in our chat. He's in our hangout tonight. He's in the
Charlie
chat.
who?
Just Charlie, the host, Ray.
Yeah.
I know you guys have a little back and forth.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm not going to say anything here.
Hey guys, you got to give it to us. At least we're respectful to the dissenters. You know what I mean? Anyways,
he has my last message. So
here, let me ask you a quick question.
Sure.
A friend of mine, Spec out here, wants to know, because we brought up the word gravity. Just off the top of your head, he says, can you ask if how gravity started on Earth?
Oh yeah, that was a good one. Somebody that's a good question. Now let me ask you another question. How did the air pressure start on Earth?
It's a very good question.
It's the same angle.
Because how do you have pressure without a container? Because if you look at the definition, which you just showed, of air pressure, it says the physical force exerted on or against an object by something in contact with it. But if you look at air pressure, it specifically, it says, let me see. Gosh, go back to where's it in your
right here.
Oh, okay, yeah, there we go. The pressure of a gas is the force that the gas exists on the wall of the container.
The gas exerts on the walls of its container.
So, what wall are we talking about when we're talking about the atmosphere? About Earth? It's just something to think about. The mainstream answer is gravity, but like I said, next week we're gonna answer that one.
No, we already answered the gravity part because.
Well, yeah.
Wait a second. I think I went too far. This one from Tech Target. See, we're going to be dealing with gravity on its own merits. Not dealing with this specifically because I really don't, because I just dealt with it. So, a gas is a sample of matter that conforms to the shape of the container in which it is held and acquires a uniform density. I don't know the reason why I even have to cite a source for this. Most of these things that I'm citing sources for, I was forced to.
Yeah.
People get that.
Citation, please.
Yeah. Cite source. Okay. I don't even, for 90% of the things, the items that we discuss here, I shouldn't have to cite a source.
Yeah. No, I agree.
But I do it just to be complete. But come on, people.
It's funny.
I got to cite sources. People telling me that the atmosphere is spinning with the Earth. Come on.
Yeah, there's that's what I think there's a big push to really understand our Earth, our cosmos, and we're breaking away from the hold of the indoctrination that we've had. I'm all for higher education. I'm all for learning, especially technical skills of engineering and being a technician and learning higher trades and even software development. All of these things require lots of education, lots of experience, and they require a particular type of person and mind to be able to do it. And I have tons of respect for it. So I want to make that clear. When I say indoctrination, I'm speaking of pushing these scientism beliefs, sneaking them in to the science curriculum, or really they're snuck into society and mainstream media all the same. These memes that of what our cosmos is like, where people are just believing it on faith. Nobody stops and thinks about the vacuum of space in relation to its adjacent Earth. Nobody thinks about, what the sun really is. And we've been conditioned and indoctrinated to not think like that, to not critically think.
They believe it blindly, not with faith. Remember, we defined it.
Blind faith. Excuse me. Yeah, thank you for clearing that up. It's absolutely obvious that we have what we have on our hands. And, I've talked about it before, but C.S. Lewis and Aldous Huxley, and these guys were warning us of this. They were absolutely warning us of this. And, they may have done it in a hyperbolic way. Huxley did. But, honestly, we're not that far away. The state of we're damn near a scientific dictatorship. I'm just going to put it that way. So this is the reason why I speak up about this stuff.
We're in a pseudo-scientific dictatorship.
Well, excuse me. Yeah, that's essentially what they're saying. That's the term they coined. But yeah, this is scientism. This is belief systems without knowledge of why they believe them. They're prostrating themselves at the feet of the new pseudoscience high priests. And we need to wake up. Everybody needs to go tell everybody, hey, do you believe in the Big Bang? Why? Hey, do you believe in, evolution as the way we came here?
Well, see, your question gives the game away. Because what are you asking? Do you believe? Mm-hmm. Well, if it's actual science, following the scientific method, with scientific hypotheses, with independent and dependent variables that I have to cite sources for.
That's where the biggest problem is, John. That's where the biggest problem is, John, is the fact that they don't know the difference. And it's frustrating because we speak this way too much. Well, I know you don't. You're very strict about it. But science says this, and science said that, and science is telling us this. Science ain't telling anybody shit. It is 100% just the method and the body of work the method has constructed. And people have turned it into, they've turned it into a noun. When it should be a verb, you should be sciencing, doing the scientific method. So most people have to be deprogrammed of that type of paradigm. They have to be able to question it and know the scientific method and how to look for, are they applying, a particular variable correctly? Are they coming up with a proper hypothesis? Are they doing a proper null hypothesis? But it's funny. They say we lack scientific education. No. I'm saying humanity in the West. You do hear this in the media. I actually do have to agree, but they're not even the scientific, paths that they've put out for us. They're creating more pseudoscientists than anything. It's frustrating.
Yeah, it's a real gaggle out there, that's for sure.
Hopefully we can have an effect. So everybody, please share these videos, make playlists, give them to your family members. Do whatever you can, because I'm going to start pushing this channel a lot more. John and I have big plans for some. Gosh, he's probably got 100 presentations lined up. So we might even start doing 2 a week, maybe on Thursday nights, maybe do one again. So please look out for that. And next week we're going to be tackling gravity, and we'll find out which gravity. Anything else you'd like to add tonight, John?
Nah, you got me fired up.
Good. We'll do another one this week then. That way, you could fuel it there. But look, I want to thank everybody for your support. We got a good crowd tonight, and a lot of good questions, and very, very nice behavior out there. We didn't get trolled too hard. So thank you everybody for coming. John, always thank you once again, and everyone have a good night.
Good evening.
Good evening.
When was that from, Miguel? It must have been a few years ago. That tape?
Yeah, I did post just above the Quantum Eraser, the vacuum of space and the sun.
Is that him talking to Cathexis or someone else?
Yeah, it's him, but I don't know who he's talking to. Just found this in the other day. Do you guys have some links to play it?
Can you play anything from YouTube?
Yeah.
I would play the new Eric Dubé video. That's pretty good.
Do you have the link?
Yeah, I can send it to you.
Okay.
You've already got us the one up from the High Brazil link. Is Flat Earth a cult? Question mark.
Second. Okay, so let me see. Okay. Yeah, I think I can play that. Okay, thanks. Let me see. Ta-da.
This past decade, there has been a revival, a resurgence, and a veritable renaissance surrounding the topic of cosmology. Tens of millions of people have done personal experiments, read ancient texts, and found inconsistencies and discrepancies with conventional teachings. By delving deeper into these issues and exposing hidden truths contained therein, a great number of lies and deceptions have also surfaced, causing a polarizing rift in perspective and paradigm. These people who have endeavored to explore outside the box, or more accurately, outside the ball, are now being labeled flat earthers, and called by many a cult. But is this idea of a level plain earth, and people who advocate for it, truly cultish? What actually defines a cult, cult behavior, cult ideology? And does flat earth fit the bill? Merriam-Webster defines cult as, quote, a religion and its body of adherents, regarded as unorthodox, spurious, or falsified, in great devotion to a person, idea, object, movement, or work. Wikipedia furthers the definition, explaining that cults, quote, range in size from local groups with few members to international organizations with millions, and require unwavering devotion to a set of beliefs and practices. Moreover, colloquially speaking, quote, in the English-speaking world, the term cult often carries derogatory connotations. In this sense, it has been considered a subjective term used as an ad hominem attack against groups with differing doctrines or practices. As such, religion scholar Megan Goodwin has defined the term cult, when used by the layperson, as simply being shorthand for a religion I don't like. When considering this connotation, it is no surprise people taught since childhood that heliocentric globe Earth cosmology is the only reasonable, rational possibility, would perceive those who dared consider other alternatives as crazy and cultish. Furthermore, if people exploring different cosmologies found substantial empirical evidence and demonstrable experimental proofs, codified them into books, began meeting together in groups, and started an intellectual movement against the establishment, it is almost inevitable to be attacked and labeled as, quote, a religion they don't like. So if we were only speaking to colloquial connotation, then clearly the concept of flat Earth and the recent rise of flat earthers would seem to many like a cult. But the real definition is the denotation, and when considered closely, it is actually the heliocentric globe-Earth cosmology and its apologist adherents who truly display cult-like behavior. For starters, literally every modern-day flat earther began believing the heliocentric globe model because it is presented by the mainstream media and education system as absolute, undeniable gospel truth. No alternative cosmologies are even considered, and students are told that flat Earth was a false, fringe worldview believed only by our ignorant ancient ancestors. There will even be a wiki fact check under this very video, warning you that, quote, flat Earth is an archaic and scientifically disproven conception of Earth's shape. This is the very kind of one-sided, black-and-white rhetoric found in cults, which stands in stark contrast to the reality of every modern flat earther who had to personally overcome and seek beyond such imposed limitations to realize that viable alternatives do exist and have not been scientifically disproven whatsoever. Much like cult members breaking free from indoctrination, anyone becoming skeptical of the globe has to quietly do their own deep research into alternative concepts, deal with crippling cognitive dissonance, overcome generations of groupthink, handle incredible amounts of attacks, denial, and peer pressure, all for committing the seemingly unforgivable sin of exploring and finding validity in ideas outside the group's sphere of influence, pun intended. In this sense, flat earthers better fit the description of people coming out of a cult, whereas globe earth proponents are the ones towing the party line, repeating slogans and claims taught since childhood, and punishing ex-members for daring to question the authority of their dogma. When attempting to engage in rational, reasonable discussion, or even when showing empirical, demonstrable evidence against their beliefs, globe earthers almost always resort to sophist tactics like scoffing, sarcasm, insults, and employ a variety of logical fallacies from strawman and ad hominem attacks to circular reasoning and appeals to authority. Very rarely does a globe earther not resort to these reactions, and in my experience, the few who do soon become skeptics themselves. In Zoe Heller's New Yorker article, What Makes a Cult a Cult?, she comments on this phenomenon, stating, the process by which people are eventually freed from their cult delusions rarely seems to be accelerated by the interventions of well-meaning outsiders. Those who embed themselves in a group idea learn very quickly to dismiss the skepticism of others as the foolish cant of the uninitiated. If we accept the premise that our beliefs are rooted in emotional attachments rather than in cool assessments of evidence, there is little reason to imagine that rational debate will break the spell. As Mark Twain stated, it is easier to fool people than to convince them they have been fooled. The globe also has its charismatic, unquestionable cult leaders, like Neil Snake and DeGrasse Tyson, Bill Nye the pseudoscience guy, and Carl Millions and Billions and Trillions Sagan. These and other spokespeople, long before them, have been paraded affront the public for generations, preaching the globe gospel, presenting it as absolute truth, and repeatedly denouncing anyone with alternative beliefs. Luckily, however, their facade of authority and claims of incontestability are now being challenged and overthrown. And as Zoe Heller concludes in her article, the good news is that rational objections to flaws in cult doctrine or to hypocrisies on the part of a cult leader do have a powerful impact if and when they occur to the cult members themselves. The analytical mind may be quieted by cult think, but it is rarely deadened altogether. Especially if cult life is proving unpleasant, the capacity for critical thought can reassert itself.
And that's it.
No glow proponents in today? It's a shame.
Well, they can fool us with that ball globe, but it is impossible. It doesn't work. The globe doesn't fly. It falls down, always to a flat floor. Look, it doesn't fly. It says at the bottom, globes are not meant for education purpose, but only decorative purpose. It's just a lie for the mind. Okay. You guys want to talk, or I'm gonna play a song? Thanks, Paul, LVA, Under Heaven Heard. Okay, I'm gonna play the song just to break the silence ice. It's not working. Let me see. Dun, dun. Oops.
What is gravity?
I have no idea. Okay, next question. Go.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privations. Secular law, thermodynamics, violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretending clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper bleeds, with no ball to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-line core, scientific. All the thicker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead, so many reasons. Mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that we're surrounded by such banality. Globe charts step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, and no containment. It's automatic, you sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like sub-zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make it hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigmatic sweet. You once obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head. She keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FE, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. This crunch time, your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what you're hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately fuck off the space. We understand there's no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your might. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to see the ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up hope on your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep pushing this in the background. Never debating, always up to the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on. Thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan. Never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Okay. I will play that link. Paul sent to me. Then I have to go, so the video it's almost 10 minutes, so let's see it. I have to go do it, and then okay, let me see. See you guys.
I flew to Las Vegas to attend Flattoberfest, a flat earth convention to see who else had drank the Kool-Aid. We learned a lot from Dave, but
he drank the Kool-Aid? You wouldn't be talking in those terms if you knew it was measured flat.
now we need to figure out, is this actually legitimate? Let's go.
So Dave didn't succeed then? Because as far as he's concerned, you're all nutters drinking Kool-Aid.
Just hit me in the comments section because I don't know anymore. I am...
Oh, let him know. At Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, you've been called to action by this gentleman to do just that. That is to say, go to his comments, specifically at his BS, let him know that Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me and responded directly to your questions. Please, I implore you, if you're an audience member, there is a link going by right now in the chat.
Call this the outer space?
Sure.
What is...
That's how it's documented. Oh my God. Formerly known as space. But now what's that? All the sand and land is up in the sky? Those twinkling lights have got all the soil. Here's us driving around on a twinkling light in the bloody sky. Now that would make him think. Me, I don't give a toss about making this idiot think. I can prove it's flat. Why do I need to cog his brains going about how the new worlds I can show were discovered in our recent history? Some of your ancestors would remember it and even use the maps with them described as new worlds on them. Whoa, I'm an alien. I'm an illegal alien. I'm an Englishman in New York. Even if I can twist Dave's crap argument from 2015 into a far more coherent and concise explanation with documented evidence of finding new worlds, and point out the revelation that was formerly known as space. But now what's that? All the sand and land is up in the sky? Those twinkling lights have got all the soil. Here's us driving around on a twinkling light in the bloody sky. Now that would make him think. Me, I don't give a toss about making this idiot think. I can prove it's flat. Why do I need to cog his brains going about how the new worlds I can show were discovered in our recent history? Some of your ancestors would remember it and even use the maps with them described as new worlds on them. Doesn't prove it's flat, does it? But how the map works does. It's not getting referenced by Dave because we're shunned in this community for whatever reason. Maybe it's full of shills, who knows? Maybe the guy with the divining rods that Russian vids was referencing was right, and Dave's just out and out shill here to disrupt the movement with his garbage arguments he's keeping in place. Feast of Nonsense is his job, and that's what he's peddling.
Civilizations here. What if these are where the controllers of the world live?
What if? What if I could prove Earth's flat? Would you use that argument, Dave, or would you shut me down like you did when I offered you these exceptionally good arguments to put to these people? I'm pretty sure you shut me down because you didn't want these good arguments. You'd rather offer this guy a speculation and get ridiculed so that the Feast of Nonsense is perpetuated throughout the masses in the best possible way.
Okay, what if...
I'm getting chills right now.
You're not getting killed. No, you're getting scattergun with misinformation straight from the Feast of Nonsense. You're not having to do any work. That's why you smiled.
The reality, your soul is going, yes, listen. Right, get rid of your programmed mind. People don't realize, well, Russia would have ratted us out, and this.
I think Dave realizes how big a nutter he looks. How easy it is to make him look stupid and crazy. I assumed you've watched this video, Dave.
And that they're all in it together. Everything that you know is a lie.
My offer was on the table 12 months to 18 months, 2 years ago to Dave. I can educate you, Dave. I can put you in a position where next time you're in front of some curly-haired muppet, he doesn't make an abject fool of you, because you do convert him, if that's what you desire, by facts that he can't get around, that he can't edit his way around. In this instance, every chunk of information you've opened your mouth with, he's just took it and put it straight in the edit because it makes you look silly.
The United Nations map, Flat Earth map. International Maritime Organization, Flat Earth map. World Meteorological Organization, Flat Earth map.
Globe projection, globe projection, globe projection, and another globe projection is what I would respond to it with if I had any clue. This guy's a novice, doesn't know what he's doing, and hasn't got a necessity to offer up that based on Dave's baseless assertion that's easily overcome by a globe believer. Meanwhile, the grid system that's being utilised does require a flat plane to develop the grid.
International Civil Aviation Organization. These are the things that control the world. Why do they all have Flat Earth maps?
Well, I don't know. Artistically, maybe they couldn't.
Artistically?
Yeah, he can offer up his useless argument in rebuttal, and it's enough, isn't it? That's what he has ably demonstrated by giving you a basic hand wave. No, it's giving you better than a hand wave. It's giving you a moderately plausible, well, start work. Who cares? What does that prove? He might as well have said.
That's your explanation? Now let me ask you a question. If this is where we live, would you
It isn't.
call this the outer space?
Sure.
What
Yeah,
is
that's how it's documented. Oh my god.
it? More land? Extra territory? Extra terra?
Extraterrestrials.
Extraterrestrials from where?
Outer space.
Bingo. So why does it...
You notice how when I spun the argument that Dave just failed miserably with, pretty sure that's a Nathan Oakley, one of the only Nathan Oakley original arguments in terms of putting that all together as a coherent argument, in terms of how documented evidence shows new worlds, outer space, and how we do describe aliens. In common vernacular, don't need to flash it up, but he's managed to contextually spin what Dave said by giving half-assed attempts to put what I have put forth many times as an argument into some sort of coherency for his opponent. And it's come off as him talking about aliens, like aliens from outer space, Greys, because that's where he flashed up.
Nathan, do you remember that Sting song? Whoa,
I'm an alien. I'm an illegal alien. I'm an Englishman in New York. Yeah, I do.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That song. He's talking about legal aliens. He's talking about what you're saying.
Yeah,
in that
exactly.
song.
On the new worlds. Yeah, it's really easy to prove, but he's picked the Kobayashi, so he's got nothing to lean on other than the speculation of some garbage map. Like, just go back to an actual map that doesn't have one of the new worlds on it, and then show one that does. And then show a book where they describe it as outer space, and then your point's been made. It didn't prove a flat Earth. It's not something I would ever use if I was in this situation. If you're referring to any maps, but when I say you, I mean my opponent. The opponent in this scenario hasn't had to do a damn thing. Super chat, it says sea level is level between old and new world.
Doesn't matter. Then when you understand that we're actually at the center of creation, this place was built for us, and we have natural law which says that nobody can take our free will away. Once you understand...
Oh my god. No. Natural law isn't the law of the land or not having your free will taken away. Right? Laws of nature describe things that occur always. Not losing your freedom. Right? That's a concept that you're trying to fight for. Oh god. Laws of nature describe things that occur always. For example, second law of thermodynamics, dispersion, osmosis, entropy. Those are things that you will observe to occur always, in all circumstances. They're described as laws of nature. Having your free will or freedom taken away, these concepts, they're not laws of nature. Oh, God.
Understand that nobody has control over you, you take your power back. You stop feeding this beast system that we're in. Globers think they know everything, but they don't know anything. And it's only for those that are willing to look and understand and see why it matters that get it. You know, once you get it, you can't unget it.
Is the Earth flat? Is gravity?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's measured that way. All of the maps you had on screen require a flat plane to be derived from angle measurements, that's off a flat plane, to the stars. So yeah, it is. All of your systems that infer the Earth's sphere start with measurements of a flat plane. Definitely.
Gravity real? I don't even know what to think anymore.
If you'd have spoken to me, you'd know it's flat.
Could NASA be behind the biggest cover-up in human history?
NASA are behind a lie. That much I can say without any question whatsoever. You can't travel to an area that doesn't exist. If the sky was a vacuum, all the gas we breathe would fill it. Natural law, second law of thermodynamics, gas fills space. It's a really easy argument to understand unless you're Dave Weiss. Gas fills space. So is the gas you're breathing in that car filling the sky vacuum in line with entropic laws of nature, things that occur always? No, it's not, because the sky is not a vacuum. If rockets could travel to an area of volume that gas could fill, so would the gas. So rockets aren't travelling to an area that gas could fill, we'd all be dead. Every photo from space ever provided by NASA is fake automatically, because they can't go to Narnia. They can't go to space. Space is fake. It violates the law of nature.
What are they hiding behind Antarctica? Science.
Who cares? Space is fake. What Antarctica has to offer is a red herring offered up at the Feast of Nonsense to keep you occupied. Meanwhile, Earth's measured flat. All globe claims come from flat Earth measurements, and space is fake.
Just hit me in the comments section because I don't know anymore.
Oh, let him know. At Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. You've been called to action by this gentleman to do just that. That is to say, go to his comments, specifically at his BS, let him know. We saw you in a response video asking us to leave comments on your video that Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me and responded directly to your questions. Please, I implore you, if you're an audience member, there is a link going by right now in the chat. There's just under 100 people watching. Please let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, and specifically detail that the questions he wants answers to, he has received. Past tense, we've done this.
Curious how deep this rabbit hole goes and where it will lead me. So I flew to Las Vegas to attend Flatoberfest, a flat earth convention, to see who else had drank the Kool-Aid. We learned a lot from Dave.
But he drank the Kool-Aid? You wouldn't be talking in those terms if you knew it was measured flat.
Now we need to figure out, is this actually legitimate? Let's go.
So Dave didn't succeed then? Because as far as he's concerned, you're all nutters drinking Kool-Aid.
Oh, you go to the flat earth convention?
I'm an alien. I'm an illegal alien. I'm an Englishman in New York.
Hey, for the second time. Welcome to the show. If you'd like to support this channel, there are PayPal and Patreon links in the info box below. We got a full panel today. We have the beautiful Betty Van Velsen. How's it going today, Betty?
Yeah. It was a false start. Started wrong. What happened?
It changed up on me. This time I had to hit the go live button. It just didn't, automatically, catch it. So that was pretty surprising. Shout out to Nathan. Yeah, I had to hit it this time.
New update?
Didn't update anything. I had the stream up and I was checking it, and you were correct. It wasn't live, and it gave me a blue stripe. It said, hit this to go live now. So that's what I did. So there's a new little thing there, but that's okay. Now I know. It finally caught up with me because Nathan did mention something about that. Right. And I said, I don't have to do that. All I have to do is hit stream.
So you were sort of like headstrong, right?
I wasn't headstrong. I'm just telling you the last times that I did it, the last 3 or 4 shows, I just hit stream. Something changed. You're right. It's a good
What
thing
do you say, John, when someone helps you out with this? What do you say to people?
Thank you.
Well,
who am I thanking?
Me, because I told you that it wasn't live.
Yeah. Thank you, Betty. Because if you wouldn't have said that, I would have just kept going without checking the health of the stream.
But you would have a recording, right?
I would have a recording, yes. The recording has both introductions. Yeah, I would have still had the recording. Always hit record first. Yeah. So we're talking about admin, back house stuff. And I've been told never to do that because people are not interested in that. But I don't think that's true. I think people are interested in the back house sort of stuff. You want to go into that?
Admin?
Yeah, admin.
You know that's sort of a key word for me, but there is nothing to report on the front.
There's nothing to report on the front. Thank you. There's nothing to report on the front in the back house.
And the side chat.
Now, what are they saying in the side chat? You guys hearing it? Give us a thumbs up if it's coming through.
Nothing to report, you say?
What's up, Arwin?
Here. Hey, Arwin.
Hello.
Fellow countryman.
Yeah. Netherlands representing.
So it's 2 Dutch versus 1 American.
Yeah, you're outnumbered, American.
American.
Yeah. So what's going on out there? So in Dutchland, we might as well start up the weather. We always start off with the weather. We might as well do it now.
Yeah. What can you say?
Cloudy, windy, and rainy periodically. So yeah.
Depressing, basically.
Well,
autumn time.
Let me turn around here. It's sunny, nice breeze, and about 70 degrees Fahrenheit.
I don't know what that means.
How you like that?
Warm enough.
It's almost near room temperature outside.
Okay.
Yeah. So everything's golden.
You will be hit by these storms.
There's always a chance here, love. That's always got to keep a weathered eye on the weather. Always.
Eye on the weather.
Always. It never stops.
Well, what does it even mean? Be having a weathered eye on?
A weathered eye, a critical eye, a suspect eye, and it's an eye that's sincere, and it wants reality. It doesn't want any BS. How about that?
Okay. We got another ball buster in here. Great Adam Meakin.
Adam, sir, what's up?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
My computer's in repair, so I've just got a little bit of a temporary setup. So
maybe we talk to.
Oh, perfect time to join the.
Yeah, it's
panel.
a perfect time. That's right. Good job. Yeah. Let me turn you up a little bit, Adam. And we'll do all kind of admin before the show gets started. And we'll try to get Nathan in here and say, stop talking about admin.
Well, maybe you can lure him in.
Yeah, lure. Say that again.
I'm not to know. All the time, when you say something like that, I shouldn't be repeating myself.
Nah, I like how you say lure.
Yeah. Oh, didn't I say that?
Yeah, you did, but you had a Dutch accent to it. I liked it.
I had a remark. You know, you said what's going on, like there's almost nothing going on. I disagree. I think that on the flat Earth versus glober scene, a lot is going on. Like efforts are being made, but it's also getting much clearer, to me at least, where things are going. And the globers are like re-evaluating their position and like taking on new roles within the community because they are scrambling. They are at a loss. Definitely. The black swan and the paradoxical nature of terrestrial refraction has really broken them.
I
this
agree.
time.
I agree, Arwen.
So they are re-evaluating their roles within the community.
I totally
and it's
100%.
visible.
I totally 100% agree. I think everyone's been feeling it. In Discord, I've been noticing that it seems like because we're just tightening the noose a little bit tighter daily, and I can feel the stress. And you're going to hear a lot of the nonsense. This is going to be unbelievable today. We're going to go with the greatest hits. Their arguments, these are from grown adults, and it is scary. Wait till you hear these arguments. It's hard for me to put into language how an adult or adults could have these discussions and come out with the nonsensical buffoonery we're about to hear in a few minutes. It's pitiful. And I hope there's a lot of new people out there, hopefully people that are on the fence that are listening to this, because it's, like I said, this is pretty scary. Most of the people on the panel have heard these before. Some of them maybe a little bit older, not too much. The oldest ones I got is from 2019. But this is going to be scary. The newest one is from yesterday or yesterday evening. Wait till you hear this. But before we get started there, I want to shout out my patrons. How about that? Now, usually they're running across the top of the screen. However, I need to shout them out. So, and a lot of these have been with me from the beginning. I would say 90% have been with me from the start. Here we go. Felix Hung. Dank. James Mays. What's up, James? Eagle Plane and Anchor. You're anchoring, man. Steve Alm. Texas Mike. Fireball X. Erwin Janssens or Janssens. How do you say that in Dutch?
Janssens.
Janssens. Nathan Thompson. Shout out, Nathan. Chris Hillman. Unicorn Laser Eyes. Henrik 86. Jesse. Daggers. Mikhail. And Maris. Thanks, guys. From my family to you. Thank you very much. How about that?
Oh, nice list you got there.
That's a nice little list right there, right?
Yeah, pretty decent.
Yeah, that's not
You
bad.
say they were with you from the early stages, John?
Say again, sir?
So they were with you from the early stages, so you can only give them a kudos for Going out to back a winning horse then.
The back a winning horse. Yeah, I would say 90% are from the very beginning. Within the first couple weeks that I launched the channel, yes. Pretty impressive. And my birthday was, I think it was, for the channel, was somewhere vicinity August 6th to the 8th. There's some question on exactly which day. I don't want to get into it, but it's right there on the 6th or the 8th of August. So, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Was there a question? What was the first show on the 6th or the 8th?
That's a pretty good question for the channel launch. I'd have to go back there and look.
Surely that'll settle it.
I thought it was already settled because I made a mental note and somebody corrected me. Nathan. So, yeah, I'll have to go back and look. Technically, it's not all that important. So listen, guys. Like I said, this is going to be the greatest hits. I'm going to start spinning some vinyl. All right. But what you're going to have to do, the people in Discord, guys are going to have to go on mute and pull up the watch page so you can hear them. All right. Because my computer sound's not going to Discord. Ever since I had the update, that's been kaput. So what you're going to have to do, I'll give you a little early warning. Well, you'll know when I start, and you'll just have to pull up the watch page, and you can listen to them over that. And then I'll wait for like 2 or 3 seconds because I know there's a little bit of a delay, and then we can get to business. How about that?
Oh, good here. I'm struggling as well, so that'll help me. Flicking with one screen.
I tried everything we're going to talk about.
One screen, John.
Say again?
I don't know how I used to cope with just one screen.
Oh yeah, I can't do one screen, man. Is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't do it. I would never be able to run the show with just one screen. It's impossible. Let's talk about more back office or back house admin.
Wait, stop it.
Really, really dig into Nathan, man. He'll be in here in no time. Yeah. Now, and I'm going to do it too. I tried every combination I could think of to try to get my computer sounds to Discord. It just won't happen. I've tried every combination I know with Voicemeeter Banana. It's just not happening.
You'll figure it out, QE. Look, there's always these updates going on, and sometimes they completely dislocate the way you do things. I have the same problem. Nathan does too. You know, it's the constant updating, the speed of the internet and the programs these days. But you'll figure it out. Don't worry about it. Just use the new method. We'll go on Deafen here and listen on the YouTube page.
This time it's Whoop Me, I think.
Okay.
I think because, like I said, I spent like 3 days doing every single combination and driving the people in Discord crazy. They wanted to talk about other things. I wanted to do admin. Can you hear this? No. Or echoes. Sounded like Jimi Hendrix feedback. So yeah, I dropped that. Just drop it for right now. It's not a big deal that you guys can't hear it. Like I said, you can always pull up the watch page. It's not a biggie.
Wait for the next update.
Wait till the next update. I don't think that's gonna work, man. I think it's gonna screw me up.
Sometimes they fix the problems.
Yeah, if you kick it.
They say that they sort of fix things and make things better, but why muck with it if it's good? Why do people want to change everything and make it better?
Because they want to fix stuff that's not broke. It's the human condition.
Yeah. Why we are in this predicament right now.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. All right.
Who else we got in here, man? Let me check it. Hey, Jose. They're on mute and deafen. Yeah.
Yeah. You sort of said that you're going to go to the.
Yeah. But that was a bit premature. I wanted to get a feel out there, but look at everyone following instructions except Adam and you.
Yeah, well, I need to be into multiple places at the same time.
Yeah, you do. It's heavy stress on you, and I apologize.
Yeah. Finally.
Finally, how you like that? All right, let's see what we
Have
got.
Hold up, or I'm going to get in more trouble. How do I go on serving mode? I'm not very good at this. What have I got to do there then?
You don't have to worry about it, Adam. Yeah, there you go. That popped up. Yes, just like that. Yeah.
There you go, you say. I am good at it.
Yeah, you don't have to worry too much about that because I'm going to do it for you. Because just in case somebody pops in and is listening to the watch page, I got it covered because I'll mute the hangout. And then we'll go through them. All right, let's get on a roll here. We're going to go through, like I said, this is the greatest hits. This is the first installment because I have volumes of material. So this is just, we'll put greatest hits part 1 on this. And it's a good one. Like I said, these people are, keep in mind, these people are grown adults making these arguments. So we're going to get ready to go. You guys ready?
Yep.
All right.
All right, I'll take you off mute. Hopefully I'll take you off mute on time. Here we go. Beavis and Butthead, December 2019.
What errors did you make? Oh, I thought you were flipping brilliant.
Oh,
I
okay.
thought you did a fantastic job.
Well,
your analogy of a fist appearing out of nothing, just that was just sheer poetry. I mean, I'd like to use that someday. I want to quote you on that. That's fantastic.
Yeah, that's fine.
Bob, you think that her appeal to a fist appearing out of nothing is poetry and fantastic? Oscar Wilde, eat your heart out, eh? Bob, are you snorting LSD-laced shrooms and chasing them with Grandpa's cough medicine again?
But
And this
I
is
just
my
want to make
field, by the way.
yeah. I think that everything I said is pretty much high school, if not undergraduate level understanding of the current level of science.
So a fist appearing out of nothing is high school and or undergraduate understanding of the current level of science? I think you're overshooting a skosh. This is without a doubt a 5-alarm, full tackle, paddy wagon, horse tranquilizer, straitjacket, rubber room, emergency lobotomy for the both of you.
And you're discussing quantum physics with somebody who doesn't understand. Of course, has to act on a pencil or to the ground.
How did it know to be food?
What? Wait, what? What did you, wait, huh? What? How does the pencil know to be food? Or were you referring to the force or the ground in this scenario? Because that would make all the difference in the world. I got this one. Let's try this. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Pop? True or false? You two bozos better hope a mental health professional isn't listening in on this. I know that for a fact.
How did it know to be food?
What on earth? How did it know to be food for you too, Bob? You just went right along with the shroom-induced coma non sequitur, eh? So, we'll put it to you. Which one knew to be food, Bob? The pencil, force, or the ground? These clowns are insane, man.
Well, the easiest way to do that is the second law of thermodynamics. In order for something to go from small things to big things and organize, you have to put energy in. Food's energy,
Well,
that's all it is.
So in order for something to go from small things to big things and to organize, you have to put energy into it, eh? Firstly, you seem to be having some issues with singular versus plural. Something is singular, Bob. Something doesn't go from something to small things unless you chop that something up. Secondly, and speaking of chopped up, so we're going to pile up 150 bananas, TP style, douse the lot with gasoline and fire it on up because we added energy to small things. As you instructed, Bob. According to you, Bob, we'll get an organized big thing out of that. What do you think we'll get, Bob? I bet it'll be more substantive than the horse shit between your ears. I know that for a fact.
Anyway, Bobby, I appreciate it because you know that my basic orientation to a lot of the people in here, there are people in here with real engineering and scientific degrees, which I don't have, but I do talk a lot. So
They're smarter than I am.
I always check with people that I feel know more than I do to make sure that I'm not screwing up. And I am open to being corrected
Well, you're smarter than I am on this.
by other
The only-
people.
Oh, really? So, Mrs. Observed Phenomena, shoe. Hypothesis, it's a shoe. And measuring the time in a cubic meter depends on how quick on the draw you are with a tape measure is smarter than you, Bob. You see, what we have here, including these two knuckle draggers, are hordes of delusional clinical level Dunning-Kruger mindless wiki discovery channel parroting pretender clown muppets that best case scenario should be picking up cans along the side of the road, supervised. But they're out here posturing and pontificating on topics that would make actual 5th grade general science graduates blush. Listen, fellas, you two bozos. I'd suggest getting on your knees right now and start praying ceaselessly, giving thanks to the rocks, pond scum, whatever, for the autonomic nervous system. Because if you had to think to breathe, you'd be in big trouble. My word. All right, good. You guys get that? Yeah? No?
Yeah, now we do.
I just heard you, the last sentence.
Yeah, you heard it. I do I need to say anything?
We back.
Who's the Bob that you're talking about?
Oh, I'm sorry I didn't introduce it. Good call, Betty. This is Bob the science guy and Brenda.
Oh. Okay.
Please.
He's got the nerve to call himself the science guy?
Now, guys, the ballers, as a last resource, they've become fallacy pioneers. So they are trekking the land for new fallacies to claim.
Fallacy? They're talking about fists appearing out of nothing, and they're patting themselves on the back.
Exactly. Fallacy pioneers.
Fallacy pioneers. Unbelievable, man. I don't know what to say. I have something. I do have some. I didn't catch it the first time or the first 20 times I listened to it. Bob, the science guy, he's a medical doctor, said all food is energy. That's all it is. That's incorrect. Food has vitamins, trace elements, and minerals, and water. None of those offer any energy or kcals. Just to close the loop, Bob, the pseudoscience fallacy guy. What an abject train wreck that was. You and Brenda. And Brenda's smarter than you? Look out.
And where was this on? Was this on Gonzalez's?
Yeah, possibly. You know what? It was a while ago, possibly. Yes. Yeah.
Possibly, because that getting those two together, right?
Yeah, guys, what we really need is something real going. What if the Globers, all these Globers, were all put in the same room, the same chat room, the same stream, all of them, and we're just let it loose. Give us your deepest ideas.
That's scary.
You know how you have Alcoholics Anonymous, and you can call it Assholes Anonymous.
Jeez, come on.
Assholes Anonymous. And that's Neil. Here is Neil. Hi, Neil. Didn't say hi.
Hi, Betty.
Hi. Everything going well?
Everything's going great.
Good.
All right. I don't think there's too much to be said for that one. I have something. Shout out to Brenda for what I taped last night. So this one's from last night, and like I said, shout out to Brenda. Here we go.
Hold up.
Hold up. Oh, you wanted to comment on that?
Only because there was very little to comment, but I do like a good intellectual geeky joke. Kudos to you there with regards to breathing and the autonomic nervous. Thank God for the autonomic nervous. That was the only point of appreciation in those quotes. So.
Oh, I've got one for you. Brenda has one for you. Make sure you listen very closely to this, Adam. It's not the headline. It's the supporting actors, but it's got something for you in there. All right, because I didn't release this. I didn't give it to anyone before the show. So check this out. Give it 5 seconds, and go ahead and go on mute. Here we go.
Basically, psychology is pharmacology. That's
Psychology
basically what
is pharmacology now.
Yes.
Is it a dog bone?
Dog bones are clocks.
There you go. How do you like that one?
How come I'm not hearing that?
There you go. Oh. Yeah. Oh, is it going to be the first line? That's just frustrating, isn't it? Frankly. That's
Did
Correct.
Brenda say dog bones are clocks?
Yes, she did. And
little psychotic break there.
And psychology is pharmacology. That one's for you, Adam.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, I mean that frustrates me on many levels. I'm taking a breath for a second. It's probably the best way to describe it is as another pathetic attempt by evolutionists to describe the way in which the brain functions, fully mechanical thing. Psychology is not pharmacology, otherwise there'd be some science in psychology.
Well, that was for you, Adam. Let me turn you up a little bit too. That one was for you, Adam, but I wanted to focus on the dog bones are clocks, man. You see, this is...
Dog bones are clocks?
Dog bones are clocks, man.
Clocks in the sense of time things, or...
Yes, yes.
Or you mean boots, like wooden shoes?
The boots are made for walking. And that's just what they'll do.
I mean, with Brenda, I always think of shoes somehow. I don't know.
So, dog bones are clocks. This is
it like as in a sundial or something?
Dude, you're going to have to ask her. She said dog bones
I'm
are
trying
clocks.
to make sense out of this. Look at what I'm doing here. It's just...
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
Just the rate of gnawing on the bone, you can tell time because the dog will have chewed so much bone by day.
Well, she got into trouble. I'm going to tell you. There's a little backstory to this. She got into trouble a few weeks ago with atoms or clocks. So I started asking her what time is sulfur. And I put her on my list, and I brought that up last night, and she said that, well, all atoms experience time. So they're clocks. So I said the first thing that came up in my mind was dog bones for some reason. I said, well, dog bones experience time. Are dog bones clocks? And she said, yeah. And then we got to the later part of the discussion and it came back up again. So that's the background with it.
Someone must be getting into a new type of kinky play.
We're at a point right now to where all their if you take all their arguments and take them to their logical conclusions, you reach absurdities. So that's what's happening now. That's what Arwen was talking about before, and that's what everyone's feeling. It's definitely palpable in the hangouts that I go into now. It's so much different than what it used to be before because they're desperate. And when it comes to fanatical religious zealots that are desperate, you're getting what you're getting right now. It's not only Brenda. We've got some other stars for the greatest hits. Some PhDs. So get ready. Anything else from the clan here?
Well, just one little bit. Follow what you and what Varun was saying there. It is previously you were arguing stuff and we were figuring stuff out, but now it's presentation of something that's debunkable, and then you're subject to just retardia, frankly. Do you know what I mean? In terms of the content that you then have to field and disseminate and take apart, or bother not to listen to. It's quite desperate that there appears to be. I'll give a good example, John. I was in Discord the other night, and they're talking about the second blue marble image and how he admitted he had to patch it all together and give the impression of the sphere what people would thought it would look like. And the retort to continue the conversation was, "Oh yeah, but there are books with the real pictures in." No admission, no, and this is the point. No, actually dealing. They've stopped dealing with the intelligent conversation, and they'll just then fall back into a little bit of defensive rhetoric that derails the conversation and takes it, like I say, frankly, the only place into retardia. But when asked to present these books, I ain't got them. No, it's just to do photos in books, do they now? And they're the real pictures of Earth, but they don't bother showing those. And that's what
you're misrepresenting him. You're misrepresenting him. You're misrepresenting him.
Well, that's another example. But it's once you've got to the Achilles heel, the killer, that's when the full, that, as you exemplify with the rumpus there, that's where it goes. It descends into that one way or another, whether it's in the form of a ridiculous story like, yeah, but there are real pictures of Earth in books from NASA that's published. In retort to, or as extreme as the Rumpus story.
Oh, he's going to star here later, so we're going to give perfect examples of the doublespeak. Right? He was coming up. But Arwen, I think you were speaking about this. Maybe not last week, but the week before, where you were talking about. I think it was you that all they have now is tactics.
Yeah, well, it's been like that for a while, and I've just, I don't know, because I do what I do with my daily routines, I spend most of my time just staring at things that I'm confronted with, and I deal with a lot of Globers, and I'm just figuring this out, like, hey, these patterns are starting to look familiar. I'm starting to understand what they're trying to do. And that's kind of become my objective, to really figure out, like, what are they really trying to accomplish here and why? What's driving them? To basically figure out, almost from a third-person perspective, what is going on in the entire scenario, to try and put it all together. And yeah, and this is the pattern that's coming from it. Like, we're winning. They've got a lot of cover through media. You know, it's the media conspiracy basically. So it's their baby over the ages. It's what they do. But they got that on their side. But the media is being attacked, is being cornered in all kinds of way anyway. So, and at the same time, yeah, the argumentation has not ceased. So we just figure out more and more about their machinations, and they're now in a corner. So all they can do is basically try to act their way out of it.
Yeah. Chocolate, what's your thoughts on this, man? And hello.
Hi.
Hi.
How's everybody? What are everybody's thoughts on what? Being I just came in 5 seconds ago?
Yeah. We're talking about how their arguments, if you follow them, if you force them to complete their arguments, they logically follow to absurdity. And
follow to usually starts off with absurdity.
Did you happen to hear dog bones are clocks yet?
What are clocks?
Dog bones.
Dog bone are. This has to be Brenda. Fucking clocks.
You called it.
Oh my god. Jeez.
Impressive, Chocolate.
Really? Dog bones?
Yeah, it's a Brenda thing to say. I agree.
I'm not going to play it again.
The last time I heard it was atoms are clocks.
That's right. Right. So this was a carry-on from that. And yes, I'll send it to you. We're not going to go over it again because we get bogged down. But
no, that's fine.
Yeah.
Maybe tree rings is time too.
Yeah, that could be. I was just going to ask you, what are your thoughts on this? What's your take on this, Betty?
I didn't even understand the last word because that was a short clip. So I didn't catch that, but yeah, I don't know. She's strange, right?
Like I said, it's a microcosm, and yeah, we understand Brenda. We got it, and she's how ironic up on screen right now. We understand that and from the rank and file, but we're gonna start getting into a couple.
It's so funny that clip is on.
Brenda is into psychology. She's all about the mind experimentation. So this doesn't surprise me at all. She's just playing around on a philosophy level with this stuff.
Well, then it sort of makes sense because that first sentence.
Elmer Fudd philosophy level.
With psychology being pharmakeia.
Yeah, it's how a lot of psychologists just casually go do things with general people. You know, it kind of works. It's very basic stuff, but it is basically playing around with the imagination. You know,
all right.
And she's just doing that and then trying to reify that into some kind of science perspective.
No, what led to this was she said before that the full clip. I got the full clip. What brought this on was she is on a slant of thoughts are physical. So somebody asked her if psychologists were actually now physicists.
Oh, hell.
On what does she base her claim? On the assumption that thoughts are energy or something?
Thoughts are now physical.
Yes.
Oh, my
Thoughts
lord.
may take energy, you know? So I wonder what route she took in that assumption.
That's what I was trying to probably didn't get over earlier. It's the reduction and removal of spirit. So it's an attempt to formulate that psychology is just pharmacology. Now, of course, there is synaptic interactions that psychology will consider, but if that's all it was a series of switches, is what our implication is saying there is that psychology is just pharmacology, just the way the switches are on and off synaptically. That see, to me, brain is a machine that the spirit uses. He's implying that there is no spirit and that it is just a series of neural networks.
You mean chemical reactions that became
Yeah.
so complex that they gained sentience? Like that?
Evolved rocks.
Like complicated rocks?
Yeah.
That's it most fundamental, isn't it? When you take it back, it's that difference between are we just a collection of primordial soup that thinks it's there. That's what she's implying there.
Don't be talking about my cousins.
and you know, it's kind of a harsh joke at the same time, because there is almost an indication, at least, that there may be some kind of like a mineral growing type of almost life around, at least. So yeah, from what I've seen around, not saying that it is literally life, and definitely that we've not evolved from them, but that is really that's the big trick, the evolution. You know,
Evolution,
there may
what's
be
that?
life in all kinds of forms and levels, but it does not evolve physically.
I have yet to meet a rock that was almost alive, so when I do, I'll let you
There
know.
are growing rocks, seriously. They feed on rain and they grow and they multiply. Make rock babies. Seriously.
What about the fungus on the rocks? Would that count?
Oh God, we're going off into ludicrous absurdity. She's just a materialist living in a material world. She's a material girl. Okay?
My cousin Madonna.
A material. Material girl.
No, our cousins are not rocks. But hey, you could consider that everything in the realm is designed by the creator. So creation-wise, anything is our distant cousin.
Oh, brother. All righty then. Now, next. Any follow-up with this? Any last thoughts? We're going to get into some PhDs. Like I was saying before, this is, you know, some of the
Yeah,
rank.
let's go to the high level stuff. Huh?
Yeah. I don't know how high this is. Like I was saying before, we're kind of used to it from the rank and file baltards. But I got a couple PhDs in here. So we're breaking through there. There's not that much difference. All right. This next one is from an alleged PhD in computer science. We all know him as M. Scott Veach. Okay? He's the next one on the docket. And please, any new people that joined the Hangout, go on mute. I'm going to put you on mute anyway, but go on mute. You're going to have to pull up the watch page. Okay? Chocolate, you hearing that?
Computer science, you said?
Yeah, because he's alleged PhD, according to him, purportedly, in computer science.
What science did he compute exactly?
In computer science, that's what it is. So,
Okay.
So pull up the watch page, Chocolate. Here we go. PhD Booker eating schmuck M. Scott Veach and his mentor, Mr. Birds Humping Natural Experiment Numpty Dipshit Gimp Panda, 23 August 2020.
Jeremy, do you really think, I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a real question, like person to person, human to human. Do you really think it's possible that 100 years ago, Maxwell's equations of thermodynamics, which are used all the time, do you really think that they contradict the gravity model and the atmospheric model? Do you really think these things are in contradiction and nobody in mainstream science noticed, that they're all just whistling by as they walk past the graveyard? Is that really something that seems likely to you? I'm genuinely asking.
It may not be highly likely, but it's possible.
Bugger eater. What in the world does Maxwell's relations in thermodynamics have to do with your fairy tale gravity model? Por favor. And we'd really like to see this atmospheric model. Atmosphere, which is a contradiction in terms, atmo meaning air, sphere meaning shape. Gases have no inherent shape. This schmuck is just making shit up on the fly, per usual. My word.
Do you think it's possible? For real?
Yes.
That's my favorite question on this. I just don't get how anyone can possibly.
I don't see how you can see
It's
it.
a fallacy that your whole
First of all, the fallacies don't apply for informal language, okay? We're talking. You can't apply fallacies when we're just chatting. Fallacies are for formal logic.
3 gems from the booger eating schmuck Veach. Number 1, fallacies don't apply for informal language. What the hell does that even mean? Number 2, fallacies are for formal logic. What about informal fallacies? And number 3, fallacies don't apply when we're just talking. Well, when do they apply? When you're not talking? Just making numpty dipshittery up and contradicting himself again.
And also, I think whenever I say this, people go, argument ad populum. But it's really not. We're not saying you should believe this because lots of other people believe it. We're saying, how do you account for the fact that if what you're saying is true, no one else has spotted it? This is this is an anomaly that exists within your worldview.
Jeez. The only anomaly here, knuckle dragger, is you being able to speak without assistance from your personal fleet of slobber nurses. So, Gip Panda's favorite question is what? You got it. Logical fallacy. And it's not an argument ad populum. It's the exact opposite. It's a textbook argument from silence fallacy, you dumbass cracker. What we got here, folks, is a real-life Harry and Lloyd situation. Have fun. There you go.
Yeah, I'm not hearing anything, whatever he is playing.
Well, you have to have the watch page up, Neil.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult if you, because there's sort of a how do you say that?
There's a delay.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Yeah.
I thought I was.
So where's the watch page?
Fleet of slobber nurses are still working on Gem Panda.
It's kind of deep fishing at this point with guys like that, you know? They're so far down on such a low level of hell, I guess you could call it. So fishing is like really deep fishing. It's almost like, oh my god, look at these people that are like in such a like fatally flawed lifeful position constantly. And then like, yeah, they're doing it wrong. It's almost like yeah, duh to me, but I guess to outsiders, maybe
Wait,
not
wait.
so much.
I'm confused as to which fallacies only apply when you're talking.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused about that. I don't know.
They want to separate it.
Wait,
They
is there a
want their
talking
blabber
fallacy?
speech. They want to be able to blabber and fantasize about whatever they want as well.
What's the point, Arwen?
Leave us alone.
You follow it to its logical conclusion, then that just basically means you need to be able to bullshit as long as it's not in some formal logical way. But when we're talking to each other, we can just make shit up. It seems and justify it in an unjustifiable way, and then carry on. Having to accept it, can't challenge it as a fallacy. It seems.
How sad is that? How sad?
don't
How
get it.
sad is the fact that you have to defend against using logical fallacy? I don't understand. I don't get it. Is it because you have no arguments, so therefore logical fallacy is better than nothing? Shout out to Tim.
Shout out to Timmy Clown.
Yeah.
Chewy, did you make up natural law? That's what Rumpus said yesterday. That you made up natural law.
Yeah.
Am I responsible
doing
for?
that now.
So I'm responsible for all natural laws? Really?
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Congratulations.
You're a force of nature, QE.
I'm not a
Yeah,
force, but
that's
I'm not a
right.
force of nature. But you can think of me as a force of nature.
Oh.
No, that's what they're doing.
That was good.
We're there again.
Oh, and that's on the list too. I don't. It's
I
apparent.
had the honor to once talk to M. Scott Veach. Short while in Discord. I can't understand the guy. Half the time, he's talking so fast that it's incomprehensible.
Yes,
right?
he's a fast talker. Yeah, yep.
But they skip words maybe, or what's happening?
They skip whole thoughts and
It's
sentences.
because they're hoping that they can speak. It's like Rumpus, right? He's hoping he could just get all his gibberish out so fast that you don't pick up on the nonsense that he's spewing.
Right.
Ah.
They're trying to
Exactly.
subconsciously program their recipient.
That's it.
Exactly.
We know the magic trick.
Now, they're under this impression, and I only heard this is the first time I ever heard this in my life, that logical fallacies can only be employed, or they can only be invoked or only called out in an official debate or something formalized. Wherever, I have no idea where they got that idea from. I've heard it a few times, only from those two bozos. So, listen, all bets are off. I haven't a clue. He's just making it up as he goes. He's so delusional. This is what happens when you're delusional, right? And you're a fanatical religious zealot. That combination is very scary. So, they just make stuff up. It's incoherent.
If he was right, John, I can tell you that you're wrong because jelly wobbles.
Yeah.
Can I go up to super chat?
Yeah, go ahead, Betty. Yep.
Yeah, so we got one from James Richard, and he says, Globies will never blush because they have no shame. Sorry. Globies will never blush because they have no shame.
Correct. They have no shame and no honor. This is bottom of the barrel, folks. This is really scary.
That's why I think we have all this. Because, as James Richard says in that, not so much no honor, it's just no humility. Nathan says it a lot, and the reason he sticks on a point is just to concede. There's nothing wrong with being wrong and moving on. The trouble is that moving on and conceding does undermine their whole worldview. I think that's why we have this. I think no humility is, as Nathan said, is the point of what's going off. You have to question why they're not prepared to show that humility. Like I said, it's because concede the point. There's no logical person or honest, intellectually honest, and that's the other big, isn't it? When we're discussing with these guys and the frustration we have, certainly from my point of view, the point of we've stopped discussing stuff and I'm now just having to deal with your intellectual dishonesty. Rumpus is a great example. I mean, he's a very, very intelligent man and he knows what he's doing. He knows how he's perverting, twisting, staying one side of it, of lying. But whilst he may not be lying, he's not intellectually honest.
I don't know. I think you're shooting for the stars with that one. Intelligent, I don't think he is at all. He's a fast talker.
The Globers, the really efficient ones with their fast talking and their machinations, they know they're lying, but they're really convinced they're doing it for a righteous cause. You got to realize that. That's why they are so adamant about it, because they do think in themselves, in their psyche, that they're doing good, that it's for a good cause.
There has to be a reason, Arwen, doesn't it? Because we entered into this, trying to figure out what the bloody hell's going on. But there has to be a reason where you abandon your honest searching. As you say, if that's it, if it is just religious fervour, at least that's an explanation for me. I can comprehend.
I think it does play a part. It does give them certain sparks. Like, keep going against all odds. That's what it feels like, you know? They get ridiculed so bad. I've never seen any group out there that would let themselves be so humiliated and still just keep on going like that.
Yep, I agree. All right, let's wrap that one up. I think that spoke for itself. It's actually preposterous. Let's get into another example, like I was saying in the introduction, that the arguments that they provide, when you follow them, when you force them to follow them to their logical conclusions, are absolutely absurd. This one coming up is from Danny T, now Daily T. So go ahead on mute. I'm going to put you there. And then I'll wait for a few extra seconds at the end for the lag to catch up. Here we go. This is Danny T. Truther, 1 November 2019, 24/7 2.0 Discord.
Agree that projectiles are a pretty bad example of Coriolis because there just wouldn't be.
There is no
a
Coriolis
significant
effect.
of an example. But what about ones where they do it with like fluids? Like, what
There
are
is no Coriolis effect.
Were you talking
Because
about
if
you
there
flushing your
was-
toilet,
okay,
Danny?
Wait a second. You
not
defined
the toilet, not the toilet.
No, I didn't say the
not-
toilet. Hold on a second. Do I got to put you on mute again?
Do it.
You already defined the Coriolis effect correctly. Well, kudos to you. You're the first baller that you must have been listening to that Nathan Oakley Hangouts for a while, so you got it. So, if that be the case, see, my argument isn't the Coriolis effect. My argument is the Coriolis causes, right? If the Coriolis causes are true, then a flight from North Carolina, Charlotte, to LA on the same latitude line, roughly, traveling at 500 miles per hour would take 1.5 hours straight flight. Why does it take 4.5?
That's a good point.
Am I on?
No.
Okay. So when the airplane lifts off from the runway, it's let's say lifts off going 500 miles per hour, which it doesn't, but
Let's say it's let's say, hold on a second. Let's say the runway is facing west.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Exactly. Even simpler. Yeah. Okay.
Good.
So if the Earth were spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, and it lifted off-
860. I'm sorry.
Right.
Sorry for interrupting you. At that latitude, it's 860 miles an hour.
So at 860, so then it would be going 1,360.
No, it wouldn't.
In a reference frame with respect to the Earth, in a reference frame that was outside of Earth.
Wait a
which
second.
no
The
one lives in.
plane. Hold on a second. Takeoff speed is about 175 miles an hour. So
Okay.
the Earth is spinning from west to east at 860 miles an hour.
Right.
Right? Are you saying the plane is going backwards?
Well, not on Earth. No.
When it takes off? If it was
No.
conserving momentum, right?
Right. Yeah. If it was conserving
I got
momentum.
you by the balls.
No. You're right. You're actually right. If you're conserving momentum
The ball.
and you were at a stationary point in space, which nobody is at,
No.
then yeah, you would see the airplane and the Earth passing you by, and the airplane's actually going. Yeah.
Go ahead, say it.
That's what I'm asking. How have they been determined to be false?
Because they're right.
Because they're false.
How do we know?
Because okay, for example, the horizon is geometric. No, it's not.
Okay. But what is that? What's the conclusion from that?
No, that is the conclusion. Someone said it was geometric. No, it's not. my day is over.
Okay, so the horizon is apparent.
No, the horizon is not geometric. So
Right.
therefore, there's nothing to reject. I'm not rejecting anything.
Okay. I still don't know how we get to absolutely not a globe from there.
Well, there's nothing to reject. To say, well, there's nothing here of substance, but we don't have to reject the idea. You don't have to do shit. I'm not telling people not to believe in a globe. I'm just telling people what's not there.
Yeah, it's not there.
Okay. So would you say that it can't be a globe?
Well, like I mean, you have been hearing what I've been saying since I
I am.
started talking.
And because of that, because I might be attributing to you
But
something
I don't even have to
actually
say that. Whether I could answer the question or not, I don't even have to.
That's
Because
fine.
I've already answered your question.
Yeah.
I've already answered it. To answer it in a different way, I don't have to. I don't have
No,
to be
that's
so
fair.
charitable as to give you a second reason.
Sure. I that's totally fair. So my criticism would be for those who do say it positively is not a globe, and I know that for certain.
Well, there's
That's
positively no evidence of it.
that's fine. That's fine.
Here, how
But
about if I split the hair with you and I say,
Yeah.
okay, it could be a globe, but there's no
Mm-hmm.
evidence of it. Nothing matches it. And even if you could prove it, people act like it's flat anyway.
That is a perfectly reasonable thing to say. I have no problem with that whatsoever.
So welcome to Flat Earth. What's the problem?
I mean, if that's what you mean by flat Earth, I mean that's fine, but that is not what I hear day in and day out. I mean, Crit is the first I've been here months.
Yeah,
Crit is the first flat earther I've heard say that.
only imagine the Earth as a ball. That's it.
Sorry.
Yeah, you want to imagine it. That's the problem.
Well, I mean, the quality of your interactions are ultimately your responsibility. That's like women who say, "Oh, there are no good women out there." Doesn't really matter. The information is the information. How long it takes you to sift through it, figure it out, is ultimately up to you. If this is the first time I don't even know what it is you got from Crit, but if it's the first time, I think you should do better in getting more quality out of your interactions, just from a personal, tip.
I'm okay with my interactions.
I'm
I
not
think
saying you're not. I'm just repeating to you what you just said. You said you didn't really get much, and this was the first time you were hearing something substantial. And I'm saying, well, that could have been better managed if you would have managed the quality of your interactions here.
I would say substantial. I think I get plenty that's substantial. What I've not gotten
Listen,
is that
but at the end of
particular
the day, the point that I'm making is you said this was your first time, and I'm saying perhaps could have been better if you'd have done better. I mean,
I mean,
we're
I've
just going to
offered
disagree, or are you just going to not meet me there?
I do disagree. I mean, I've offered that as an option many times, and it's just been
What are you
rejected.
disagreeing? What are you disagreeing with? Like again, like it's
I'm
just like
disagreeing
a
with
woman who says there's no good men out there. I mean,
I didn't
ultimately,
say that either. I certainly
yeah,
never said there's no
you
good
didn't
flat
say it,
earthers.
but what you are saying is something equivalent. Oh
I'm
wow,
saying
this
that
is the first time I've actually. Yeah, okay, so
yes, it's the first
maybe
time
you
I've
should.
heard.
I'm not saying you're saying there aren't any good flat earthers out there, but you didn't do well enough to meet someone who'd give you a little more.
So more than offering that exact statement and saying, "Is this an unreasonable thing to say?" I don't know what else I could have done to elicit that response.
Well, I don't know. What else you want? I mean, there's more to it. I mean, the earth itself is used and measured as flat. So there's that. We have all of our arguments for that. Aside from that, for people who believe it's a globe, we show them how it's not, what the claims are, how the claims are false. What are you missing?
Well,
Photos
all
from
of the claims
space.
I've seen so far, all the claims I've seen so far just reject the evidence. They don't
Oh, that's why I said you should probably do better with your interactions. Maybe you shouldn't be here. Maybe you should be looking through, you know, other, forms of information. Maybe Facebook. Maybe, I don't know, a school. I really don't know.
No, I'm fine with the information I have with regards to like the
Yeah,
evidence and the
it's
facts.
just not enough, and it's not helping you get to any conclusion because you're still asking us questions, which
Conclusion
means
about
you're still not satisfied.
Yeah, and hold on.
my
How
question
did
was
it
a
shift?
question of the reasoning, not the facts of the
And I
matter.
just think you like to argue because, like, I'm trying to conclude an issue, and it's like you're making it drag along longer. All I said was, well, hey, we have proof that the Earth is measured and practically used as flat, and we also talked to people about how it's exactly what Crit said in the way that you said was eloquently stated. That's all we have for you, bro. I don't know, you know. You say you haven't seen anything. I heard you the first time. You said, well, okay, what else?
I don't know. I feel like you maybe misunderstood what I was looking for, but I mean that's
No,
fine.
I'm not misunderstanding anything. I told you what we have. So if what I told you we have is not what you're looking for, then you and I already come to an understanding that we don't have what you're looking for, or we do. Those are the only two options. It's a true dichotomy.
All right.
Yeah. All right, guys. I'm gonna take a shower.
Have a good one.
Take care of your life.
Yeah, how did it go from the boat full of mites to now facts and evidence? And when you said, well, they're not all mites, and I said, okay, give me one that's not a mite, we went silent. And you said,
I
well,
took too
come
long
on,
to
guys.
think of it,
Might
and then
you
we got
be
sidetracked.
wrong? Yeah. So
No, it was someone asked the question, I
if
think.
it's a raft full of mites, but you say there are things that aren't mites, what are those?
So the things that aren't mites are the things that the mites are built on, which are like actual measurements of like forces and natural.
Okay. So stories, just a repeating of the story.
That's not what I said. So constants of the universe, right? We can take objects, take measurements, we can take little bits of data here and there, and then we build mites off of those. So it's not all mites, but there are some.
Yeah, I've got a meme I'm going to
things
show
that
you. I
can be
found it
more
just
or
the
less
other day.
accurate on, depending on what we're trying to figure out.
I might be lost. What's a mite?
We were talking about models specifically. I said something about how we can model a potential formation of planets.
Okay.
So that might be how it happened, and then yeah,
hypotheticals, eh?
Hypotheses, you could say.
The only time I've come across the word mite is when describing something like a bed mite or a dust mite or something like that.
Yeah.
There's a really in Amma, I think the movie with like Amistad, I think it's called, where they are able to intercept a slave ship, and then they're going to bring them back, and then use the evidence as expert witness to find this harbor where they're a fake port that was like off the maps and everything. And the guy was talking to the former slave was talking to the prosecutor, and he said, "Hey, so what's going to happen now?" He says, "Well, the judge might issue an injunction. He might, dismiss the case." Just going through all the different things that happen. He's like, "What are you talking about? He might. What does that even? Because in their language, there wasn't a word for might. Either you do it or you don't. There wasn't no middle ground of like, well, it could go either way."
But
And
in
yet, like,
Fantasyland, you can use that word like manufacturing when he's talking about his fantasy globe water thing flying through the vacuum of impossibility. It might be that in his imagination, he considered it to be true, but it doesn't have to be.
yeah, like the whole multiverse idea.
might.
Like there might be an Earth out there with a version of Manufactorum who got it, who's able to somehow, it clicked in his brain, he was able to understand flat Earth. There
Where do you
might
think
be
these
that
things
person
come
out there.
from? Where do you think these assertions about the universe come from?
Well, what do you got, Kelly? Where does your assumptions come from?
The assertions about the universe come from philosophical musings of men like Einstein, Edwin Hubble, Georges Lamont, Copernicus. List goes on and on and on.
¿No tiene la suya? ¿En el cachat no tiene? Mentirosa.
You have a follow up to or something?
Gemsy, hot mic.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
we
like
just
constellations that stood
all
the
we gotta
test of
do is
time.
just read. We know exactly where they came from.
They're postulations that stood the test of time because when people go to test them, they get the same result.
Like what? Example.
The distance to the sun. 3 million, 6 million, 80 million.
From you, Craig. Come on, bro.
Oh yeah, I was trying to make a joke there. Okay. He won't have one either. He's gonna think it was
Right,
all
bro. But you're just
All
stop.
of them. Any postulation that the globe
Like
makes,
what?
it's not based off of just, people just shooting shit.
Pick one then.
Yeah, like any of them.
Like what?
Like the decrease in pressure when you gain altitude is a justification for the idea of a near perfect vacuum in space.
That's no. That's not what you said, and not what we're asking for. You're just pointing to part of your model and going, "Well, that happens then."
The postulation is that there is deep space with a near perfect vacuum, and they justify it because the higher they go in altitude, there's a further decreasing pressure.
Okay,
Every
so
time they go higher, there's more decrease in pressure.
sorry, you think a decrease in pressure means ipso facto space is a vacuum?
I'm just saying that's one of the postulations, and nobody's really challenging it. They're just, hand waving.
What do you mean hand waving? We talk about it all the time. In depth, at length.
I think you're hand waving it. Yeah.
Really? I've been talking about this for 10 fucking years. Definitely not something that we hand wave. I think you hand waved the thing that I've just spoken about, where you've got a gradient. That doesn't mean it graduates and ends up into a vacuous space.
Tell me why. Tell me why.
Well, see, Jedi, here's the thing. This is a burden of proof reversal because he's just making the postulation. He needs to support it. We're not going to tell you why it's not. You support why it is.
Yeah, that's what he
Literally
said.
Everybody that goes at these altitudes and they test the pressure, that's the result. You're going to have to go deal with the people that actually fly planes that high.
Well,
so people
just a claim.
People that lived at different altitudes across the Earth, at high altitude and low altitude. Are you trying to tell me that they only figured out that there was a gas pressure gradient when somebody said there's a vacuum up there? What are you talking about? There's more pressure down here at sea level, and that community that lives up in the Himalayas, those ones that live in Ecuador at high altitude. No. Okay. It's got to be a vacuous space up there. It has to be a spinning ball in a vacuous space for us to have a gas pressure gradient. That in your story now has to be reversed into it graduates into a vacuum like we predicted it would. No. Fucking avoiding it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the density of the gas is caused by the center of that is the planet Earth.
And you're trying to tell me that
postulation, how do you refute it?
Nobody figured out that you require a container and can demonstrate gas pressure in a container and a graduated pressure environment within a container, and you're trying to tell me that before a space vacuum came along and the heliocentric model, everybody was running around really quizzical about how to work with gas then? No, we've been containing gas and things for thousands of years. I've got a container of gas. Well, I guess that means there's a vacuum outside then.
Yeah, you're now you're asserting a physical barrier. Where's the evidence of that?
No, I'm asserting that when we have a volume and we have a gas, when we put the gas inside the vacuum, by consequent, the gas is under pressure. When you play around with the energy inside the system, for example, the temperature, you can create a gas pressure gradient, all within inside a container. Now, I'm not begging the fucking question. I'm just pointing out, look, I can do this. You're saying I don't need a container to do this. Okay, then.
Earth is saying you don't need a container.
But
because we
how
have an
do you know
atmosphere
there's
with
gas? You can't see it. You can't see gas.
It's just an assertion without a demonstration. You just say we go higher.
Demonstrate the physical barrier. I don't have to demonstrate the non-physical barrier because literally go look for it. You're not going to find it.
There's lots of things that are transparent that you can't see.
So it's invisible, but is it just contains gas? Nobody ever ran into it.
I don't know, mate. You're trying to tell me that you don't need a container for gas pressure, and just because altitude does a gradient, and you assert that there's a vacuum out there because of stories that you've been told by about 600 people.
Gravity creates the density tower gradient.
What the fuck's gravity?
Gravity is exactly what you already know what it is.
Yeah, I already know that you don't have an experiment that proves it. You're not going to be able to demonstrate gravity when I give it to you, changing the vector of a gas molecule. You're not going to be showing that now, are you? You're going to make claims, but when we get down to the nitty-gritty, you're not going to be able to provide the substantial evidence that you're going to require for such a claim. And that would be a hypothesis that can be tested through experimentation.
Where's the evidence for the cause of the gas pressure in the atmosphere being a physical barrier? Where's your evidence that it's being caused by a physical barrier?
We have gas pressure.
Wait, Jedi, are you still trying to make people understand what pressure means? Pressing against something? Wow. I thought people have been advancing, but kind of looks like as if they really don't get it.
The density tower gradient we see is caused by gravity.
No,
it's caused by pressure.
No, it's caused by gravity.
No, the density tower that you see is caused by a dynamic system. That dynamic system has gas production. That dynamic system has energy. Those productions and energies are in cycles. The gas is always wanting to reach equilibrium, but because of the energy within the system, it can't. It's got nothing to do with gravity. I'll tell you what, in Boyle's law, Dalton's law, Gay-Lussac's law, in any of the gas laws, in the second law of thermodynamics, and in kinetic molecular theory, point out to me where it says, oh, and gravity changes the direction of a gas molecule that is described as free random in all directions until it has physical collisions with other gas molecules or something else that is physical. Point that out.
Okay, so you can't tell me what causes a density tower gradient otherwise. It's not gravity.
Excuse me. You accused us of hand waving stuff away and not listening. Now you've not listened to me when I've just expressed to you the reason why we have gas pressure gradient. I told you the system was dynamic. I told you the system has energy within it, amongst a few other things. But you decided to not listen to that then. Okay? That's going to help you sleep tonight. I mean, it's fine. But me and you and everybody else knows that we're not hand waving this. You are. And you're just making claims now. that you can't back up.
The thing about the claim is that in this scenario, he can't make a modus ponens, nor can he even affirm the consequent. The best he has is a begging the question or a baseless assertion in this scenario, because there's no scenario where he's going to say, when there's no containment, we have a gas pressure gradient to a vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr. We have a gas pressure gradient, therefore it's exposed to a vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr. He doesn't have that. So all you can do is say a gas pressure gradient we observe, and then you go ahead and make a baseless assertion that it's exposed or it goes to 0 and then 10 to the negative 17. Is that about right?
Don't forget the gravity claim. Beg him the question.
Well, yeah. And then gravity, of course, unobserved. Nothing to test. Effects that, once again, we're going to baselessly assert that it has something to do with the magical force of gravity, but no one's shown us that yet. So only baseless assertions and begging the question so far.
The physical barrier that is your container, that's the baseless assertion, because you can't tell me where it is. You haven't verified that.
Well, see, in this scenario, I'm trying to think if we could actually make a modus ponens out of this. Contained systems make pressure gradients if they're dynamic. We have a pressure gradient, therefore we're in a dynamic contained system. I could probably do that. But even still, you don't have anything to demonstrate what you're claiming.
You mean what's happening, like everywhere you go?
Yeah, that would be begging the question, right?
You mean air pressure without a container literally everywhere on Earth?
That's begging the question.
Show me the gigantic container containing everywhere.
I didn't say that there was, right?
I love it when these people go off down this road.
Right.
You understand that when the word container gets brought up, that's because of your model that declares a vacuum up in the sky would need one to achieve pressure. But you don't have one. To achieve gas pressure, you require physical containment to stop entropy increase into a further volume that the gas under any other circumstance would expand into. You're saying that no, it's an open system, the gas isn't expanding into that. You would need a physical barrier to stop that expansion. You would need a
No,
container.
I believe that gravity will stop the expansion.
Yeah, but you don't
Nobody
have a
cares what you
scientific
believe.
experiment to prove gravity. You don't even have the dependent variables, so we can start the point of inquiry. You can't give me gas changing direction because of the observation of gravity doing it. You ain't doing that.
Well, there's a density tower gradient for some reason.
Yeah, and I've already pointed out why, but you're gonna ignore it for the second time.
The containment doesn't create the tower. What? How is just containing it alone creating the density?
Hello, like the ignorant one. I've already pointed out energy within the system. Do I need to repeat this for a third time? Or are you going to try and start straw manning me? What the fuck? None of those 2 times did I say container. The overall point is, though, you're going to need a fixed volume to achieve whatever gradient you're going to need to achieve with whatever energy and gas and shit you've got in your system. Increase the volume, decrease the volume, the situation will be different. But you have no fixed volume. You have no physical boundary to stop the gas expansion into the next available space, which gas always wants to do because gas fills space.
Don't they got planes that like enter zero G, where like people are just like up there just floating around?
Don't people fall out the sky enveloped with an aeroplane? And it looks like, from their point of view, that they've got zero G because they're falling at the same rate as the aeroplane that's around them. But are they actually zero G? No, they're plummeting towards the fucking floor.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going on. The aeroplane is doing what? Has it got a parabolic path? That's not level. That's going up and down a lot. And when it's going down, falling, everybody else in the aeroplane is falling with the aeroplane. But from their point of view, inside the aeroplane, whee! It's lots of fun. They're falling to the floor. What, did you think that was really zero G? What the fuck?
Gravity makes
No,
everything
I
go.
already knew it wasn't. It was like a simulation of it or whatever.
The simulation of it. Yeah, it's just falling. What was the overarching point?
Simulation of zero non-existent gravity. Hilarious.
I don't know what you're getting at.
Gravity is real because bending and warping of space-time. There you go. Don't you get it? Gas pressure because bending and warping of space-time? So simple. You guys are just stupid.
Bro, just show me one oxygen atom and I'll believe you. I can't see it, so it doesn't exist.
That's stupid. Worst thing in the world. Can't see gas. Gas don't exist. Okay. Don't worry about breathing then.
Yeah, if it exists, like breathing is just like the
You
lungs
probably
exercising.
you might not live in a cold country. Maybe you've never seen your breath on a frosty morning. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, but that's not gas. That's not.
You understand that we have coloured gases, right? You understand that different gases give off a different flame, different colour, right? You understand that gases press on things, right?
That's fire. That's fire.
Yeah, but we can understand composition due to the light, right?
It's great to meet you. Hello. I'm really excited about team.
To say I can't see
He
gas
ran away.
is a stupid thing to say in this conversation.
Saturn, are you attempting to make a false equivalence between gas and the bending and warping of conceptual mediums? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, because it doesn't have any weight, so why does he say it bends space?
What doesn't have any weight? Be specific.
Gas.
Gas doesn't have weight?
No.
Define weight.
Gas. Gonna step on the gas tonight.
Yeah, Google it.
So I will believe you.
Yikes,
What
bro.
is gravity?
Gravity is the force that pulls objects toward each other. It's what keeps us grounded on Earth and makes things.
No, you're wrong. It's bending and warping of
So if
space
you
time.
like-
Haha.
Ah, got it. You're talking
So
about
if you like
Einstein's
take
theory.
a million atoms of oxygen and you put them together and form like a ball, and I can see it, then I will believe you.
Is the comedy routine over or what? It was good.
You're being fucking kind.
Come on, man. Keep it going. You got this sticky ball of atoms and it's in a sphere. What next? And then why is the galaxy a flat disk? Can you tell me that while you're at it? Milky Way galaxy. Thought gravity formed everything into spheres. Well, shit, Jedi. Play some music then. Fuck it.
Hey, ChatGPT, do you agree with me that there's no empirical evidence for direct measurements of the surface regarding a heliocentric model, and the only thing they have is pointing at the sky? So every evidence for direct measurements of the spherical surface is going to be always referenced to the sky. Is that correct?
While ground-based measurements form the basis for understanding Earth's shape, celestial references like stars and satellites can enhance accuracy. The primary evidence is...
Do you have one peer-reviewed paper that actually doesn't need to reference anything regarding the sky?
Yeah, why'd you interrupt her? She said that.
I don't have specific papers, but geodetic surveys often rely on ground-based measurements. While celestial references can be used for precision, you might...
Do you have one paper that doesn't reference the sky?
That backfired.
I have a specific paper at hand, but geodetic surveys focus on ground-based measurements.
Would you say that there's any globe Earth proof that wouldn't make use of the sky?
The primary evidence for the globe Earth involves ground-based measurements like geodetic surveys, while celestial...
Does geodetic surveying use references to the sky?
Geodetic surveying primarily relies on ground-based measurements, such as distances and angles on Earth's surface, while celestial references like star...
Can you give one peer-reviewed paper of geodetic surveying that is not using sky-related reference points?
The ground has been measured, bro.
I don't have specific papers, but geodetic surveys often emphasize ground-based measurements.
That's wipe material.
Do you have one paper that is not using references like the meridian lines or other reference regarding the sky? So it's purely direct measurements of the ground. Do you have one paper or one proof you can tell us about?
I don't have a specific paper to provide, but geodetic surveys, while considering celestial reference...
So you have nothing specific proving that geodetic surveying can prove the spherical shape of Earth without referencing or pointing to the sky at all?
Geodetic surveys primarily involve ground-based measurements, but celestial references may enhance precision. While I don't have a...
She sounds like a globe.
Okay, you say may enhance precision, but I'm saying, do you have one evidence of ground surveying that is not using the sky as a reference point? Is there one in existence?
I don't have a specific paper at hand, but geodetic surveys typically rely...
Okay, since you have no paper at hand, would you agree that when we look at the history of heliocentrism, that it was purely derived from sky observations in the first place to come up with the model, right?
Yeah, why do you interrupt that? Let her say what she's going to say, man.
Yes, historically, the development of heliocentrism was influenced by celestial observations, particularly the motion of planets and stars in the sky. The heliocentric model originated from astronomical observations.
Would you agree that the best evidence of the heliocentric model today in 2023 is still something that is going to be referencing the sky?
The best evidence of the pictures that we take.
Times, evidence supporting the heliocentric model often involves celestial observations, such as the motion of planets, satellites, and other...
So you agree that the only proof to be found about the globe Earth is in the sky, right?
No, that's not what she said.
Primary evidence
Shut up.
Talk to a
supporting the
real
globe
person
Earth
now,
is
man.
grounded in a combination of celestial observations and ground-based measurements. While celestial
Do you have one ground-based measurement that doesn't use the sky?
Keep
My
reading.
surveying
ground-based
equipment.
measurements, like geodetic surveys, may involve celestial references for precision, but they primarily focus on Earth's.
Be more precise, yes or no. Do you have one peer-reviewed paper or anything that doesn't reference the sky regarding the ground to prove the Earth?
So does this guy like refuse to argue with an actual person or something, or what's?
Yeah, I've asked him
No,
twice. Clay,
I don't have a specific peer-reviewed paper at hand that exclusively relies on ground-based
Yeah,
measurements.
somebody's got to get to mute Hammer. Either the guy that keeps heckling or Clay, one of the two.
What? It's AI, man.
We know.
Yes, we know.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. It is, but it's so we have an automated redundant glober, and that's what I'm noticing.
Yeah.
That it's,
no, I don't have a specific peer-reviewed paper at hand that exclusively relies on ground-based measurements about references.
geodetic survey. I know I want to choke her already, and I ain't married her yet. And you single men will never get that.
So what we have learned is that the heliocentric model is all about the sky. Is that correct? Because in 2023, the best evidence you can bring forward is still referencing the sky.
And I'm surprised at the authenticity of this bot, man. It's really good.
Oh, thank God.
Okay.
Sounds just like a globe.
Can we? It does. Can we pick a topic? Because that's just like a prolific glober. Like it's auto repeat. Same answer.
You ask it for evidence, and it just says, "Well, I don't have any specific evidence, but it's still a globe."
For a minute there, I thought he playing with a soundboard, and he just had the same glober answers, and he was just hitting repeat. But then I realized, hold up, he's talking to Chat GPT. So the reason you interrupt is because you better refine your question for a more enhanced answer. For anybody that doesn't play with Chat GPT. So the better the question, the better the answer. The more specific the question, the more specific the answer.
I was playing with him one time, and when he answered me, I just rebuttal to his answer, and I finish it with another answer about that same thing. And he reply when he answer me every time, he reply, but yes, you are correct, but there is some misunderstanding. And he start to rebuttal using, for example, about the gyroscope and the accelerometer in the mobile phone. How can't we detect any movement of the Earth around itself, the spin of the Earth, with those devices? And he said, but you can say that those devices were created for just us, the consumer uses. They are not pro devices that can detect that weak inertia force. I laughed. You can trap him. Just try to play with him. You can trap him. If you allow him to make more research, you continue. Don't follow the same question, repeat the same question. But no, try to trap him. When he answer you, take his answer. You know that his answer is not correct, and flip it against him. Because sometime he will give you one time we were talking about the gas pressure, and the dude tried to make difference between the atmospheric pressure and the gas pressure, and I said to him, no, gas pressure or atmospheric pressure are mainly gas pressure. So, what are you saying? And he said, yeah, you're correct. And he started trying to rebuttal.
Heliocentrism and geocentrism are models to explain the motion of the stars and the planets and the sun and the moon. Geocentrism assumes a sphere. Heliocentrism assumes a sphere to explain the movement of the planets. That's what ChatGPT was saying.
What's your point?
Is there another way to explain the movement of the planets I'm not aware of?
Maybe you're not paying attention well enough to what's being said. They're saying that these two religious systems assume a sphere in the first place. So they're just models, and they have nothing to do with reality. Try again next time.
You don't hear what I'm trying to say. Is there another way to explain the movement of the celestial objects?
Well, that's what
Dude,
that's what
There is
ChatGPT.
only one
But really,
explanation because that's the only
it's not a
explanation
globe.
that has been
It's
proven by
actually,
science.
yeah, like I said, it's actually a coordinate system with a plane and a celestial sphere atop it, and kind of like sandwiched in on the other side of that patty plane, I guess, would be another celestial sphere. And that's pretty much how they fool people, but that's what it is. It's not actually a globe. Just a coordinate system, one that you can relatively think that you could be from, well, everything is from the sun's perspective or everything's from our perspective. So
All
I
right,
don't think
presuming the
that's what he was
celestial
saying.
sphere, that means that the sphere goes
I have a
underneath
question.
the flat Earth.
no one
Or
said that.
I don't know, because if it is a celestial sphere, then the stars need to be fixed on that sphere underneath the flat Earth. You don't have a dome
No
anymore.
one said that. And that's a baseless
How thick is
assertion.
the
You
Earth?
gotta quit that,
no,
bro.
all you need to do to know what a celestial sphere is and how they utilize that model is just like read a book or something. You don't have to come up with things that we may have made up because that would be bullshit. I'm just telling you, go look into what's already out there in literature. You don't have to imagine or come up with some argument or just validate what I said. It's either true or false.
Yeah, and I think based on all our observations that we've made, we've come up with a model that best explains it. If you have any other better way to explain it, we'd like to hear.
Well, the only problem with that model is that there's actually no curvature in reality, so that kind of ends that whole conversation.
Except that there is.
Oh, okay, go ahead and show it to me.
I mean, do you not agree with any of the evidence that shows it?
What evidence?
All the observations that we've made as a human race.
Show them to me, dude.
For example,
how stars circle one way in the northern hemisphere, how stars circle another way in the southern hemisphere. How
Sweet Lord.
hurricanes
With
rotate one way in a certain hemisphere, and how they rotate in another way in the southern hemisphere. How I get
the Earth is
different
a
levels
ball.
from two distances. How we measure. When we use our surveying gear and we have 3 points to make a triangle, the angles add up to an excess of 180 degrees. What else would you like to hear? How
Not
things,
begging the question.
how things, when they go over the horizon, they disappear from the bottom up.
Over the
Anything else?
horizon. Which one do you want to talk about? Which one specifically do you want to talk about? Or are you just going to sit here and scattergun? Which one do you want to talk about? Which one out of the ones that you've listed, or one that you could possibly list if I let you go on? Which one do you think is the best one?
The best evidence of the globe? The absolute best evidence? Oh, the pictures from space.
Okay.
I can make those in Photoshop. These are not real evidence.
I think the pictures from space are the best evidence.
I think
Yeah, but those can be photoshopped.
They could be photoshopped, but you would have to prove that they're photoshopped.
Because they are photoshopped.
No, not all of them.
Have you been to space?
No, I haven't been to space. Well,
So-
technically I have. I mean, Earth is in space, so technically, yeah, I've been to
Have
space.
you ever been
Have
in
I
a
been outside?
photography boat?
Have you seen the entire
outside
globe,
Earth's atmosphere? Or
as
no?
you call it?
What's that?
Have you seen the entire globe, as you call it?
All at once?
Yeah.
No, the pictures that I've seen only show half of the globe because that's
There's a reason for that.
Yeah, the reason is that it's a 3D object and you would have to see both from both sides at the same time. It's not really possible.
But have you circled it?
You can't see
to prove.
Can you name any object that you can see all sides of it all at the same time? A 3D
He said
object.
pictures. Listen,
Okay,
you think you
so I
got
have an
actual
experiment.
pictures?
If you do it, I will believe you. Okay.
Those are images.
Okay.
Is there?
So take a
Wait,
tennis
hang
ball.
on, real quick. Just answer this one question. Is there any 3D object that you can see all sides of it at the same time? Any 3D object?
You don't have any
No.
real pictures of Earth, so it doesn't really matter.
I want you to go
I'm just
around.
asking a very general question. Is there any 3D object that you can see all sides of it at the same time?
Yeah, a beach ball that's clear.
A beach ball that's clear.
Yeah.
A glass.
You can see all sides of it.
Empty glass. An empty glass. Yes, is it not a 3D object? A bowl.
I don't. So a see-through bowl. Okay. Any
Pyrex
cookware. You're fine. The Earth isn't see-through. So, and is there any object that's not see-through that you can see all?
Doesn't really matter because you don't have any real pictures. So seeing
does
isn't
matter.
really a topic.
Yeah, we get it. You think if the Earth were a ball and we would see it from space, yeah, you'd only see one side of it. Just like if you're watching a basketball game, you don't see the ball 360 as Steph Curry's shooting it. And then they'll show you a different view and you see the other side of the ball. But
exactly. Yep.
What's your point?
No, he was saying, have you
seen the images that NASA's?
Yeah.
I'll show you one that shows Italy. It covers 1/4 of the surface of Earth, or 1/5. From NASA.
Well, yeah, it depends how you're taking the picture. Of course, it depends how you're taking the picture.
It's definitely an image, and well, you notice NASA over the years they've even gone back and changed some things that were listed as photographs to images now. Image credit.
Yeah, they don't have any pictures, but they keep going.
Yeah, they only claim.
No, you don't. Apollo.
Yeah, they only claim very few photographs. But anyways, that's besides the point.
Hang on. Why is the agency that you claim is faking everything admitting to the things that you're talking about? You're saying NASA says that they are making these composites or whatever. Why would they admit to that and still hold to like the other thing? Like it seems kind of contradictory.
Well, they don't admit to Earthrise as being a composite. They're sticking to their guns on that one. They claim that that's a single timeout. They claim that that's a single frame exposed image.
Okay.
That's one of their first, besides the ridiculousness of the pale blue dot, which they don't even want. They've changed the damn credit on that to image. Anyways, take a look at Earthrise. They still claim it's a photograph. Tell me the next time you see a photograph, a single frame exposed photograph, have black and white and color in the same frame. Good luck with that.
Okay, you're not really answering my question.
Yeah, okay. It goes one in one ear, out the other. Well, the reason why that came out is because Robert Simmons was given an interview, and he goes, "Well, it is Photoshop, but because it has to be." That's the answer.
But you're not answering my question.
Because their images don't hold the same confidence with the public as they used to. They're trying to get out in front of it. They would love a naive population to just still be able to say, these are photographs, and everyone goes, see, they're photographs. The fact that they say they're images, the fact that they admit to create, they create them in Photoshop because that's what they do. Why did Robert Simmons tell the interviewer that? I don't know. Ask him.
So, is there any picture that they've said is not Photoshop that
You're roboting.
Yeah, you're roboting very hard.
Yeah, I told you they claim Earthrise as a photograph. They still claim that as being a photograph. Yeah, you're roboting.
Am I still roboting?
No, you're back now.
You're back.
Okay, so is there any pictures where they said this is a real picture, it's not Photoshop, and then later went back and said, no, actually this is Photoshop? Or are there only pictures that they've stated that these are Photoshop pictures, and then other pictures that they've always said these pictures are real, this is the actual picture?
Do you mean by picture? Do you mean snapshot, photograph on film? Because after that, it's all digital imageries. There's only a few photographs that they say that they're even far enough away from the surface of the Earth to show the Earth in its entirety. So therefore, all of the other ones, including the blue marble, whenever it was, are composite images because the satellites that have taken the photographs or images are not far enough away from the surface, so they have to stitch them together. And when they stitch them together, because the Earth's a ball, they stitch them around a ball. That's why it looks like a ball, because they stitched it around one. There's only about 2, maybe 3 photographs, and I say photographs loosely, that they say are far enough away from the surface of the Earth. One's Earthrise. I think the first one's the original blue marble, 72.
Yeah, and there's others of I think it's like the Cassini satellite. Hold on. Yeah, those are some those images of the planets that they claimed once upon a time. They claimed those were photographs. Well, how the hell did they get the film back? But anyways, they just say they credit those as images nowadays.
How did they get the film back?
That's the point.
How can I hear your voice right now?
They're not photographs.
So the answer is no. There's no pictures that they ever stated were real, and then went back and said, no, actually, we lied. Those are Photoshop.
Yeah, the ones I just said that you can go back and find, if you can find something in print where they had I'm talking about NASA things that you're saying were once categorized as photograph, now listed as images. Yes. All those beautiful.
No.
I'm going to explain to you.
All those planet
pictures. Why they call them images instead of photographs, okay? Because photograph, what you understand is like taking a picture with your phone. sometimes there are gas planets that it doesn't make sense to take a photograph, so they take
Taking a picture
a
with the phone
photograph
is a
like
digital image.
That's not what I'm talking about. Is there
The answer is yes. You're going to have to go back and dig through.
is real, and then later, can you name one picture that they've said is real, and then later went back and be like, no, we lied, it's Photoshop? Is there any one picture that they've said that to?
Have you not heard?
Yeah, Blue Marble 2.0. It's Photoshop. It's gotta be. They rolled it out that here's a photo from Earth, from space, for the first time since 1972. In the greatness of government and all hail NASA. They say, wait a minute here, there's some problems with this photo. It doesn't add up. Some of these things don't match. He's like, oh, it's built off science data. It's not a real photo. Like, well, why'd you say it was a photo? If it was photoshopped, why'd you call it a photo if it was Photoshop? He said, oh, because it's got to be Photoshop. It just has to be. Earth's too big. You can't take one photo of it. It's just too large. I mean, look it up. Robert Sidham.
He actually explains it's just snippets of data, and he puts it together on how he imagines the Earth would look, because he's not an astronaut, so he has to imagine what it looks like to put it together.
The best part, too, is he references a flat map. He goes, using all the data that we got from like low altitude satellites, we were able to construct a flat map. I then used Photoshop to wrap that around the ball to match what people might think the Earth would look like from space. He said, but it looked real flat. It still looked pretty flat. So I had to Photoshop colors in. I had to Photoshop clouds. I had to like change, the color contrast. Areas where I knew that was desert, I painted desert color. And then
I don't think you're talking about the Blue Marble.
Blue Marble 2.0, yeah.
So if I Google Blue Marble 2.0, I'll come up with something?
Yeah, you'll come up with this Photoshop because it has to be.
You can go straight onto NASA's website and read the document and watch the video that the creator makes himself, where at first is claimed to be a photo and then explained not to be.
It's like one of those things where they rickroll you. Like at the end of the last landing on Mars, it ended with a rickroll, a literal rickroll. And people think, wow, that's pretty funny. Those nerds rickrolled everybody. Dude, they've been rickrolling you for the last hour and a half. None of that was live video. That was all CGI. It was all fake. None of it was live video as seen from the Mars lander. And they even explained it a couple days later, like, first photo coming in from Mars. They're like, we talk about first photo. Didn't you just show, like 3 days ago, the whole thing from low orbit Mars all the way down to the surface and then dropped a rickroll at the end of it? Like, oh yeah, that was, dramatization. There was no video of that. Well, no shit. You got a bunch of people thinking that's what they saw. They saw it on TV. And they're coming here, Flat Earth, and asking Flat Earth to explain how what they saw on TV wasn't reality. How come you don't go out there and say, mark dramatization or something like that? Highlight it. Make sure people know that they're not watching literal video of outer space. Because they're all kinds of fucked up. They see it on TV. Nixon said it best. The American people will believe anything they see on TV without question. That was such a good quote. The CIA said, damn, let me put that on the wall. When you walk into CIA headquarters, the first thing people see is like, Nixon. Yeah, he was spot on. Just show it on TV. And you got him hook, line, and sinker. It's easy to fool somebody who wants to be fooled.
Drop the link in the chat for you. You can go and read it for yourself.
Yeah, and Crit, you are the perfect proof of that.
Look at this site and see when he says it's a real photograph, or if he always said that it was Photoshop.
Anybody remember that Nixon speech that he's talking about? He's referencing, we chose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
Yeah, that was JFK. Why does Rice play Texas?
Yeah, Nixon made some speeches too about the phone call and all that crap.
See, the best part is that these are things that people who, when they go flat Earth, they see, they realize. Which is why it's so easy to say when someone says, I was a flat earther, but then I saw it on TV, and I knew it's a globe. Like, you dumb fuck, you were never a flat earther. That's one of the very first things you challenge, is idea of American exceptionalism.
So I'm reading that article that the guy put it on the thing, and he said the hard part was creating a flat map of Earth's surface. Why would it be hard to create a flat map if the Earth is flat?
Because there's mountains.
Why do you need a flat map if the Earth is round?
Listen, a map and a topography map are two different things, but yeah, okay.
Right, but he's saying it was what was hard to do was creating a flat map with the Earth's surface, because he's saying
Why
that the
did he
surface of
create
the
a
Earth
flat
is
map with the Earth's surface in the first place if it's a photograph from space?
Oh, you mean why do we have flat maps? Because paper's
No,
flat.
that's not my question. Don't try and twist the question. I said, why does he have to have a flat map to begin with if he's taking a photo of the globe?
That's not what he said. Too.
No,
You misread.
he's saying he's creating a flat map. He said it was hard to
So
create a
why is
flat
he
map.
creating a flat map if he's supposed to be taking a photo of a globe?
No, you misread it.
Claimed.
The hard part was creating a flat map of Earth's surface with 4 months of satellite data.
Right.
Then he references the satellites that he used, did much of this work. Then we wrapped that flat map around a ball. My part was integrating the surface, the clouds, and oceans to match expectations of how the Earth would look from space. This became the famous blue marble. So it's photoshopped because it has to be.
Yeah, but he's not saying he's not like saying like, oh, like this was a real photo and then I had to Photoshop it to do this. That's not what he's saying. Like to make it round.
It does when you watch the interview and it's claimed to be a photo, dude.
Listen,
that's not what he's saying.
The point is, he admitted. Yes, that's the very point of it. He admitted it had to be photoshopped. And if it's a globe, how come there's excess land left over that you actually measured in reality that won't fit on the globe when you switch it from planar to polar coordinates or from flat to sphere?
I'll find the interview because he got called. It was on NPR. He got called out. He said, "Why did NASA present this as a photo?" And he basically squirmed until finally he said, "Dude, it is Photoshop because it has to be." I'll find that interview that you actually hear the words come out of his mouth. It's you're too bricked to even read that part.
Well, if you have 4 months of satellite data, you're not going to have one cloud that stays in that area for 4 months. So yeah, You're not like, if you have 4 months of satellite data, you're gonna have clouds covering everywhere. It doesn't make sense. Like what, so yeah, the clouds of
in 4
Photoshop.
months, hold on. In 4 months of data, you definitely got a lot of still time data. Yes?
Okay.
Okay, so use the still shot. Don't create it.
But that's
and it did take more frames than anything most people own in the amateur market.
You do realize that hang on, that the satellites that he was using
it's just not a photo. It doesn't matter.
Hang on, let me just finish my point. The satellites that we use don't have a view of the whole globe, or half of the globe, I should say, at one time. They can only see parts of it.
They use sensors too, light sensors, instead of orthographic cameras, but it doesn't sound like we should bother to get into that, because you're stuck on the fact that you can't grasp it. It's not a photo, and he admitted it. That's the point of this. We don't really care why. We're cool with it. Has to be. It's pretty definitive, right? It has to be. Meaning we don't have the data to make a 100% original photograph, because we didn't even fly an orthographic lens in space. At a distance where it could have viewed. Listen, nobody's asking you to see the whole sphere in one thing. You're going to get a profile view. You got to be far enough away to get that view. And this isn't a real one because, one, they weren't far enough away, and two, they weren't taking photos.
It's Photoshopped, it has to be, because they can't take photos from a violation of natural laws. It's very simple.
There's a full interview right there, so in case you want to say context,
brother.
Yeah.
The main problem is they rolled this out. You got the other part of this is Obama. When this rolled out, Obama took center stage, did a mass press conference, said, I want everyone to look at what the government has done under my tutelage. We now have a photo of Earth from space for the first time since 1972. He goes on to say how things have changed, the demographics of the world, all his whole political jargon, everything left-wingy. And all of a sudden he's like, but one thing that hasn't changed was how beautiful the planet that we live on. And people ate it up. They gobbled it. Like, wow, good job, Obama. Good job making NASA do something good for humanity. Yay. And all of a sudden, a couple of months later, it's Photoshopped. Well, no shit. How come you didn't say that from the beginning? Let's see if I got that.
That's the thing, though. I don't think I don't think the other person said that it wasn't Photoshopped.
They did. Obama said it. He just prefaced that. It was represented, the blue marble, as a new photo, the newest photo.
I'll find the video of the Obama, because it was national television. He walked up and, here we go. I got something for y'all today.
Why are they so diehard? Like, you're not even getting paid to defend these people. Why are you not suspect? Are you American? If you are, you pay for this shit. Your kids get taught it. You should be suspect. You should be skeptical of anything that's taught to your children.
He wants a booby prize. He wants to walk away with some sort of
Oh, you wouldn't even get an attaboy from NASA if you gave him a leg to stand on in a formal debate. They're not even going to send you a free t-shirt. Hey, at least we'll give you a free I got banned from 24/7 Flat Earth Politics server t-shirt. We can do that. We're Flat Earthers. We'll hook you up.
I found it on TikTok, but it's the same one. Last month, the first time since 1972, NASA released a single snapshot of Earth taken from outer space.
Yep.
Direct quote. Hey everybody, I'm president. I'm the shot caller at NASA, and I want to tell you what they did. They got a single snapshot of Earth.
We got a dang old Kodak photo, man, of the Earth, man.
So is Obama in on it, or was he just duped like you, the rest of the people? Everyone else was just fooled.
But wait, why would they lie? Who knows what they do? They've been caught doing it. So asking why they would lie is a pretty fucking dumb question when your experience is they do.
And if you want to go into Blue Marble 1.0, that is already sus. You don't need flat earthers for that. The vast majority of people who call out the Apollo program think the Earth is a globe, but knew that Nixon faked that shit. I mean, the atheists of the 1960s and 70s took NASA to court over and over and over again. Prove that shit. Prove it.
Hey, dude,
prove it.
Dude,
prove it.
They say
never did.
listen, Crit, they say there's multiple space agencies, you know. And if we look at the blue marble from each space agency, we get a different perspective, a different picture from each space. They're all going to a different space. They're planting their flag somewhere else. They're not going to the same place and taking the same pictures because none of those pictures match. The Japanese, they got high def, you know what I mean? High definition. Can't even see that shit on the American TV. The Russians are still in black and white. Man, you know, I bet I could Buzz. I bet Buzz would sit down in a circle with us and roast one up and tell us all kinds of stories, you know. Give him a glass of scotch, make it warm, fat cigar, pass him the blunt.
Yeah, you know he doesn't suffer a fool.
Right. Well, then he'd entertain me when I asked the right questions now, wouldn't he?
That's what I was talking about.
I know.
Yeah, where we got like Bart Zabel calling him a coward and a loser and a faker. Yeah, don't go down that route. You know, like,
boy, was Buzz the one that punched that dude? He was, wasn't he?
Yeah, Buzz was the one that suckered him.
Yeah, he pieced him up, man. That shit. He said, "Oh, really?" I was like, "Damn."
Buzz was also after he gained composure, he was also the one who said, "Hey, we were just passengers on a flight."
Buzz dropped the B's on him, man. We're gonna walk by that. He was like, "What? Them's fighting words." Pop, pop, pop.
That's what I'm saying. Bart Zabel's take on flat Earth is like batshit crazy. Like he thinks flat earthers are CIA, like literal CIA. Every single flat earther. Like holy shit, dude. Like even.
Did you see the astronaut attack the Christian? He said, "Swear on the Bible, homie pieced him up. I'll whoop your ass." I can't get past that one. I love it. I gotta go watch it again now. Damn it. That dude's a great white hope. He just takes some punches and is like, whatever.
Like one of the guys who actually did put his hand on the Bible and say, "Yeah, I went to the moon," was Edgar Mitchell. And Edgar Mitchell's the same guy who says reptilians have taken over the government. Shape-shifting reptilians.
Yeah.
So when people talk about flat earthers or conspiracy theorists, they say dumb shit like reptiles. No, that's an Apollo 14. Edgar Mitchell came up with the idea of shape-shifting reptiles from outer space. Because he was stumped. He couldn't get it. He's like, I went to the moon, and you guys made me go to the moon, and I'm telling you what it means. It means we're all connected. We're all interconnected.
There it is. Thanks, old horse. There he is. Jack. Buzz got that overhand right like Riddick. Look at that. Perfect form with follow through. Pop. And that dude's bigger than him too, Buzz. He ain't no punk. He's like, what?
Oh yeah, Buzz looks like he used to box once upon a time.
Yeah, he all about to infinity and whack. Knock you out them blue jeans and your little smoking
He'll
coat.
feel that. Yeah, he'll feel that in the morning.
What was the question? Somebody said they got a question. What's the question?
Yeah, go ahead, dude. Real quick.
So it involves because you guys believe things fall because of density, right?
Who told you that?
No.
Some flat earthers have told me that.
No, I think you
should
fucked
quit
it up.
listening.
Huh?
Yeah. You got it twisted. You should ask us what we believe, not tell us. Or are you asking? Because we answer.
I'm kind of asking before I go into like.
That's what the globe says. The globe says it's about density.
What?
I believe the globe.
Well, not even. Well, not even. Check this out. So you said we believe that density is what makes things go down?
No, some flat earthers. Some flat earthers do.
Oh, okay. Well, check this out. It's not a belief. Everybody knows what density is. That's not a belief. So I don't think that's what you're trying to say. Can you try again?
Okay, fine. I'll try it. Is density the only reason why some things fall below other things?
No.
I don't know what that means.
You're leaving out displacement.
No, it's like, but I don't know what that means because in my reality, as a person who experiences things, I would just describe things that rise, sink, and float. And then I might come up with, oh, okay, well, in this material, this seems to be more dense or less dense or whatever. That's not a belief.
Yeah,
Everyone experiences that.
I take more of a kinetic theory ideal of it. It takes energy to do work, and without energy, you can't do any movement or work.
It's not quite the question, though, is it? When we get past this, all we can do scientifically when we vary and manipulate the object and the medium, so it's relative density. When we do that, then things will either go up or down. Right now, that's all that we can scientifically prove. Why this directionality along the vertical axis? Why denser go down, which is again a relative position as opposed to up? No one knows because we can't vary and manipulate that. But what we can vary and manipulate is what we observe in nature to happen based on things, objects, relative density to the medium that they're in most examples. So let me maybe expand very quickly. I've got a fish bowl full of water and I've got a boiled egg and I drop the boiled egg into the water and it sinks to the bottom. When I make the water denser by adding salt to it, the egg rises. Now, scientifically, being as I've varied and manipulated the medium that the egg is in, I've caused this phenomena to happen where the egg has risen and then reached an equilibrium. It's now on the surface of the water. Now, the egg's gone up in this situation, right? Right. But that's all we can scientifically verify. Now, the next question, like I said, why along this vertical axis? What's causing things to work along this vertical axis? Well, we can't very manipulate that, so don't know.
See, the only thing is, like, everything that he described is something that you've experienced and you know to be true. We know to be true. So what you're asking us, is there anything else? Well, I don't know. Are you making any assertions that there is anything else?
I believe in gravity.
Okay, well, that doesn't really have anything to do with your question of us. So since we've answered it to your satisfaction, that's it? Or
right, but when I bring up, this is like my point. So when I bring up gravity, people are like, no, gravity isn't real. It's just about density.
But gravity doesn't have anything to do with the satisfaction of your question.
It kind of does.
No, not really, because you said, is density the only? So I guess ultimately we're not making a claim. Like, we're just saying, well, this is what we experience. That's not disputable. You're saying, well, there's a reason for XYZ. I don't have
anything in opposition. The only thing you need to do is have evidence for that, and then I can look at it and say, okay, that's good. Or you don't have evidence for it, and I can go, okay, that's fine.
Okay, so would you agree that density is not the only thing that?
No, I wouldn't agree because we just had a whole conversation where I answered that question. You want to waste people's time?
It's just a simple yes or no question, though.
I just answered your question in front of everyone.
The answer is no, density is not the only cause.
I don't have a claim. What do you mean? It's like saying, well, are people the only people?
Right. So then,
It's like,
if you don't have a
it's like,
claim,
no, that
if you
doesn't,
don't,
like,
hang
no,
on,
that
real
doesn't,
quick, real quick,
no,
real
that
quick,
doesn't
real
make
quick,
any
real quick,
sense.
real quick. If you don't have a claim, then when someone says, is density the only thing? If you don't have a claim, then the answer is, I don't know.
I just told you that, dipshit. That's why I said, would you like me to repeat what I said? The
Just
last
say,
thing I told you
I
was,
would just
I
like you to
don't
say,
know.
like, I don't, if you don't know. Okay, so then I
It's
don't
the
know.
last thing I
That's fine.
told you before you asked me to repeat myself.
Okay.
Literally. Did anyone else hear me say, I don't know? I'm not making any claims. Are you making a claim? And he began to talk about gravity. Yes or no?
Well, hang on. So then
I wasn't
let me
asking
explain.
you. I was asking others to
I
verify
understand.
so that we can conclude this point of contention because people like to
Right.
move forward. And the bottom line is, I answered your question.
Okay, hang on. Let me ask you another question. If density is the only thing that causes that, if you were to say put something like
I
bury,
wouldn't
hang on,
say.
hang on.
I wouldn't say because at the end of everything that you're about to say is my answer is still I don't know.
Okay, so like if you were to take a balloon and make a hole in the ground and then put some dirt on top of it, heavy enough to keep the balloon down, if the balloon doesn't float up, then we can all agree that density is not the only thing
I
that
wouldn't
stops
agree.
something
I
from
wouldn't
rising.
agree to anything other than what you see is what you see.
Right. So then we
what do you
see
want to
that
try to do?
density. We see that density is not the only thing that causes things to go down. Then
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Wait, go through the thought experiment you have
Guess,
again.
no, hold on, Crit. No, hold on, Crit.
Okay.
Because did I or did I not tell you that I didn't have a claim? So you're saying, okay, so you're in agreement with me that density isn't the only thing. I didn't say that shit. No, I don't agree because I don't have any claim to offer to juxtapose any other position. So I don't agree with you either. I don't have any freaking clue as to how I feel about your ideas and your claims. All I know is what I experience in reality.
right.
What's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with that. I didn't say there's anything wrong with that.
Being
So,
scientifically,
I was going to go to my example. So, like, you have, you want to use a helium balloon because we all know when you let go of a helium balloon, it
I
goes
don't
up.
want to do anything.
So, if you were to take a shovel and dig a hole, put the balloon there, and put some dirt on top of it, we know that the helium balloon is less dense than the ground, but it doesn't rise up.
So you change the medium.
Yeah, the ground is more dense than the balloon. So, what do you mean?
So you change the medium. So now you got a physics demonstration there. An object moving through a medium.
Why doesn't the balloon go through the ground if it's less dense?
The ground's a different medium than air.
Holy shit, Duncan.
But it's less dense than the ground.
Of course, that's the whole point. You're making our point for us. Yes, less dense balloon does not go through the fucking dirt.
Yeah, it can't rise up. Why not?
Dude, you're making our point. Oh my gosh.
Listen, if you want gas to rise, all you got to do is heat it. Add kinetic energy and it'll do work.
He's dug a hole, chucked a balloon in it, covered it in dirt, then asked us why it's not going out the dirt.
Yeah.
Me.
The balloon is less
Maybe
dense
because
than
it's
dirt.
an inanimate object that can do no work. Could
The
that be a
balloon is less.
possibility?
The
Hold
balloon is
on.
less
You guys
dense than
act
the
like
dirt.
inanimate objects should just walk and fly and shit. I want to know why.
The balloon is less dense than the dirt, so it should just go through it and rise up.
Yeah, balloon has no kinetic energy by itself, so why would it move? That's like expecting your
Why
Tao
have
on
a
your.
dumb fake
Because it's less dense than the
conversation
dirt around it.
when you hear him saying ultimately
Yeah, it's
because
dumb
the
shit.
balloon is less dense it should like phase through the dirt. Like why
Not
are you
phase
guys
through.
entertaining this and fucking up the efficacy of our message to the people that we should be talking to out there if we're like broadcasting?
I just
Like
don't
Yeah, you
understand why the dirt.
why do we give this shit a circus?
Duncan,
I'm
can
with
you
you.
just shut up, man?
Is it because the dirt is being held down by gravity, pressing down on the balloon, and it outweighs the force of the balloon?
Wow.
Are you
Just
retarded?
wow, dude.
I'm just asking, like, why something less dense is staying underneath something more dense.
That's crazy how physical objects interact with each other, isn't it?
Inanimate objects generally stay whatever way we stack them. Because they have no energy to rearrange that shit their fucking selves.
And you're a moron.
Inanimate
Because
objects have energy.
you're a moron because the gases of the earth do rise through the dirt. I don't know how retarded you have to be. Like
Right.
My point is that there's more than one
your
force
point
besides
is that
density
you're
that
just trying to
makes things
think of a
rise
way
and
to
fall.
make what you
That's my
believe
point.
is true correct
No,
by giving
my
us
point.
these dumbass examples of things that are just retarded. When
No,
ultimately you came here to
I
ask us a
agree. It's
question,
stupid.
I
I
gave you
agree.
an
It's
answer.
stupid.
Dude,
So
shut up.
ultimately you tried to.
Because
I
it's
gave
so
you an answer.
obvious.
So
I
ultimately,
agree. It's stupid
so
because
why
it's so
can't he get
obvious.
muted? Because now he's just trying to talk while I'm talking.
Yeah, thank you. Finished,
Absolute
bro.
retard.
At the end of the day, he asked the question. I said, I don't know. He basically tried to ask it in a way that would basically give me his premise, which I would not accept. These are idea rapists. Like they insert their ideas into you whether you like it or not. That's mad. Yeah, it's fucking whack, bro. It's 2023.
Right, they're like, can we
If y'all
agree?
don't know, I'm definitely gonna expose you. We got a whole new flavor coming through.
Yeah, and like you said, in decomposition, you cover a dead body with dirt. Gas still rises from the dirt in the dead body during decomposition due to chemical reactions.
Sometimes all they find the body is a sunk in area of ground that shouldn't be there, just a random sunk in area.
Right. And normally gas rises because it has enough kinetic energy to do so. Gas can do work in a thermodynamic system because it has kinetic potential. Now, rock doesn't have kinetic potential, so to ask why a rock doesn't move is retarded. It really is. It's an inanimate object. It has no life, no kinetic potential. It could conduct. It could be dielectric. We could pass electricity or energy through it, but it'll never have any energy of its own.
Now,
You would
guys,
say in motion, and I would say no, physics says that I imparted my energy into that. And when the kinetic energy I imparted into it dissipates, it'll fall. Period, because it's inanimate. It doesn't have its own energy or potential for energy. Learn kinetics, you'll have a better understanding of why things do what they do. Kinetic theory. It's provable and demonstratable in a lab or in reality.
So what do you guys like? Like I know I've been like I know I've always been like this. You know, where I was like short and to the point. But you know, I feel like I've been more laser focused on.
Listen, dude.
What do you guys think about my
Listen, Elijah.
new approach and my recent approach?
Let me
That's all
say
I'm
it, bro,
asking.
because I've known you in a long time. I'm glad somebody finally stepped up and cut off the conversations that we should not be having. Took back the ground that people are given, the things that they've already accepted without even knowing it when they argue a false dichotomy. Because that's actual moderation, and now you're moderating the subject. There's certain questions we don't have to answer or entertain, or concepts or principles, because you don't have to debunk things that aren't proven. You do us all some good to remember that. And I'm glad somebody's finally doing it, brother.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Really, I think Nathan has been on the same page. Nathan Oakley. Because I've always been upset about the fact that I came here, or just in this subject specifically because I was curious, not curious about flat Earth. That didn't exist to me. It was just something in name only. The moment that any of this became, I became aware of any of this, the first things I thought was, okay, what do I know? What are the things that I kind of maybe questioned but didn't really like dig deep into? Like, look, maybe it's time to like fully nerd out and go through. And that's what I did, and I found out, oh shit, all the tenets of the globe are false. There's nothing there. But what I was met with was, okay, put that stuff to the side that you figured out, and let me give you this argument as to why the earth isn't flat. Isn't your argument XYZ? Nigga, I don't even know you or what any of this shit is about. I was just looking up Aristotle and Eratosthenes. The fuck do you mean I have a model? I have a reified argument. I have a this. I don't have shit. Who are you? Like weirdos coming in here asking us shit about shit that none of. Well, I mean, to be fair, we kind of got duped into having the conversation. So now that we're in it, it kind of seems that it's all just a part of. But I remember when I came. No, that none of this shit is a part of me. My experience is all I've ever had. If any of that makes any sense, I don't know.
No, it makes perfect sense, man. I hear you, brother. It's good to hear you back as well, man. Been missed.
Miss you guys too. Yeah, I pop in and pop out.
Yeah, man, you do what you do. Earth is cheeseburger. I'm going to unmute you just for shits and giggles. Still trying to figure out if you're a globe earther or a flat earther. Seem to be flip flopping from either side, so I don't know. Yeah, sorry, Eli. I didn't mean to cut you off, man. I think 2024 is going to be, I want to say back to basics without going into, I think Nathan said it, like the feast of nonsense. I think that's quite a good term. Without going off into the fucking weeds about shit that we don't have to talk about. And I say back to basics, not back to...
There's nothing else to talk about. There's nothing else to cover. Like, even with everything that I said, everybody went and played with the bullshit anyway. Like, but it's 2024, just about. Probably 2024 in Australia, damn near already, like in a couple of hours. So it's like the whole, or is it? Yeah, anyway, very soon. But like we've had all the arguments with anti-flat earthers we possibly could. What are we gonna do?
Amen.
Repeat ourselves with the same guys, or usher in a new generation that just repeats what we said in 2024? Or are we, now that we know better, gonna figure out ways to push the message forward? It has to go forward. This shit has been stagnant since 2020.
Random, what you mean by forward, man?
Forward meaning nobody in media or nobody that the populace takes serious even addresses us because they don't have to, because there's a buffer between us and them. And it's the people that we've been dicking around with. If we just put them to the side and put more pressure where it should be, you know?
Yeah, I hear you. Definitely understand when you say not talking to the same anti-flat earthers for the next 4 or 5 years. I can't be dealing with that.
You know, we're just gonna get old and burnt out like the people on Reddit in 2007. They're gonna be some new, like, you know, the TikTok and the new wave and the thing and the people that are interested. And so they're just gonna rediscover the shit that we already figured out. There's gonna be another Eli, another Jedi, another everybody, Mike. All the shit that we did is just gonna be done again if we don't do something to actually change people's minds, because people are still stuck on the rhetoric when they should be stuck on the structure of how they're thinking, because that's why we're stuck. They don't even want to do that. I tell flat earthers to do that. They don't want to do it. I had to do the same shit I'm asking y'all to do. It's not like, you know, it's like better your mind. Oh no, why can't we just fucking smash them with flat earth proofs? What? What about a better quality of life for yourself because of your outlook on life, based on your newfound perspective and all of the junk that you deleted?
Hi guys, I've reset.
Hey, Yui's respawned.
Yeah, respawn, reset, factory resetting right now.
Good stuff. Is that what we're going to do for Groundhog Day today then?
Yeah. I don't have anything. Just wondering where the Globers are, that's all.
Eli scared him off. They see that AI Overlord's in the chat. I don't want to come in.
Oh, AI
Crit's
Overlord
here.
is terrifying.
Yeah. Yep. So's Crit if you let him get into your head.
It's like there's few people, right, that make me worry that I'm actually wrong when they open their mouth, like before they've even said anything. And AI is one of them. AI makes me. He'll just say, "Wait," and I'm like, "Oh, I've done something wrong here. Oh, what have I done?" You know, a few people can do that. Can get that out of me.
AI's definitely got a swagger about him. I'll give him that. If he speaks up, most people generally do listen to him, unless they don't know him. But yeah, he speaks with a certain authority that is kind of hard not to notice. It's also really funny. It's got a really dry humour.
India is similar in that respect as well.
Yeah, for sure.
So the Earth's a ball then? What do you guys think?
Oh, apparently not. Like I said, what do you want to respawn on today?
I don't have anything off the top of my head. I just trying to encourage some Globers into this.
Well, you got one of your favourites in it. Matter of fact, Titan was in earlier. He was chatting.
Well, I always miss when he chats. He only chats when I'm not here, I think. So.
I like Matter of fact Titan. He seems to hold himself relatively well.
He's a goofball.
What?
He's a goofball.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, look, we got a few people in the chat. Like I said, Overlord's in the house. Who's this? He's just popped in. 101. All right, 101. Yeah. Anyway, we got 3D printing property. What's up? It's a great name. Al Dad. What's up, my friend? Canadian atheist is in the house, followed quickly by Crit. Dr. Meets Stefan, so I won't mention them. Dream's in the house. What's up, Dream?
Hey,
Haven't seen
Jedi.
you around. What's up, man? How you doing? You good?
Doing good, man. Not too bad. How are you?
Yeah, really well, thank you, thank you. Just going through the panel, see who we've got in the house today. We got Grispin as well. The boss Heretic is in the house. That's why I'm trying to look busy. Julius, J, Eli. Let's be for real. Matter of fact, item like I said, but I haven't heard from him for a while. Old Hoss is in the house. What's up, Mr. Radburn? Quatsi Quaddles joined us. It's always good to see Quatsi about. Rady Criterion's with us. Saturn's and still trying to figure out what Saturn is. Saturn's either can't figure out if they're a flat earth or a globe earther. Says who's joined us. Stop the Cutters here as well. The Battle Mod is back in town as well. It's always good to see Battle Mod in the house. And obviously yourself, Britnut. So, yeah, it's a lot of flat earthers. Like I said, don't know who Saturn is though. Giving off strange multi vibes. Wait, what?
I believe that the Earth is globe. I'm a globalist, as Alex Jones says.
I'm glad you pointed that out, Huey. You might need to say that clearer, closer to your microphone.
Are you like an instructionist or something?
Yes.
Oh, whoa. Alright, so this is like the... There's so many muted people. How come?
Because they've muted themselves.
Are they valiant guards in a conversation being had? I tell thou, I toth thou.
Hey, where's
Think about
Miggy at? Where's Miggy, bro?
I don't know where Miggy is.
I'm not talking to you.
Why was it talking to me?
Alright, this guy with the easy chat. You're gonna have to shut the fuck up for a minute.
Please.
There you go. So Miggy's spending a bit more time over on 24/7 at the moment. He's trying to get that place up and running again. You know what he's like. He's usually got more fingers in as many pies as he can get his hands onto. So
Well,
he's
if you
busy.
kick it with him, tell him I said happy holidays, bro.
Yeah, will do, man, for sure. I usually see him every couple of days or so.
What's up, AI? Happy holidays, bro. Enjoy the game. That's my grandson enjoying his game. Got him a Stitch or a Switch. I don't know. Nintendo. I just paid. Which is it? Don't laugh at me. I know I'm a boomer.
Yeah, man. Seriously, called it a stick.
I'm a PlayStation motherfucker. I play PlayStation, but it's
You might as well
affordable.
have just called it a stick.
I just give the card to
Funny.
his mom and told her to get him a video game he could carry around. I think it's Switch, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Okay. Believe me, he's 8, but he corrects me, too. He said, look, Grandpa, I got the high score. It was 300 points. I said, give it here, man. He's like, no, you'll make it higher. I had to tell him, don't let your uncle play it. He'll make it so high neither one of us can get our names on there. Yeah, he's smart, dude. He's my little hip hugger. He'll sit here and play video games and then listen to people talk about how video games and TV aren't reality. They don't know they're helping me raise my grandchildren while they're talking about this common sense. Because I put it on the big screen. I let the kid listen to it, unless it gets way out there. But generally, you guys are good about keeping that from happening. So there are those of us that allow our family and our children to listen to this. If you guys would please remember that, we would appreciate it in the future.
Try to remember that in the future, mate.
Bro, I'm sure you never forgot. I was talking to the Globers. It's like Mike's usually high when he gets on here. His day's over, and they stick him with a grandkid. So there it is, on up. Nice little bucket. Oh, you're done, Dad? Hey, was Zach been waiting to hang out with you? Dude, he's old enough now. I just tell him to get in the truck. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
You don't want to hang out with your mom? Okay, get in the truck. You can work. That's how you become a man. You just get up every day and go work. If you're smart, well, I won't say smart. If you're lucky, you can work for yourself. If you're not, then you'll work for other people.
Wow, Rob Noxious has joined us. I haven't seen Rob for a while. What's up, brother? Hope you're doing well, man.
Oh, he's here and he's deafened himself. That's always nice.
Yeah, right. Why do you jump into a server then? Deafen yourself straight away.
Like, I ain't seen my boys in 3 weeks. I'm going to jump in there and deafen myself.
Crazy. Yeah, Timbo's joined us. What's up, Timbo? How you doing, man?
Doing all right, mate.
It's not quite 2024 over there, is it? Not just yet.
Nah, mate. 2023 still.
Oh, Timbo, you do not sound like T-Dub today.
Yeah, sometimes that happens, mate.
Funny. King has joined us and deafened themselves immediately. That's always interesting. Great name, though. Ping. I like it.
Happy New Year soon to all of you.
It's still Saturday. Well, it's Sunday now. Nowhere near New Year's.
What do you mean? It's like 24 hours away. What are you talking about?
Still not. It's still technically in my head. It's still Saturday. We'll be taking no Happy New Year's just yet.
I don't think they have New Year's in Australia for another 12 hours anyway. Seems a bit more reasonable.
Yo, why do you guys think the Earth is flat?
It lacks spherical convexity.
You have any reason to believe that?
Yeah, water.
Do you think water is a synthetic truth or an analytic truth?
Oh, fuck this.
That was an easy dub.
So anybody can defend flat?
Aren't you flat?
I mean, what this channel is about and named.
Yeah.
So it's not. I don't have nothing to do with it.
But you're already a flat earther, aren't you?
Being a flat.
Aren't you flatty yourself?
If that's your fantasy, sure.
No. You
No?
just don't know it yet.
Mm. Okay, faggot.
Sorry, what?
I said, okay.
Yeah, he's a flat earther,
homosexual
man.
Hey, get the fuck out of here, Mishu. Fuck
Get
you,
the
dude.
fuck
Don't come
outta
in here
here,
and talk
mate.
to people like, yeah, piece of shit. Fuck off. Cunt. You are a flat earther. You just don't want to say it because you're a pedantic retard. Goodbye.
You guys know what you seen them hover balls? I get the grandkids that shit, man. Their parents said, "Hey, I gotta get one." They went and bought them. Now I got them things flying all around my house, man. Get up to go to the kitchen and bam, you get hit by 3 hover balls. Well, the house laughs, but you can't see nobody. Damn grandkids. I think it's funny to beat up on Grandpa. And it got real quiet in here quick, didn't it? Who's doing what for New Year's?
I'll be sacrificing a chicken as usual.
Well, that's usually just dinner. And what to go with dinner?
Same thing, KFC.
You say KFC?
KFC. They took the chicken out of KFC though.
I was gonna say that's not chicken, bro. You're mistaken. I just go out to the chicken coop, you know.
I haven't had that kind of chicken since I was on my grandparents' farm.
Then you're not sacrificing a chicken. I watch him run around for a minute, you know, without his head.
Well, the chickens I saw that got their heads cut off stayed pretty still.
Yeah. I was testing whether you were on the farm or not. Yeah. People who think they run around with their head gone, no, they don't. When they just fall off the chopping block, you know.
And the dogs love the gizzards.
That is true, yeah. I hear people talk about a chicken with his head cut off. They think it's real. They think they run around. I don't know.
It did happen, but only because they didn't cut its entire head off. They only cut part of its head, but part of its brain was still there attached to the chicken.
Right, that's what I would think. Because I've usually seen them just go limp, and that's my experience over a long lifetime.
Yeah, because as soon as you break their necks or whatever, that's it, done.
It's I don't like to buy fast food, especially now that they're cloning meat in the lab. I don't want cloned meat. Nature gives.
Or it's worse, because KFC used to bleach their chicken to keep the germs away.
I got a test for McDonald's and KFC. You take that stuff to the zoo and try to feed it to a Kodiak bear. If he won't eat the burger or the chicken, I'm not eating the burger or the chicken.
I've seen those people who've kept like a McDonald's burger and didn't eat it for like 10 years and still hasn't rotted away.
Dude, listen, I bought a 65 Mustang once, and when I tore the back seat out, there was a bag in there from Burger Shop, which had been closed for like 20 years. But the lettuce still looked like lettuce. It wasn't all intact, you know, moisture had gotten in there. The burger was still a burger, though. You could use that shit to play hockey on the ice with, and the lettuce never. If the enzymes that decay shit won't eat it, oh man, it's not natural. It's not natural. Bread survives for 20 years without mold eaten in the entirety of it, or lettuce, or beef.
Because it's jam packed with sugar. We know that sugar doesn't really go to waste that hard. Like, it's not easy for sugar to go to waste. Like, it's similar to sugar. Like, bread is, or sorry, it's similar to honey. Bread is like, they're trying to do the same thing with honey. As is with honey.
Yeah, if the food desiccated, then that's the only reason it would sort of survive. But it would certainly not look like lettuce anymore.
Right. Here's another one. Take that cream from Oreo cookie. If you got an anthill in your yard, put it by the anthill and see if the ants eat it. Put the cookie there. See if they eat the cookie. I don't care what reasons you say it is. Sugar cane grows in nature. You'll see bugs around that, okay? But they won't eat an Oreo cookie.
Yep, and flies won't land on margarine.
Right. Although they do love Pepsi and Coca-Cola and beer. The bees love that shit too, you know. And that's because of glucose, but a lot of that stuff they put preservatives on. They chemical treat their lettuce so it doesn't turn brown so quickly.
I work for a beverage company. Like, I provide service. And let me tell you right now, the syrup itself, it's almost like oil. It's like really like stains. It's so weird.
What, glucose syrup?
Soda syrup.
Yeah, so
The syrup
yeah,
of soda.
We're talking about the same thing, and yes, it is. That shit'll crystallize. You can make jewelry out of it.
Just goes to show like how strong the human body is at digesting that kind of fucking stuff without like your body rejecting it, or like you noticing that your body's like not digesting it properly. Like, it's a miracle.
I don't think your body does digest it properly. I think it causes buildups and blockages. You get absolutely no mineral or nutrition from that processed fast food bullshit. Probably the reason I'm healthier than most of my friends who live in the city is because I was born on a farm and raised on a farm, and I live on that same farm today. Except for my years of service, I've never left this farm. And
You mean the raw milk didn't kill you?
The well water didn't kill me either, you know? Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm healthier than a lot of my peers. I'm 52. I still do shit I did when I was 20. They're not even thinking about it. Matter of fact, a lot of them are dying off in their 50s and 60s. I'll still get up and jog 4 miles, go shoot the horse, shovel shit.
All it has to do with the sodium in food. Like, sodium destroys the body. Like, it just like takes away like your vitality from you.
It's more of a spectrum of things, you know, and there's a lot of things on that spectrum. Sodium is good in certain portions, and depends on the context on what you're getting it too. Like iodized salt.
American food system, it's jam packed with sodium. You know, jam packed.
Yeah.
But sodium's only a problem if you don't have magnesium in your system.
Exactly. So see, Ray Leach knows. If you're not mineral deficient, you'll process all that stuff, but it'll still take time. But the problem is you're not getting the minerals that you need from your diet for all your bodies. If you think of every process in your body as a race car, it needs fuel. Each race car needs a different kind of fuel. If those cars don't have their fuel, they won't race. But if they have their fuel, your fine-tuned symphony of I'm healthy as hell.
I always make sure to eat like a side of cabbage, like of minced chopped cabbage before I eat anything else. I love cabbage.
I like like every vegetable in the garden, even squash. It just preparation is what makes it different. I might not eat your squash, but I will eat squash. Zucchini. It's all good.
Yeah, I don't eat my food's food.
I put my food's food on my food, and then I eat it all. I'm killing plant life and animal life alike, and it's good.
My bacon is plant based. I feed
I'm
my
trying to
vegetables
rob
to
the
my pig.
bees. Yeah, I'm robbing the bees of their honey and the trees of their syrup, too. I ain't gonna lie. You don't need Myers. You don't need the party store. You don't need soda pop. Food and water and shelter. Those things you can provide for yourself. Nature has a bounty of food, a vast amount of food, which are more healthy and nutrient packed than anything that we do in agriculture. As a farmer, I would know. I get more nutrient and minerals from the food I forage for during the summers than I do. The lettuce we grow is like one of the least nutrient strains that there is. Field lettuce has more nutrient than agricultural lettuce. And it makes you wonder why. Why is the least healthy lettuce the one we grow, produce massively, and sell on a mass amount? Wouldn't the healthier lettuce be a better way to go?
I think it's because GMOs are not very good for
Dude, your
for
mic game
nutrition.
is shit. Fix that, man.
His mic game is lame.
Well,
Every time you come through, it's just a pile of garble and noise, and you sound like you're eating chips while you're talking about the dangers of sodium.
What?
I use my grandson's new word on him. Bam! A kid will jump out of nowhere at 3 a.m. when you're going to the bathroom and scream it. Bam! Find the person that taught him that. Better talk good. What kind of chips are you eating, dude? You sitting here talking about processed foods and the lack of nutritional value while you eat a bag of chips?
Yeah, take advice from a farmer. 'Cause I had heard the story of one farmer who'd never brushed his teeth in 20 years, but his wife said, "Go to the dentist and have your teeth checked out."
Do you brush
He
your
said,
teeth?
"Okay." And the dentist cleaned all the tartar off his teeth, and he says, "I've never seen a healthier set of teeth."
It's because the dude don't eat all that processed shit and drink sodas.
Yeah, drinks raw milk and eats fresh foods off his own farm.
Apple cider. We make apricot juice. We like to juice anything. Strawberry juices. We'll juice vegetables. We'll deep fry it all too.
My favorite cider is a peach cider.
Yeah, that's good. And if peach hard cider is good, apple brandy with a hint of peach, that's good. Got an apple orchard. We play in that. I don't drink anymore, but my son is really into the fact that he can make a wine or a brandy, you know. His mama's a big wine drinker, so she loves it. Me, I like the fact he got another skill, another talent, you know. I do cars. I would like him to run the family business and then build the car collection, but that's my dream, not his, and I know that. So each person should find something to do that makes him happy, that nobody picked for him. I'm gonna have a pool tournament at my bar. I got a little bar area on the side of my barns where I restore cars. Got like 4 tables. We're gonna have a pool tournament. It's called a Calcutta. You pay to get in, and then you auction off every player to the people in the crowd watching. And then somebody in the crowd can win when somebody in the tournament wins. But the person in the tournament can buy half of themselves back, and they can win the pot for the tournament and half the pot for the Calcutta. So you can win a couple $1,000 playing pool. Depending on how many people enter, and how much it is. But it's generally fun. It brings out competition. Nothing. Just looking to see what you're doing. What are you playing, AI? Oh, tight. Hey, you got a dog. What fucking game is this? It's like the newest Assassin's Creed. Says Xbox. Anybody know what this game is that AI's playing? Is it the new Assassin's Creed? You're pretty systematic at this motherfucker, huh?
Hey, yo, where the fuck is Michael?
The number you have dialed, MIKE, is not in service. Please check the number and dial again.
I'm Michael.
Yeah. What do you want?
I want to play chess.
Happy holidays. Hold on, let me shut down my YouTube. Start the activity, punk. There's a man that's got a set. These guys won't play chess with me, bro. That's cool of you. Thanks.
They probably don't know how to.
Well, maybe not. That's not a bad thing. God damn, how many games these people got in the park and they ain't even playing? Prostate profit. I don't know if I want to hang out in this park, bro. Hey, you gonna get in the park or what? I'll create it.
I thought you were using the app, but this works as well.
Oh, chess.com? Oh, my bad. Hurry up before the prostate guy gets in here, man. Playing the Rump Rangers. But really, though. How was your holiday? Well enough. Oh, okay, you did jump in.
I got pushed to talk, so... And I'm on a mobile phone. This is really fucked up.
Oh, good. I hope it fucks your chess game up.
No, I'll still kick your ass.
Oh, God. We'll see about that. I've been playing a lot of chess, man. It's a holiday. Yep, that's already backed. You can go ahead and lose that if you want. Oh, what? You know that's not happening, right? You're just gonna be wasting pieces. You won't hit this? I will still take that fucking knight if you bring it in. Still, it's just gonna keep losing this shit. See, this next move is a tricky one for me, though. See, because, well, that don't matter. Yeah, fuck it. We don't need bishops. Fair trade. I don't need a bishop. Can play without that motherfucker. They just get annoying. They're like flies, you know. Oh, yeah, that's not gonna save you. You don't park shit on my... There's no parking on the dance floor, bro. Do what you do. You ain't going nowhere with it anyway. Look at your 4 possible moves with that. You got one where it's free. Know that. You can move freely once. I heard there were Globers that were like chess masters and shit, bro, but I ain't found one yet. Are you that Glober? You the great Globe Hope? I don't think so. That's funny. You're gonna love this next one. Oh, really? Huh. Ain't that a bitch? Kill two birds with one stone. Really? Cool. Come on with your bad self. You're gonna marry that bishop. To that mother. That's what you're gonna do. Oh, okay. Hey, hold fast. Oh yeah. I love chess. That's it. There's a little game in every move you make. You know what I mean? Are you really that lame? You think I'm just gonna give it to you? Oh wait, there's more. Every move leads to a new move and a new opening. So I'll be taking that beast too. You shouldn't have checked my woman with her. Now we gotta hunt you down and let the whole kingdom know what happens if you challenge a queen. It's all good, player. You married him. Now you'll stand by his side till death do you part. Nah, it ain't my turn, is it? You can have it. I'm cool with that piece. Doesn't make or break the kingdom. I don't think that move was in your favor like you think it was. Move.
He's a goddamn atheist!
Okay, if you're not gonna move, man, you should just concede. Just admit defeat. I mean, we're only 4 moves from it anyway. If you can't see, you're blind. I'm gonna brag about this to all our chess playing buddies, bro. He wouldn't move, bro. I had him beat so bad he just gave up and he just left the game open. He wouldn't even resign. Moral of the story: don't battle. battle mod in the park playing chess. I do this. If you were analytical enough, I think in 3 moves you could save your knight. But you're losing that bishop and that rook. Those are guarantees. Why do you think I gave you the queen? Because I knew I was ahead anyway. Not only in pieces, but in position. Okay, well, I'm going to let the dog out, man. If you ever decide to move, maybe I'll move then.
Now, I start out with, meanwhile, as people suffering from severe cases of impenetrable cognitive dissidents who think that discussing what the Bible has to say concerning our Earth and its place in the cosmos is a waste of time, scientists at MIT may be confirming the scriptures right in front of us, for us. This is a quote from an article taken from ibtimes.com, and I've got the link there for that. It says, the Earth is protected from fast-moving killer electrons by an invisible plasma shield, which is located thousands of miles above the planet's surface, according to researchers at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, and the University of Colorado, Boulder. High above the Earth's atmosphere, harmful electrons that make up the outer band of the Van Allen radiation belt travel at nearly the speed of light, pelting everything in their path. Exposure to such high-energy radiation can harm satellite electronics and pose serious health risks to astronauts. However, despite their intense energy, these electrons circling around the planet's equator cannot come below 7,200 miles from the Earth's surface due to the shield, scientists said in a study published in the journal Nature on Thursday. It's almost like these electrons are running into a glass wall in space, Daniel Baker of the University of Colorado Boulder and the study's lead author said in a statement. Somewhat like the shields created by force fields in Star Trek that were used to repel alien weapons, we are seeing an invisible shield blocking these electrons. It's an extremely puzzling phenomenon. The invisible shield, dubbed the plasmaspheric hiss, is made up of very low-frequency electromagnetic waves in the Earth's upper atmosphere. Scientific data and calculations have helped researchers deduce that the hiss deflects incoming electrons, causing them to smash into neutral gas atoms in the Earth's upper atmosphere and ultimately disappear. It's a very unusual, extraordinary, and pronounced phenomenon, John Foster, Associate Director of MIT's Haystack Observatory, said in a statement. What this tells us is if you parked a satellite or an orbiting space station with humans just inside this impenetrable barrier, you would expect them to have much longer lifetimes. That's a good thing to know. The latest study is based on data collected by NASA's Van Allen probes that are orbiting within the harsh environments of the Van Allen radiation belt. Oh, you mean the one that they just flew through, no problem, back in the 60s? In the 70s? During the study, the researchers observed an, quote, exceedingly sharp barrier, end quote, against harmful electrons, which was steady enough to withstand a solar wind shock in October 2013. To determine what could create and maintain such a barrier, the researchers considered a few possibilities, including effects from the Earth's magnetic field and radio signals from human transmitters on Earth. Oh yeah, it's our Walkman that's causing this. Whatever. You know, and there's another article I should post where they're saying they basically want to poke a hole or blow up or eliminate even the Van Allen belts. Okay, check this out. February 27, 2014, okay, last year. Physicists plan to wipe out Earth's Van Allen belts with radio waves. Got a depiction here of the Van Allen belts, what they look like here. It was just last year that physicists thought they had found the origin of Earth's Van Allen radiation belts. And now, a prominent group of them wants those belts dead. It's understandable, given the frustration these areas of space can cause to modern astrophysicists. If you want to launch a satellite or a telescope, let alone a human being, the Van Allen belts will be a painful thorn in your side. So, says a growing group of astrophysicists, why not wipe them out altogether? It might seem odd to hear scientists propose destroying a feature of the natural world, but there is a decent scientific argument to be made that these belts provide us nothing useful and that we could lose them without a single negative effect. These guys, they think they came from monkeys, okay? This is the way the Earth is. Okay, all flat Earth globe arguments aside, okay, it's understandable, at least as far as we've been told, that there is a belt of radiation over us. And this belt of radiation apparently helps to protect us from other harmful things coming our way from the sun or what have you. You know, regardless of whether the Earth is a globe or flat, everybody seems to agree that these belts are good for us. You know, that they're doing something. They were intended to be there This place was created with these things around us for a reason. Okay? And these knuckleheads, hey, I think we should just blow it up. I don't really think it's important. I don't know what it does, so let's blow it up. And it's not the first time they wanted to do that. In fact, you could go do a Google search on going nuclear over the Pacific, Smithsonian.com, and learn about Starfish Prime and Operation Fishbowl and all that. It says here, knowledge of radiation in space was still fragmentary and new. It was only 4 years before that, James Van Allen, a University of Iowa physicist who had been experimenting with Geiger counters on satellites, claimed to have discovered that the Earth was encircled by a deadly band of X-rays, and that radiation from the sun hit the satellites so rapidly and furiously that the devices jammed. Van Allen announced his findings on May 1st, 1958. Go back and look at what was going on in 1956 through 58, specifically what was going on in Antarctica with Operation High Jump and Operation Deep Freeze. And then everybody pulled out of Antarctica, they all signed the Antarctic Treaty, and NASA's then created, and all of a sudden Van Allen, does this little experiment when they start shooting stuff up into space, and he finds the Van Allen belts at a joint meeting of the National Academy of Sciences and American Physical Society. And the following day, the Chicago Tribune bannered the headline, "Radiation Belt Dims Hope of Space Travel." The story continued, "Death lurking in a belt of unexpectedly heavy radiation about 700 miles above the Earth today dim man's dream of conquering outer space." Okay, so this was early on in the creation of NASA and the whole space program. This is, if it's 1958, it's even before Kennedy made his announcement to want to go to the moon. But yet 700 miles above the Earth is this thing that seems to prohibit that. There's a reason why the space shuttle never went more than 400 miles away from the Earth. And I'm going to do a whole thing on Project Orion and the problem that they're having with radiation. And I thought that other video exposed Apollo as a fraud that I produced recently, with the moon crossing in front of the Earth. And I may have been wrong about the issue of the scale. And I still believe this is a fraudulent video. So don't get me wrong. I'm not endorsing this video. I still think that there's problems with it. But if there is something that definitely, at least in my opinion, exposes the Apollo program as a fraud, it's the Orion project. The Orion project, after they retired the space shuttle, the next project that's on the board right now is called Project Orion. And they're pretty much telling you that Apollo never happened, especially when they put out videos like this talking about the Van Allen radiation belts.
We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation.
What?
As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation.
One more time.
An area of dangerous radiation.
Oh. What's wrong with that radiation?
Radiation like this could harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice. Once up and once back.
That doesn't sound good.
Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice. Once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
What? We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space? I thought this problem was solved over 40 years ago when he sent a bunch of people in jumpsuits and tin cans through it there and back a half dozen times. But I forgot. The Apollo guys, they were clueless regarding the radiation belt. That it didn't affect them.
I don't know the distance to the Van Allen radiation belt. And if we did, it wasn't a problem. If we were going to encounter it, then we would have had to build the spacecraft and the spacesuit to not give humans a problem. You don't just build something and hope it works. You study to see what the threats are, the environment is, and then you say, how thick do I have to make the metal on the spacecraft so that going through this kind of radiation or these kind of meteoroids, it won't get hurt. And so then we build it that way.
I help manage the Orion Crew and Service Module office. We're responsible for developing the crew capsule, which is where the crew lives and works when they're in space, and the service module, which is what provides the power and the fuel and the consumables then that is plumbed over to the crew module. So right now I focus a lot of my time on the development of the life support system for the Orion Crew module. Space puts us in a different environment. When we're here on Earth, we don't realize every day we're protected by the environment around us. Our bodies that are a certain pressure, we're protected by the natural radiation shield of the Earth. And when we go out into space and we don't have that natural protection, then the engineering and the spacecraft have to provide that protection for us. We don't have the ultimate answer for radiation on Orion. We're still working on that. If we were to build Orion out of the materials we need and the sole job was to protect for the radiation environment, the vehicle would really be too heavy. So we have to balance the weight of the materials that we put on the spacecraft with how much protection it's providing the crew. So we're really looking at it from an operational perspective. If we understand a radiation event has happened, the crew will actually take shelter in the aft bay of the vehicle, which is kind of down in the back end. And we'll use some of the stowage things that are around them in that back end to kind of protect them from the radiation. We have found over the years that water is a really great radiation absorbing material. So we could do things like water that's already there in the water bags for drinking and things like that. That water could be used to shield them, as well as we've had some concepts like a water field vest that they could put on should they know there's an event and need to be protected.
We don't have a clue when it comes to like how to protect them from like radiation. So we're gonna just like put them up there in like water suits. Yeah, we like water suits, and like if we put water all around them, so the radiation can go into the water, and then they can drink it, and it could be like a Fantastic Four. Everybody they'll come back and be mutants when they get back. But we just got some ideas, yeah. But don't worry about it. Yeah, I know there are refugees everywhere and like people are starving and stuff, and like we have homeless all over the place. But if we spend like a few $1 trillion, I think we should be able to figure out how to make water suits for the astronauts in space, and then maybe it'll work out like it did for the guys in Apollo.
The belts are 1,000 miles to 25,000 miles above the Earth.
We went right out through them.
No effects on your cells.
Didn't even know it. I don't think anybody, well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside, and we didn't get any, added radiation.
Yeah, if you pretend that it's not really there, then you can just go right through it. So apparently you had this magic window of time, because now Orion's still very much concerned about it. We've got to solve this challenge before we can put people through it. And yet even before Mercury and Gemini, they were very concerned about it and trying to figure out how to solve the problem, as evidenced in this Smithsonian.com article. News of the hot band of peril immediately cast doubt on whether Laika, the Russian dog, would have been able to survive for a week in space aboard Sputnik 2, as the Soviets claimed in November of 1957. The Soviets said that after 6 days, the dog's oxygen ran out and he was euthanized with poisoned food. It was later learned that Laika, the first live animal to be launched into space, died just hours after the launch from overheating and stress, when a malfunction in the capsule caused the temperature to rise. What Van Allen had discovered were the bands of high-energy particles that were held in place by strong magnetic fields and soon known as the Van Allen belts. A year later, he appeared on the cover of Time magazine as he opened an entirely new field of research, magnetospheric physics, and catapulted the United States into the race to space with the Soviet Union. On the same day, Van Allen held his press conference in May 1958. He agreed to cooperate with the United States military on a top-secret project. The plan? To send atomic bombs into space in an attempt to blow up the Van Allen belts, or to at least disrupt them with a massive blast of nuclear energy. Okay, guys, read up on this stuff, all right? This is Smithsonian.com. Check that out. There's another good article on NPR. You can look up a very scary light show, exploding H-bombs in space. When they talk about this, and they got a video here showing footage of Operation Fishbowl, which is a very interesting title for after they find something in Antarctica, which the flat earthers would say is the outer rim of the circle of the Earth, and everybody pulls out. All of a sudden, NASA's created, and right after that, they start shooting up rockets into space with nuclear warheads on them, and this is what you start seeing with Operation Fishbowl. Operation Fishbowl. Really? I mean, it looks like they found something in Antarctica and they said, oh, what is this? Wonder how high it is. How high does this thing go? They start blowing off nuclear bombs in the atmosphere. Now, were they doing that because they were testing the firmament? Were they trying to blast through the firmament? Or is it about the Van Allen belt with the radiation? Is that the problem? I don't know. This article goes on to describe, again, the Van Allen energy belts and what they came to understand about them, and discover it, then blow it up. The plan was to send rockets hundreds of miles up higher than the Earth's atmosphere and then detonate nuclear weapons to see, A, if a bomb's radiation would make it harder to see what was up there, like incoming Russian missiles, B, if an explosion would do any damage to objects nearby, C, if the Van Allen belts would move a blast down the bands to an earthly target, Moscow, for example, and most peculiar, D, if a man-made explosion might alter the natural shape of the belts. The scientific basis for these proposals is not clear. Fleming is trying to figure out if Van Allen had any theoretical reason to suppose the military could use the Van Allen belts to attack a hostile nation. He supposes that at the height of the Cold War, the most pressing argument for a military experiment was, if we don't do it, the Russians will. And indeed, the Russians did test atomic bombs and hydrogen bombs in space. No big surprise, they were also down there in Antarctica prior. And oh, by the way, while we supposedly got ahead of them and started to beat them in the alleged space race, you know, we're led to believe they just, we lost and they gave up. No, they sent something like 40 missions down to Antarctica while we were playing around with the so-called Apollo space program. So something's going on here, and these psychopaths, you know, they look up there, they see something. Oh, that looks cool. Let's blow it up. Oh, we don't really think it's important. Even though they have admitted that they know it's there for our protection, why do we put our fate into the hands of monkey men? These people think they came from monkeys, for crying out loud. And they hold within their grasp technology that could make life for us here on Earth very bad when they do things like they're attempting to do at CERN, to rip holes in the fabric of time and space and recreate what they think is the Big Bang, opening up portals to interdimensional, realms. And now keep in mind, these monkey men think that the whole universe got here when a microscopic dot exploded. So what are they doing? They're slamming microscopic dots together, trying to recreate the Big Bang. I don't really think it takes a very high IQ to think that through. Wait a minute. You think we got here from a microscopic dot exploding, and now you're slamming microscopic dots together, trying to explode them and recreate the Big Bang. Hello? Guys, maybe there's a reason why they put the Hindu god Shiva, the god of destruction, dancing in a portal outside their front freaking door. Bunch of lunatics. And meanwhile, elsewhere, a bunch of other lunatic psychopaths are thinking they can poke holes or blow up the Van Allen belt, the very thing that's up there, put there for our protection. People out there thinking I'm crazy. Anyway, let's go back to the original ibtimes.com article regarding the invisible plasma shield. The last quote here says, it's like looking at the phenomenon with new eyes, with a new set of instrumentation, which give us the detail to say, yes, there is this hard, fast boundary, Foster said. Have they found the firmament? I don't know. I mean, it's not exactly the description of the firmament, but if it's not the firmament, it may be one of the heavens and the layers below it.
But whatever the case may be, the choice of words being used, as I've stressed here in bold above, seems more than interesting to me. A hard, fast boundary that is an impenetrable barrier out there about 7,200 miles up? Note also the repeated statements about how harsh space is and in and beyond the Van Allen belts. And yet we were told NASA sent a bunch of guys in jumpsuits and a tin can through it 12 times round trip on at least a half dozen alleged missions to the moon. Job 37:18 says, "Hast thou with him spread out the sky, which is strong as a molten looking glass?" Amos 9:6 in the New American Standard Bible says, "The one who builds his upper chambers in the heavens and has founded his vaulted dome over the earth. He who calls for the waters of the sea and pours them out on the face of the earth, the Lord is his name." There may yet be a legitimate reason people are going back to the scriptures in order to see and test /
What are
prove
you playing, bro?
531
You should link
the truth
You should link the video.
for themselves.
It was just one of the Rob Skibas videos on his YouTube channel.
Yeah, I could tell it was Rob. I just want you to promote the video, bro. That way a lot of people are digging this. So it's Rob Skiba, the late Rob Skiba.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, posted in the Visa chat.
Find it on YouTube. I'd just like to point out Flat Earth and Globe Earth had a chess tournament. And the Globe Earther just split because the game got too hard for him. He couldn't win, so he just refused to move and left. That's par for the course, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, I just resign, right? I know I can lose them. It's a game. I love doing this, so these guys are like, "I'll beat you down." I'm about to change my name on chess.com to Flurf Master. Just so they all know, come play the Flat Earther. We'll live stream it. And I'm serious. I'll teach people. I'll make instructional videos while I beat you down in chess. Live. No editing. We get an audience. we get some guys in the Discord watching. Let them all comment on the game. I say we get science trivia going. Live stream that and have Globe Earthers against Flat Earthers and call it "Are You Smarter Than a Flat Earther?" Isn't that a good idea?
The Earth isn't flat, dog.
Well, you want to play science trivia, Mr. Smart Guy?
Hold up, gang. You a Christian, right?
Answer the question.
Yeah, okay. The Bible literally says in Isaiah, the circle of the earth. I'm a Christian. The Bible says circle of the earth. It makes it very clear.
So in Isaiah, there's two different words, dur and cur, that were translated to the circle. And yes, he did use a word that meant to inscribe a circle, not a circle, or one full circuit, to inscribe one full circuit. And rather than, hold on, excuse me, I'm talking, sir. Rather than use the Hebrew word dur, which refers to a sphere, dur, it's a ball. Isaiah knew this word. He could have said the dur of the earth, the ball of the earth, sits on top of the ball of the earth. Isaiah could have said that. The word existed in Hebrew, and he used it 3 verses before he described earth being inscribed into the face of the earth, a circle inscribed in the face of the earth. That's what cur means. So yes, one circuit inscribed on the face of the deep, where the land came protruded from the water. The land he called earth, the sea he called sea.
Okay, so first off, Isaiah heavily implied that it was a circle, but sure, let's pretend that he didn't. So, what would be your comment on early science? Early scientists, like people like the Greeks, the Romans, all these people, measuring the Earth or
All
using their
Greeks and all
scientific stuff.
Romans were early. All Greeks were scientists, and all Romans.
Measuring the Earth.
No. I'm talking. What do you think about
Be
their
more
calculations? What's your
specific.
opinion on their
Aristarchus, Aristotle,
The early.
Aristophanes.
Yeah,
Which one?
yeah. Sure. I don't know, man. Pythagoras.
What about
There are
Pythagoras?
lots.
He
There are lots.
developed math. Whatever. There's lots that did what? Proved the shape of Earth.
Can you prove
or
the Earth is flat, though? Because I've been
Yes,
on a
we
plane
can.
and I saw the curvature of the Earth. I saw the curvature.
Oh yeah, I've heard that 1,000 times. I've jumped out of planes and aircraft carriers and helicopters, and I've never seen the curvature of Earth. So that's a nice anecdote.
I literally did see the curvature of the Earth. I am
literally
not schizophrenic.
jumped out over Iraq, desert storm, no curvature. There's my anecdote.
Because you weren't high enough.
Flat desert, yeah, I was high enough. And 30,000 foot isn't high enough. So neither one of us were, to be truthful, to see the entire radius, because we wouldn't have the field of view that it needs.
I'm sure I did see somewhat of a small
I
curvature.
don't care what you're sure of. You geometrically,
Okay, man,
you weren't far enough of it to see that it was a ball. 30,000 foot isn't far enough away. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson agreed with this. He said you'd have to be way farther than the ISS to see the full circle of the Earth. Stop with the machine gun interruption shit. And actually have a productive conversation where you follow things all the way through. Don't ask a question you don't want the answer to.
Okay, thanks for your answer. I got another question for you. Who made up, the myth of the Earth being round? Why would they make that myth up?
Why? You want me to guess why people made something up? Let me guess it. Why a liar lies? Why a murderer murders? Why a thief steals? I can't.
I mean, listen, man. To make such a big lie.
Why get?
I mean, why? What's your motivation? What's your motivation behind that?
Who cares? Probably
What do you
control.
mean, who cares?
If I lied,
how do you
like I
control
said, who
people with
cares?
that?
Are you an idiot?
How you control people with the Earth, the shape of the Earth?
You don't control people with the why you do something, the reasoning why you do something. You control people with the act of doing it. So why you would lie, I don't know. But I see evidence of.
He already demonstrated. He already demonstrated when he came in, when he started asking questions about flat earthers and Christianity and what the Bible says. He's already started answering his own question. I wonder if he'll be able to follow that through.
Yeah.
I mean, bro, I'm gonna be honest. I didn't really think flat earthers were real people, bro. But God bless you, bro. I don't really think it matters the shape of the Earth.
I'll pray for you. You know
thanks,
not what you do.
Bro. Thanks, bro. God bless
Yeah,
you.
I'll
Bye.
pray that. Yeah. Good day, sir. God bless you too. Well, at least he wasn't one of them zealots that asked me the name. What God? What God are you blessing me with?
Oh, well, I guess he had to leave.
Well, you got to find the blessing in everything. The zealot would have been, what God? What's his name? What's his name? You know I'm right. You know.
No, for sure.
Unfortunately, though, and that sucks, because we should all just be able to say God and know who we're referring to. Whatever name you use, well, that's how you reference the Most High. Where's these politician kids, man? These wannabe. Every kid in this server fancies himself being a senator someday, and don't even know a damn thing about getting elected. They couldn't campaign shit. I mean, just running for one of them offices, you actually get a tax exemption to fund your campaign. So you just get a license to go out and get free money from people. Let's throw a pancake breakfast and get Mike Smith in for Democratic mayor. But if I collect any campaign funds at the end, the unused campaign funds are mine. So there's the first perk for just trying. You think it don't get better? Absolute power corrupts, absolutely. I mean, they can take advantage of that when they're campaigning for judge re-election as a county official or city official. That's pretty corrupt, isn't it? Throw a pancake dinner, raise $50,000, spend $5,000 on advertising, and keep $45,000 tax free. Man, that's the first game that punk ever left me hanging on. I ain't gonna let him live that shit down. Next time he asks me to play chess, I'm gonna say, I don't know. You ain't finished the last game. Milo, shut up. Leave that cat alone.
Jews. Well, you guys are fucking niggers. Fuck off.
Whoa, it's super dead in here.
Well, you gotta stop lurking in the shadows and come forth into the light.
I've been in the sunlight for several hours now. Although, pretty much gone and set pretty early.
So you said you're getting some suntan or what?
No, I just had walked outside and
Oh.
my curtains are open during the day.
You enjoy some grass. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Did you touch some grass as well?
I don't think I actually literally touched grass, so no.
Mm. Hello, Victor. What brings you here today?
Just going up and down channels.
Just hopping around to get money?
Mm-hmm. What made you unmute me?
It's pretty quiet here at the moment, so.
I see.
Might give you a chance to speak.
Oh, you're so kind.
Yes. I am.
You banned me, though.
What?
Are you watching Shroud?
Yeah, I was watching a clip of him.
Cool.
Oh, are you saying that before? You said something before.
Oh, no, nothing. I was gonna say you banned me for 2 days.
I did? When was that?
No, not you, but like you as in flat earthers.
Oh, you address. I am a flat earther, so you're all flat earthers.
Yeah. Well, in this case, because it's always somebody else. Like, you never know who bans you. You all like to ban. So I just say you, just
well, I don't think
make it.
I don't think it's being done by fun. It's, it has to be something.
Yeah, it was Crit who did it last time.
Yeah, I guess he had his reasons, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Since you're the victim, you should know.
I'm not a victim. I mean, it's your channel. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, usually people who get banned, they know why.
Yeah.
And it's only temporary anyway, so usually it's say take a vacation, come back later.
Right. It's just a mod's decision. They can ban for whatever reason. Like, it doesn't have to be a reasonable reason.
Yeah, even
at
that.
face value, right? Like, maybe it's a good decision in the long run, right? I get it.
Well, you gotta maintain order in the VC in some way, so if that requires vacation time, then so be it.
Right. It's not like, I have to be here. I can go anywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you seem to love coming back, so I don't know.
Right.
Has to be something.
I don't know. I like to listen to you guys troll Globers. It's really fun.
Nah, we're not trolling them.
No.
I think that's what we're doing.
It's not that I think so. It's just that's what it looks like.
That we troll Globers? Saying the Earth is flat? No.
Yeah.
And you've been missing out a lot then. We've been talking about observations and measurements, how the Earth is being practically used flat and horizontal.
I know.
By other people as well.
It's mostly you just asking questions.
Yeah. Trying to find out how they know it's a globe. So we go, the nitty-gritty part of it.
Yeah. You're making Globers feel like they have to defend their model, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, it comes to that point when you start challenging it, I guess, yeah.
Yeah. But they don't realize that there's nothing to defend,
Yeah, some of them come to a realization that they're defending a belief. Most of them, so.
Name one person who did that.
Well, what I mean is, when they lack empirical evidence for the globe, then it turns out to be just a belief in the end.
You mean when you claim that they lack?
No. when they.
It's in your opinion, not enough evidence.
No. What do you mean that? Oh.
So you're speaking for everyone, even the Globers, which is like 99% of everyone.
No. The Globers we
Do you
have.
think they feel like they lack the evidence of the globe? That's very disingenuous from your side. But of course, then, like, once one realizes that you're nothing but a troll, then it makes sense.
No, I was talking about the people, the traffic that comes through here with Globers.
Yeah,
and
that's
other
what I was
services as
talking
well.
about too.
Yeah, I didn't say 99%.
Yeah, well, how many flat earthers do you think there are?
I would say millions.
Why would you use a number?
Well, you asked me. I answered.
How much is millions compared to billions? Not very much, right?
I mean, I think that's enough to show that this is not a, troll or a joke. If there are millions.
So because there are millions, you think it's more right than the other?
It just shows. No, just statistically, it shows there are.
It's worth looking into. Is that what you mean?
Well, starters, yeah. Research it, and research your globe as well, and you will see which one holds the true.
Yeah, but wouldn't you have to like prove that you're not trolling?
No. In what way?
You don't have to
give an
prove
example
that
how
you're
we?
trolling.
No, can you give an example that how we have trolled us being flat earthers? You have an example?
An example?
What?
Of what? That you're trolls? I can't. Because you can just simply claim that you do believe, but like you don't show evidence.
We don't? I'll be damned.
I mean, like, you couldn't possibly convince me that that's something that you believe. Like, I know you know the Earth is.
You cut out there and then. Oh.
Our level Earth plane has long been ridiculed as being a crazy conspiracy theory and an ignorant, unscientific worldview. But the facts of the matter are far from what you have been told. When thoroughly examined and diligently researched with an open mind, any skeptical, critical thinker will find it is actually the spinning spaceball Earth presented by government space agencies and taught in schools that is truly ridiculous and unscientific. Proof number 1. Common sense. It cannot be overstated or overemphasized. The most important thing to realize and the most obvious way to know we are not spinning on a ball is our own common sense and lived experience. We have always, and will always, experience ourselves as living right side up, on a non-rotating level Earth, with the sun, moon, and star, and will always experience, and what everyone in the world personally experiences, every day of their lives. We are taught to believe otherwise, however, many things completely contrary to our own common sense and experience from a very early age. We are told that we live on a sphere, where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain falls upwards, trees grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground. Truly, the idea that people are standing, ships are sailing, and planes are flying upside down on certain parts of the Earth, while others are tilted at 90 degrees and all other impossible angles, is an utter absurdity and an insult to common sense. In fact, common sense is the first casualty of globe belief. Proof number 2. Water. The natural physics of water is that once contained and undisturbed, the surface will always remain horizontal. This fundamental physical property of water is why it has been used as a leveling tool by builders and engineers for millennia. Whether in a pond, lake, or ocean, the surface of the water at rest always remains level and doesn't have the ability to hold and display convexity or any shape whatsoever upon its surface. This fundamental fact of reality is easily demonstrable and empirically verifiable, but completely at odds with what we are told about the globe. For Earth to be globular, and over 70% covered in water, the oceans must somehow be curving around and sticking to all sides of a rapidly spinning ball suspended in a vacuum. It is simply impossible to make water behave this way, as anyone can experiment for themselves. Bodies of water will not stick to the underside of a ball, and cannot display or hold convexity or any other shape upon their surface. Proof number 3. Fake photographs. One of the main reasons the average person believes the world is a globe is because of the globular Earth images and video footage provided by NASA and other space agencies. Hundreds of such pictures and thousands of videos featuring a globe Earth are freely available on the internet, yet most people never critically examine them with a skeptical eye. From the earliest photographs to the latest live streams, NASA and the world's other space agencies continue to be exposed for their Hollywood-style trickery. When conscientiously compared, contrasted, and investigated for inconsistencies, it turns out every single image and video showing a globular Earth has been manipulated in some way. All globe videos, for example, are achieved using either a fisheye lens to curve the horizon or created completely through CGI technology. As for the hundreds of supposed photographs available of the globe, NASA readily admits that these are computer-generated